Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
I swear, Mr. Dillon, there's days when it just don't pay to get out of bed.
Why don't you sit down, Chester?
Like today, for instance. I've been thinking back over it.
So that's what you've been doing.
I didn't hardly more than get my eyes open before I knocked over the water bucket and like to drown myself this
Chester,
morning.
would you sit down?
Then I went to put my boots on, and that vinegarone stung me, and my foot's been sore and aching all day.
All right, Chester, I believe you. It's been a bad day.
And then you take breakfast. The very first thing, Pete, was all out of eggs. And then that was the worst goddamn coffee I ever drunk in my whole life.
Chester, are we going through your last 18 hours, minute by minute?
I'm just pointing out to you what an unlucky day this has been.
You've already convinced me. Now, will you sit down? Oh, Kitty.
Busy?
No, come on in.
Evening, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester. I can't stay, Matt. I got to get back to the Long Branch, but...
Oh?
Could you come over?
Oh, what's the trouble?
It's old Jedro Haig.
Jedro? In the Long Branch? Oh, he doesn't stop in there more than twice a year.
I know.
He don't even come into town much more than that.
Well, he's over there now, and he's been drinking a lot. All alone. Won't talk to anybody, but he's real upset about something, Matt.
Oh?
Yeah, I thought maybe you could straighten him out.
Kitty, I'm not so sure.
Well, I am, Matt. He's got a gun stuck in his belt.
Oh. All right, Kitty, I'll be right over.
Thanks, Matt. I'll see you there.
Yeah.
There you are. It's just like I said, Mr. Dillon. This day started bad, and it's going to end bad.
Well, just for once, Chester, you might be right. Evening, Jedro.
Marshal?
Well, I haven't seen you for quite a spell. How have you been?
Well, I reckon somebody told you.
Mind if I sit down? Yeah, tell me what?
Nothing. I ain't got no complaint to make to the law.
You know, when a man acts against his nature, like you coming in off the ranch and sitting around here drinking all night, wearing a gun in your belt, I know something's wrong. Now, who's the gun for, General?
Well, the youngin's back, Marshal.
Ramey?
Yeah. Come home last night like a bad penny.
Oh, it's 3 years now. Where's he been all that time?
Well, wherever it was, it ain't done him no good. He was just ornery before and sassy. Now he's mean and no good. Friends he brung with him's worse.
What friends?
Oh, a couple of fellows named Carden and King. They're gunmen, Marshal. They got the wild bunch look to 'em.
I never heard of them before.
Well, not only that, but there's others coming, too, Ramey says. And they're all going to run things from now on. So the best thing I can do is keep out of the way. My own young'un. Flesh and blood, and he talks to me like that.
How'd you get all those bruises on your face, Chedlin?
Well, it don't matter how.
Did Ramey and his friends throw you out?
Yeah, that's what they did. Out of the house. Said if I wanted back in or get something to eat, I'd have to chop wood for the stove and do the chores. Ramey done it, and they helped him. Then he laughed at me. Said that's what I used to make him do. Cut wood, things. Things are turned around now.
He's still your son, Jedro. You can't take a gun to him.
Well, I've been sitting here studying what to do.
Why don't you sleep on it, huh? I'll ride out there with you in the morning.
I got to get them 2 friends of his out of there, Marshal, on account of Diane, if nothing else.
Your daughter? Oh, what do you mean?
Well, she ain't safe with them around. I seen how they looked at her. She just ain't safe.
But her brother's there. He'll look out for her.
He's changed, Marshal.
Well, not that much.
I ain't so sure.
Well, sir, holidays come and go, and we don't always give 'em much mind. But there is one that most everybody takes time for. Because it brings out a little human goodness and friendliness for a spell, person to person. That's why the post office made up this special 1966 stamp I got in my album here, honoring the spirit of Christmas. Oh, I like this one. Yes, sir. This stamp's from a fine painting of that first Christmas way back that's in the National Art Gallery in Washington, D.C. It's the 5th one in a series marking the holiday season, and it comes out, rightly enough, in the town of Christmas, Michigan. Well, of course, we all enjoy the family gatherings, the gift-giving, and the fun that goes with it. But the real thing is that the idea kind of spreads around all over. Yeah, there's a Muslim festival same time of year called Eid al-Fitr. The Jewish people celebrate Hanukkah, and the Buddhists have the Festival of Lights. And lots of Hindus make Christmas a time of goodwill. Well, I guess it's not what you call it, but what you do about it that counts.
Sure is a mighty pretty ranch, Mr. Dillon. Too bad old Jedro's getting thrown out after working so hard on it.
Yeah.
I can't figure what young Ramey wants with it anyhow. He ain't the kind of work for a living.
Maybe he's not planning to, Chester. It'd make a good base for a gang of outlaws.
Outlaws?
Yeah, he brought 2 gunmen back with him. And there's more coming, according to Jedro. Hit the ground!
Come from that brush up on the ridge, look like.
Yeah.
There sure ain't much cover here.
I think he's in that rock pile there.
I think maybe you got him, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Come on, Chester.
Sure didn't count on nothing like this happening.
Neither did I.
He's just laying there, not moving. Reckon he's dead.
Now, wait a minute.
There's somebody coming.
Yeah. Here. Get around back of these boulders.
Yeah.
We'll just let them go on past. There's no use taking chances.
Yes, sir.
All right, hold it! Now, just sit easy now, both of you.
Oh, Marshal. Well, what was all the shooting about?
I was just about to ask you, Ramey.
Well, we just heard and come to find out. Ain't that so, Carter?
Sure is. Carden, huh? It must have been your other partner I just killed.
King? Now, how come you done that, Marshal?
Because I don't like being dry-gulched.
Did he do something like that?
Big surprise to you, huh?
We ain't seen King since late last night.
That's right, Marshal. That's funny. I kind of got the idea he might have been keeping a lookout on the trail here.
If he was, we sure didn't know nothing about it.
Uh-huh.
It must have been drink that drove him to it.
Time and again, me and Carden warned him about his evil ways.
Where's your sister, Ramey?
Diane? What do you want with her?
I want to talk to her.
About what?
She's up at the house.
Yeah, but if you think you're going to start any trouble...
We'll ride on up to the house. You got any objections?
No, of course not.
All right, let's go.
But, Marshal, I don't want to go into Dodge. Where'd you get such an idea?
From your father. He thought you might want to get away from here for a while.
Pa's getting old and soft in the head. Diane likes it here, and she's going to stay home where she belongs, ain't you, Diane?
Yes, Rainey.
You don't have to stay, Diane. Understand that. If Ramey or Carton here have threatened you, you can forget it. I'll see that you're protected.
Threatened her? Why, I'm her brother, Marshal. I wouldn't hurt her. Ain't that right, Diane?
Yes. That's right, Rainey.
And old Jedro's your father, Ramey, but that didn't keep you from beating him up and throwing him out of the house.
Now, there, you see? Pa is losing his wits. Nothing like that happened at all, did it, Carton?
Of course not.
Diane?
No, nothing like that. Pa just left, that's all. Well, I'll go about my chores, Marshal, if it's all right with you.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Well, that take care of your business here, Marshal?
For right now, maybe.
And Pa didn't make no charges, did he?
No.
And I say you got no reason to be on our land.
I'll see you, Ramey. Real soon, more than likely.
Matt, why don't you just boot 'em out?
I don't figure they boot too easy, Doc.
Yeah. That's never stopped you before.
Ah, this is different. It's a family affair, and there's a good chance they'd slip in here some night and take it out on old Jedro.
His own pa. What the tarnation's matter with that boy, Matt?
That beats me.
Well, what are you going to do? Just sit here pounding that swivel chair and let him get away with it?
Not much I can do, Doc. No law against him coming back home. And Jedro won't sign a complaint. Says it's a family affair, and he'll handle it himself.
Yeah, he'll have to sober up some before he does any handling. All he does is hang around the Long Branch.
I sent out some inquiries, but telegraphed. Figured there might be a chance that one of those three's wanted somewhere, and then I'd have a reason to move in on him.
Seems a darn shame when the law works to help somebody like them. So, it might be a good idea to bypass the law on a thing like this, man.
No. Now, you do that once, Doc, and the dam goes out. It took too long to get what law we have here to turn around and lose it.
Wait a minute. What the dickens is going on up the street?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, let's get up here.
Sounds like a fight.
Quite a crowd there, Matt.
Yeah.
Oh, it's right in front of the Long Branch.
Yeah, it is a fight. Come on, Doc. Now, let me through here. One side. All right, move back now.
Let the marshal on the old...
All right, hold it, Carton. Don't kick him again.
I'll kick his head off.
Carton! I told you not to kick him.
He's lucky that's all I'd done. He tried to draw on me, Marshal. I could have shot him if I'd been a mind to.
But you liked it better this way, is that it? An old man half blind and half drunk.
He hadn't ought to jump me, Marshal.
And you hadn't ought to kicked him. You're under arrest.
You got no call to arrest me.
Carton, I warned most men twice, but after what you just did, I guess once is plenty.
You want to fight, Marshal? You got one.
Good. Have you had enough?
I'm gonna kick your guts out. And I'll drop on him.
Carton? Carton, can you hear me? Well, you're under arrest anyway. When he comes to, a couple of you men bring him down to the jail, huh?
You all right, Matt?
Yeah, I'm all right, Doc. What about Jedro?
Yeah, not too bad. May have a cracked rib where Carden kicked him once. He came to in time to see the finish there. I'm going to take him up to my office.
Well, I'll walk with you. I want to talk to him.
Hey. Can you make it to my place?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Come on, then.
You ought to have kicked him, Marshal, same as he done me.
An eye for an eye, General, is that it?
He don't deserve no better.
You made a mistake trying to draw on him.
But I didn't. I just threatened to. If he didn't get out of here and leave me and mine alone.
Are you ready to sign a complaint now?
Oh, you don't go along with kinfolks, Marshal. I'll work it out myself.
You may not be so lucky the next time.
It ain't no use, Marshal.
Well, I can't force you to.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Hey, we got an answer to one of them telegraphs.
Yeah, let me see it.
It just now come in on the wire.
Yeah.
Oh, well. What is it now?
Ramey, Carden, and King are wanted in Las Cruces for the murder of a bank guard. They hadn't sent a bulletin here because they thought they were in California.
Murder? Oh, my boy wouldn't kill anybody, Marshal.
I'm sorry, General. But I gotta bring him in now.
Hometowns in America have a lot in common, and yet they're each one of a kind. Take, for example, Billings, Montana. In the heart of the Midlands Empire, the biggest little city in the Northwest is set in a fertile valley where the sugar beets grow. But once Billings was cowboy and Indian country. Many a smoke signal rose from Pompey's Pillar off US 10. Motorists can now drive along cliff-hanging Black Otter Trail for a view of mountain and city and the statue of the famous screen cowboy William S. Hart. Flying into Billings, you land on the rim rocks of sandstone and room at the Northern Hotel. 60 miles southwest on Highway 212, there's Red Lodge, which leads right into Yellowstone Park and through the scenic curves of Cook Highway. In town, people shop at Hart Albans, and some work at Kaufman Lumber and Treating Company or Inland Supply. But if your hometown is Billings, you already know this. We only wanted to remind you, it's still there.
I couldn't see Ramey doing the milking.
He's coming right in at the barn, all right. She's got the milk pails with her.
Well, you stay back from the door till she gets inside, and don't let her yell out and warn him.
Yes, sir.
Diane?
What?
It's all right. Just take it easy now.
Marshal, it's Ramey. You've come here after Ramey.
Grab her, Chester. Hand over her. Now, we're not going to hurt you, Diane. But I couldn't let you warn him. It'll be easier on him if you don't. If I can take him without a fight. Now, you understand me?
Now.
Now, Chester's going to take his hand away. But if you try to yell, we'll have to stop you. All right, Chester.
There, now, I'm awful sorry we scared you.
What are you after him for, Marshal? It's his home. He's got a right to be here.
I'm afraid it's a bit more serious than that now.
Yes, but he's still my brother. That's why I stayed to see if I could help him.
Well, didn't he threaten you?
Well, yes, but Ramey always did talk mean like that.
It's more than just talk, Diane.
Oh, it's not his fault, Marshal. It's them two men with
Wait
him.
a minute.
Ramey, come on out of that house.
Joe Zendro.
Yeah. Chester, you stay here with Diane. I'm going out the side door of the barn and see if I can slip up there by the porch.
All right, Mr. Dunn. Now, they want me to stand easy here. What's down
You hear me, Ramey?
What are you doing back here, you old fool?
You got no call to talk that way to your pa.
Going back to town and stay there. There ain't no room for you here. I got plans for this place.
No, you ain't, Ramey. Well, you're all alone now. King's dead, and Carter's in jail. And the marshal's on his way out here to take you in for murder.
Who told him about that? You?
No, I didn't know nothing about it.
If I thought it was you, I'd put a bullet through your head right now.
Hold it, Ramey.
You brought the marshal here, you sneaking old liar.
No, please, Ramey, don't shoot.
Drop the gun, Ramey!
No.
He's dead, Marshal?
I'm sorry, General.
My own boy. I just never could believe it. My own boy.
Oh, you killed him, Marshal. You killed my brother.
I'm sorry, Diane. I had no choice. He'd have killed your father.
Oh, really?
He was a killer already, and he'd have killed again and again.
But he was still my brother, Marshal.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, Paul, why can't everything be like it was when we was little?
I don't know, Diane, honey. I just don't know.
Elijah Cuddlestone, in referring to a favorite bill which was pending but unpassed during election time, had this to say. Now, I want you to know, everyone that is, that it matters not. It does not matter if I am elected or not. This bill will be passed. I mean, if I shouldn't be elected, I'll only be a lame duck until March 4th. That is, I won't be a dead duck until then, and I'll still get the bill passed, lame duck though I might be. Well, what Elijah was referring to was that up until 1933, members of Congress who failed to be reelected in November still held office until the following March. In sufficient strength, they could have passed or proposed legislation embarrassing to the administration. So, from a time predating our revolutionary days, the woodsman maxim, never waste powder on a dead duck, has evolved to such well-known usage as he's a dead duck, and further to lame duck, as in lame duck amendment.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
I sure will be glad to get back to Dodge, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, Wichita's a nice town, Chester.
All right, you like it so much, next time you can come along. I got no business here anyway.
It's almost over. Train leaves in about 10 minutes.
I've been worried all morning we might miss it.
Yeah, it's going to be a long ride. Why don't we wait outside here till they yell all aboard, huh?
My, you sure do hate setting down, don't you?
I like fresh air, Chester. Bet you can go on if you want.
No, I'll wait.
Well, you could be finding us a couple of seats.
Mr. Dillon, the Santa Fe guarantees a seat to everybody who buys a ticket.
I was only trying to give you an excuse to get off your feet.
Well, I ain't tired of all that. Hey, look what's coming.
Where? Oh. You're a pretty girl, isn't she?
Yeah, she is now, ain't she? You suppose she's going to Dodge, too?
Well, why don't you ask her?
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon, I don't even know her. I couldn't do it.
It's not going to stop him.
Who?
That gentleman standing by the car. He's seen her, too.
Gentleman? Looks more like a drunk rowdy to me.
Let's kind of walk over that way, huh?
Say, maybe he does know her, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, I doubt it, though. He's too mean and ugly looking.
I'll tell you now, as long as we're going to be traveling together, we should all at least get acquainted, huh? My name's Laster. Ab Laster.
How do you do?
I do. I'm meeting my partner in Dodge, Joe Garrett. Have you known him?
I'm sorry, but I've never been in Dodge.
No, huh? Well, you know what makes two of us. Well, of course, at least we ain't gonna be lonely, are we?
Well, that depends.
Depends on what?
If you're a gentleman.
Oh, honey, sure I am. Yeah, I know now. I got a bottle here. Why don't we get aboard and we'll have us a little drink?
Please, Mr. Lasker.
Come on.
No, look at that.
Well, no, what's the matter with you? Start out being real friendly and then you freeze up. Come on, we'll get in that train like I said, and I'll buy you a little drink.
Let me go!
Hey, mister.
What do you want?
Let the lady go.
You're looking for trouble, ain't you?
No.
He tried to force me onto the train. He wanted me to drink with him.
Now, don't you worry, miss. He won't bother you.
He wasn't minding it, not till you busted in.
Ab Laster, huh?
Hmm? How do you know my name?
Well, I heard you tell the lady.
Real snoopy, ain't you?
Sometimes.
You know what you're getting into, mister?
No. Why don't you tell me?
I'll show you. You're packing a gun.
But I don't always use it.
You hit him.
This gun's safer with me. Here, Chester. Put his gun in your belt.
Yes, sir.
No, he's gonna be awful mad, ain't he?
Oh, I'll kill him. I swear I'll kill him.
He's going to fight some more.
No, he isn't. Get on the train, mister.
You tricked me.
Get aboard while you can still walk.
Mister, we get to Dodge, you're gonna wish you'd never seen me.
I'm wishing that already. Now move.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for all the trouble.
That's no trouble, miss.
I didn't mean to get you into a fight.
It wasn't your fault.
But I always feel that it is.
What?
Why, just my being a woman, I guess. You know.
Well, there won't be any more trouble, miss.
Not till we get to Dodge, anyway.
Come on. Let's get aboard, huh?
If you're a real coffee drinker, you wouldn't pour water into your coffee. No, you want it for real. And it's the same when it comes to smoking. Why settle for a watered-down smoke? Why filter your fun? Smoke for real. And remember, nothing gives you so much real, full tobacco flavor and real, all-out pleasure as a Chesterfield. Like they say in the Chesterfield song,
and if you smoke for real, smoke Chesterfield. A real high-flying, satisfying Chesterfield. Because you get much more of what you're smoking for in Chesterfield. They're for real.
More real flavor.
More real pleasure.
Check for perfection by Accuray. They satisfy
the most. Try Chesterfield. They're for real.
Oh, what do you think of Dodge, Rena?
I can't tell much from the depot, Marshal.
Oh, we'll show you the rest. Chester, go get our baggage, will you?
Well, Yes, sir.
Dodge kind of frightens me, Marshal.
Oh, why?
Well, I'm only a woman, and I've heard so much about the terrible things that go on here.
Now, don't you worry, Rena. Nothing will happen to you.
I do feel safer when you're around.
Marshal.
Excuse me a minute, Rena.
It's that same man.
Yeah, what do you want, Lester?
Now, they tell me that you're Marshal Dillon.
Well?
And now there's two of us, Marshal. Here's my partner, Joe Garrett.
Lester says you made things bad for him in Wichita, Marshal.
Oh, is that so?
He says you stole his gun, too.
He can pick it up at my office sometime.
I just don't like what you did, Dillon.
Well, I didn't do it for you, Lester.
All right. Now, we're taking some horses up north for a few days. And then we'll be back.
I'll be here. I'll be here every day.
What did those men want, Marshal?
Nothing, Rena, nothing important.
I'll bet there's going to be more trouble over me, isn't there?
Now, don't you worry about it. We'll find you a room, and then I'll take you over to the Long Branch and introduce you to Kitty Russell. She's half owner of the place. Oh, come on. Chester's waiting.
It's your office.
Oh, how have you been, Doc?
Oh, fine, fine. Chester's been telling me about this little new girl, Rena Decker.
No?
Sounds like a mighty sweet little apple.
Is that what Chester said?
No, I didn't say that at all.
Well, that's what you meant, Chester. But is it true, man?
Well, you can go see for yourself, Doc. I think she'll be working at the Long Branch tonight.
Oh, Kitty hired her.
Well, I left them talking together about an hour ago.
Good. I'll drop by there tonight if I have time.
Oh, you'll find time, Doc.
Well, I will if some idiot doesn't fall off his horse, or jump out of a window or something, or go get himself shot.
Leave him die. It'll be worth it.
Leave him die. It's a good thing nobody has to depend on a sybarite like you, Chester.
I don't know what that means, but it sure don't sound nice.
Then don't ever let me catch you saying it. Oh, it's Kitty. Come on in, Kitty. Join the fun.
I'm afraid I'm going to spoil the fun, Doc.
Oh, what's the trouble, Kitty?
I thought I'd better come tell you before you hear it from her, Matt.
What?
Rena Decker isn't going to be working at the Long Branch.
Oh? Well, why not?
I didn't hire her.
You didn't hire her forevermore.
Well, I'm not saying she isn't pretty and all that, Chester, but I've seen her kind too often. They mean nothing but trouble.
Well, I don't understand, Kitty. She seems like a nice little girl.
Now, you men are all alike. Pretty face throws you every time.
Now, Kitty, I have no interest in her beyond trying to help her the way I'd help anybody.
Who started that fight in Wichita, Matt?
Ab Laster. He was annoying her.
She didn't lead him on, huh?
Oh, now, Kitty, you're being unfair. That girl's here all alone. She doesn't know anybody, and she needs a job.
Sure, and when I had to leave her at the bar a few minutes after you brought her in, she almost got another fight started.
Now, why would she do that?
Some women like men fighting over them.
I see. Kitty, what really is it that you don't like about her?
Doc hasn't seen her yet, huh?
No, but I'm sure interested now, Kitty.
Yeah, you'll be just as stupid as they are.
Now, Kitty.
All right. Just to show you, I'll hire her. But don't blame me when somebody gets killed, because it's bound to happen.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what, Joseph?
Looks like Miss Kitty was wrong, don't it?
It's been 2 days, but she didn't put any time limit on it.
What do you think it is she's got against Rena, anyway?
Oh, sometimes a woman takes a dislike to another woman, and nobody ever knows exactly why, Chester.
They're sure hard to track, ain't they?
They got their ways, I guess. But then so have we.
That's right. We ain't always so plain and simple, are we? Where are you going?
Those men in front of the Long Branch.
They're going to fight, Mr. Dillon. Look at them. They're about to draw.
Hold it, you men!
They're both down.
Go get Doc, Chester.
They look dead to me.
Get him anyway. I'll see if I can find out what this is all about.
Yes, sir.
Anybody know these men? Hell, I didn't see you here, Kitty.
Hello, Matt.
Maybe you knew these men, huh?
Just a couple of riders. I don't even know their names.
Well, what started it?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Oh, what do you mean?
Talk to her about it.
Who? Oh.
I'll go with you.
All right.
Oh, Marshal, wasn't it terrible? I was so scared.
Rena, have you any idea what started this?
Oh, I don't know, Marshal. I was talking to them at the bar, and they suddenly got mad at each other, and they came out here. That's all I know.
What were you talking about, Rena?
Nothing. Just talking.
And why'd they get mad?
You know how men are.
Yeah, I know. I know how some of them are. I'll see you later, Matt.
Hey, yeah, sure, Kitty.
Marshal.
What, Rena?
Sometimes it's an awful burden being a woman. You understand, don't you?
I don't know, Rena. I'm not sure what I think.
don't want a steak without the flavor or a rose without the scent. No, you want it for real. And the same thing goes for smoking. You smoke for real, so why filter your fun? Why not go for all-out enjoyment with Chesterfield? Chesterfield, checked for perfection by Accuray, gives you more real full flavor, more real smoking pleasure.
And if you smoke for real smoke, Chesterfield, a real high-flying, satisfying Chesterfield, because you get much more of what you're smoking for in Chesterfield. They're for real.
More real flavor.
More real pleasure.
Checked for perfection by Accuray. They satisfy
the most. Try Chesterfield. They're for real.
Goodness, Mr. Dillon, I sure would hate to be buried that way, like them two fellas. Nobody not knowing who you are, not even a marker on your grave. It's a sad, poor way to end up.
Yeah.
It's been troubling you, too, ain't it?
Some, yeah.
And you've been awful quiet since yesterday.
I've been thinking, Chester. Oh, I'm going to the Long Branch here. You want to come?
Well, sure I do. They're pretty busy, ain't they?
Uh-huh.
Hello, Matt. Chester.
Hello, Miss Kitty.
You weren't at the burying, Kitty.
No.
Is Rena around?
Right over there at the bar with two men, as usual.
Oh?
Mr. Dillon, look, it's Ab Laster and that Garrett fellow.
Yeah.
I didn't know they was back in town.
It didn't take Rena long to find out.
What do you mean?
She brought him in with her when she came to work. But then, of course, she and Laster are old friends by now.
Now, Kitty.
Why don't you go over to the bar there, Matt? Have a drink on the house.
Why?
Eavesdrop a few minutes. You might learn something.
All right, Kitty, I will.
Miss Kitty, did you see
I tell you, Rena, honey, it sure is good to see you again.
Are you really going to take me to dinner, Mr. Laster?
Oh, why, sure, honey. You bet I am.
What about me? Ain't I invited?
Huh?
Well, I guess that depends on Mr. Laster.
Yeah. Well, some other time, Garrett. This here's going to be my night tonight.
Well, Ab, you make it sound like Mr. Garrett's not wanted.
Well, he ain't.
Well, you don't have to treat him like he's a dog.
Well, I ain't treating him like he's no dog. Am I, Garrett?
Well...
Of course you are. No man's going to put up with that, is he, Mr. Garrett?
Well, no.
No real man is.
No, by golly, now you take it back, Lester.
What? Oh, go on, Garrett, go on. Leave us alone.
Ab.
I ain't taking no more. Get your gun out, Lester.
All right, Garrett. That's how you want it.
Wait a minute!
You killed him. You killed him, Ab.
Give me your gun, Lester.
No.
Give it to me.
How you expect to take a man's gun when he's already got it in his hand, Marshal? Don't be a fool.
He killed him, Marshal. Don't let him get away with it.
Shut up, Rena.
Don't back away now, Marshal. You stay where you are.
Rena's tricked you into 2 fights already, Lester. You gonna let her do it again?
Stand still.
She likes men fighting over her. Don't you see that?
Leave her out of this. Now stand still.
You put up your gun, Lester.
No.
I was so worried. I thought sure he'd killed you. Oh, I was so scared.
Rena, 4 men have died because I wouldn't believe Kitty about you.
What?
Now you get out of Dodge. Now. And don't ever come back. Well, Kitty?
It's not your fault, Matt.
Yes, it is, Kitty. And I hope you never let me forget it.
Think what you'd miss if you filtered a kiss. No, you want it for real. And it's the same with smoking. Why filter your fun? Why not enjoy the all-out smoking pleasure of a real cigarette? A Chesterfield. Chesterfield gives you more real rich tobacco flavor, more real smoking satisfaction, cigarette after cigarette after cigarette.
And if you smoke for real, smoke Chesterfield. A real high-flying, satisfying Chesterfield. Because you get much more of what you're smoking for in Chesterfield. They're for real.
More real flavor.
More real pleasure.
Check for perfection by Accuray. They satisfy
the most. Try Chesterfield. They're for real.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Lynn Allen, Lawrence Dobkin, and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Who'd want a steak without the flavor, or a rose without the scent? No, you want it for real. And the same thing goes for smoking. You smoke for real. So why filter your fun? Why not go for all-out enjoyment?
And if you smoke for real, smoke Chesterfield. A real high-flying, satisfying Chesterfield. Because you get much more of what you're smoking for in Chesterfield. They're for real.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
I sure do thank you for that breakfast, Mr. Dillon.
Forget it, Chester.
My steaks, eggs, potatoes, and a glass of beer. Why, that could last a man clean to noon dinner.
I guess it could.
Mr. Dillon, you figure Emil will have your horse shod by the time we get there?
Oh, he should.
You think he's done him any good?
He's a good blacksmith, Chester. If he trimmed up his feet right before he reset those shoes, he ought to be fine.
Funny the way he took throwing his foreleg.
Yeah. Now, it looks like there's somebody else waiting.
Yeah. Gil Tolman, ain't it?
Yeah, I think it is.
I'm telling you something else, Dutchman. You can whistle for your money. You won't get it from me.
All right. I don't make you pay.
Morning after I got him home, he was so lame he couldn't walk. I'd have break your head.
Please, if it was my fault, something I did wrong, don't pay me anything.
That seems fair enough, Tolman.
Oh. Well, Marshal, this fool Dutchman messed up my pony, and then he wants to get paid on top of it.
Well, maybe it's a stone bruise.
It ain't no stone bruise, Marshal. It's pinched feet, that's what.
Is that the horse you're talking about?
Why, no, he's back at the place. This is another one.
How about my horse, Emil? You finished with him?
All finished. Now he walks good.
Ah, fine. Well, how much I owe you?
$2 all right, Marshal?
Sure. Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Chester, you get up behind. I'll ride you back to the office. Come on. There we go.
Marshal.
Yeah.
Mr. Tolman told lie.
Oh?
Yeah, the horse he ride just now is the one I shoot 2 days ago. You can see he's not lame.
He didn't seem to be.
There's sure nothing wrong the way he travels.
Emil, why's Tolman hoorahing you, huh? Do you know?
Maybe because I'm German. Maybe something else. Who knows?
Well, I'll ask him to settle his bill with you if you like.
No, Marshal.
Well, you won't get rich if you aren't paid, Emil.
Money is good, yeah, but better to have no enemies.
All right, Emil. Well, Chester, hang on.
Mercy on us! Mr. Dillon?
What, Chester?
Did you know that Lily Langtry's going to be here in a couple of weeks?
Oh, how did you know?
Mr. Hipple over at the Opera House told me. Oh. And in case I don't get to see her, he's going to let me have one of them big picture posters.
He is?
Yes, sir. The Jersey Lily. My, I sure would like to be tall hog at that trough.
Oh, hello, Matt and Chester.
Hello, Doc.
Hello, Doc. Hey, did you know Lily Langtry's going to be here, Doc?
Oh, of course, Chester. I already paid Hipple for a chair.
Oh.
Is this all you two got to do? Just sit around and talk?
Well, things are quiet, Doc. We can't always have a few shot-up cowboys just to keep you busy. Besides, we're waiting for the evening stage.
Wish I had the loan of $1. Maybe I'd get to see the Lily, too.
Chester, here.
Oh, no, sir.
Here's $1. Now, will you be quiet?
Well, sir, I sure do thank you, Mr. Dillon.
Marshal Dillon?
Oh, Emil, come in.
I just come by to see how your horse is.
Oh, fine, Emil, fine. I think that shoe and fixed him up.
Good.
Hey, you're all dressed up, Emil. You got your Sunday clothes on.
Yeah. I'm meeting stage 5 o'clock.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah. Got new wife coming.
Oh. You got one?
It's right.
Well, I didn't know you were married, Emil.
Oh, not yet married. I will get married after she arrives.
Well, forevermore. Who is it, Emil?
Well, I am doing good now. And want to have wife and children. But girls here in Dodge don't want husband. They like better the Texas Trail and Longhorn.
Well, there's a lot of excitement and money to be had working around a saloon.
That's true. So I answer advertisement in St. Louis paper.
You did what?
Advertisement says the young German woman wants husband. So I write to the paper and say, come to Dodge City, be wife of Emil Volheta.
And she's coming in on this evening's stage.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, well, that's just fine, Amy.
You got a place for her to stay?
Yeah, I talked to Mr. Green at the Dodge house.
Oh.
She'll stay there until I get a place ready behind my smithy.
It's here. The stage just pulled up the other side of the plaza.
Oh.
Well, good luck, Emil.
Oh. Marshal, you and Doc and Chester come too. I want you to meet Gretchen.
We'll be proud, Emil.
Yeah.
You know, funny thing, I'm not afraid of anything, but now my stomach is sick.
Yeah, there's only one woman getting off the stage. That must be her.
Yeah?
Ooh, she's a pretty little thing, ain't she?
Well, go on, Emil. She's standing there waiting. Oh, we'll stay here. Go on.
Well,
Well, go on, man. Go on. There's plenty of time to be nervous later.
Oh, well. Grüß Gott.
Guten Abend.
Ich bin Emil Volheta. Ich bin fröhlich und glücklich, dass Sie gekommen sind.
Herr Volheta?
Ich hoffe, die Reise war nicht
My,
zu schwer.
listen to that.
Nein, ganz gar nichts. Ich bin erfreut.
Makes you wonder how they can understand each other, don't it, talking that way?
Oh, Chester, for heaven's sake.
Liebe Leute, ich werde Sie Ihnen...
Oh, look, he's bringing her over here.
Sprechen Sie Englisch, Fräulein Gretchen?
Ja, natürlich.
Ach, gut. Marshal Dillon, Gentlemen, Miss Gretchen Schiller.
How do you do, gentlemen?
How do?
How do you do, ma'am? Welcome to Dodge, Miss Schiller.
Thank you, Marshal.
I hope you'll be happy here. You've certainly got a fine man.
I know much about him already. We have written.
Now, Marshal, I will take Gretchen to the hotel. Kommen Sie. Wir gehen jetzt. Gretchen, mal her.
She seems a little scared, doesn't she, Matt?
Now, Doc, she took a chance on coming out here.
Yeah, well, so did Emil. Getting married to a mail-order bride like buying a pig in a poke. You can't be sure till it's too late.
Oh, come on, Matt. This is an excuse for some sort of a celebration. I'll buy you a glass of rye. Hey, you too, Chester.
All right, Doc, since you're buying.
You know, I was just thinking, she's so little and Emil's so big, I hope he don't take it into his mind to beat her none.
Emil's about the gentlest man I've ever known, Chester.
And besides, Chester, men don't always beat their wives.
My pa did.
Well. Sam, set out some glasses and a bottle of rye whiskey.
So then when the stage comes in a few minutes ago, I see where he gets himself a gal bought out of a newspaper.
Gil Tolman
One
again,
of them
Mr. Dillon.
foreigners is all we need around here. Now there's two. We ought to tar and feather the both of them and send them on their way.
Doc, you and Chester wait here.
Tar and feathers is too good for foreigners that are trying to take over the town. Yes, sir. You're right.
Tolman, how drunk are you?
I ain't at all.
You talk like a man that's been drinking.
Ain't a man allowed to say what he thinks around Dodge no more, Marshal?
Not when he's thinking that way, Tolman.
This is between Woolhader and me. It has nothing to do with the law.
It's got a lot to do with me, Tolman. Now, you drink up and get out. And you take Spooner and Willie here with you.
Just a minute.
Now, you listen to me. All of you. Woolhader's trying to mind his own business. And if there's any trouble, I'll know who started it. And he'll go to jail.
You saying you're going to lock me up?
Tolman, if Emil Woolhader ever gets mad enough, he'll kill you with his bare hands. Now leave him and his girl alone.
Girl. Why, she's probably nothing but a little...
All right, Tolman. You and Spooner carry Willie out of here.
Okay, Marshal. We'll go. Just remember, I got a score to settle with that blacksmith.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first...
Later tonight, CBS Radio's Gangbusters again recreates a dramatic, spine-tingling, factual history of the pursuit and apprehension of some of the world's most dangerous criminals. Tonight's program reveals the story of a strange stick-up gang which comes to no good end in the case of the close-knit family. It's another story based on actual police files, telling the truth about criminals and crime. Don't miss the case of the close-knit family on Gangbusters over most of these same stations later tonight.
Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
By the end of the next week, Emil Wohlhader had finished fixing up the little room out behind his smithy. And the week after that, he married Gretchen Schiller. On their wedding night, they made quite a picture, standing there by the fire out behind the smithy. The great giant of a man and his tiny little bride, smiling and happy. Doc had come along, too, and he was busy with his fiddle. People were laughing and eating and drinking. Somebody had brought along a barrel of beer, and there were hard-boiled eggs and pickled pig's feet, roast chicken, and smoked beef. Some of the women had brought sugar cakes and dried apple pie, and some of the men, whiskey. It was good fun, until Tolman and his sidekicks arrived.
Well, I didn't think he'd show up here, Mr. Dillon.
No, neither did I.
Where's the dancing?
He's kind of drunk.
Yeah, so are Willie and Spooner.
Willie, go find yourself a gal. You too, Spooner. Me, I got one waiting. I'm gonna dance with this little old gal. How about it, Mrs. Woolhader?
Emil?
Come on, gal, dance. He don't care.
Emil?
We are all friends here. But
Nobody's dancing right now, Tolman. Why don't you forget it, huh?
Well, if it ain't the marshal.
You are welcome here, Mr. Tolman. There's food on the table and drink.
I don't want nothing to drink. I want to dance. Doc, start that fiddle playing. Come on, you. We're gonna dance.
Maybe you drink too much to dance.
Don't you lay a hand on me.
Why don't you just go home, Tolman, sleep it off?
Me and Gretchen's gonna dance, that's why. Come on.
I'm sorry to do this, Mr. Tolman. Put me down. But now we put you in the water trough.
Put me down.
Cool you off.
You stupid ox. Put me down.
All right. There you go.
Well, that'll quiet him some, Abel.
Better than hurting him, I think.
You filthy Dutchman. I'll pay you back for that. Come on, Willie. Spooner, let's go.
Everybody, have fun. No troubles on wedding night of Gretchen and
And there wasn't any more trouble that night, or in the week that followed. I kept my eyes open, but there was no sign of Tolman or his two wranglers, and Dodge was pretty peaceful. Then late one night, trouble did come, but not the way I'd expected it. I'd fallen asleep on a cot in the office.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon.
What?
Wake up, Mr. Dillon.
What's the matter? What's the matter, Chuck?
There's a fire.
What?
It's the blacksmith shop. I come as quick as I could.
Well, is it bad,
Yes,
Chester?
sir. A bunch of the men are out there now.
Where's Emil?
I don't know. Nobody's seen him.
How about Gretchen?
Miss Kitty's with her. She's pretty upset.
Oh.
By the time we got bucket lines going, the place is just about burned to the ground.
Well, how did it start? Do you know?
No, sir, I don't. But a shack like that flares up pretty quick. They didn't have time to get anything out, beds or tables or the like.
Well, there doesn't seem to be much left but a pile of coals.
Look, there ain't. Oh, there's Miss Kitty. Over there. And Gretchen.
Yeah.
Oh, Matt.
Mrs. Woolhater. Kitty.
Oh, Marshal. He's gone, all gone. And Emil worked so hard.
Now, it's going to be all right, Miss Woolhater. Kitty, why don't you take her on over to your place, huh?
Oh, that's a good idea. Come on, honey.
Oh, no, I can't. Emil will be back. He'll worry.
Well, the marshal can tell him where you are.
Where is your husband, Gretchen?
He was called away
Oh? When?
a few hours ago. A man came for him, said he was needed.
Well, who was it?
He was one of the men who came our wedding night.
Oh, she means the night of the chivalry, Matt.
Yeah. It must have been Willie or Spooner.
Yeah, that's right.
Gretchen! Gretchen, Liebchen. Liebchen, bist du verletzt?
Oh, Emil, der Gott. Ich war so bang spät.
Emil, it burned too fast. The men couldn't get water to it.
Yeah, I know, Marshal. I've heard, but Gretchen is safe.
Yeah.
That is important.
I'm going to take her with me, Mr. Woolhader.
You're very kind, Miss Kitty. Right now, she needs a woman.
Yeah. Come on, Gretchen. Let's go.
Yeah, all right.
Marshal, I think somebody set that fire.
Oh, why do you think so, Emil?
Somebody wanted me away from my place. So he told me I was needed down the trail towards Willow Bend. But there was no team of horses with thrown shoes.
Well, maybe you just missed him in the dark.
Well, didn't the man who came for you wait to lead you back?
No, he rode on. By the time I dressed, he was gone.
Did you know him, Emil?
Yeah. It was the man Spooner. He works with Tolman.
No, he works for Tolman.
Yeah, and Tolman's just mean enough to do it.
He is.
Look, Emil, if you'll say that Tolman did it, I'll have him in jail by morning.
No, Marshal. No, this I settle myself.
I won't have any killing, Emil.
No. There will be no killing, Marshal, but for the first time, I am getting very angry. Not so much for me, but for little Gretchen.
Oh, what are you going to do?
I will wait. And when I see Tolman, I will teach him lesson.
You want more coffee, Mr. Dillon?
No, thanks, Chester.
Did you know Emil Woolhader's been just standing across the plaza there all morning?
He's waiting, Chester.
Waiting?
Yeah, it's Saturday, and Tolman always comes to town Saturday for his week's supplies. He probably figures if he didn't come in this morning, people would suspect he was afraid to.
Yep. By golly, Emil's still there. Just standing. You think Tolman knows Emil's after him?
I don't know, Chester.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
He's coming. Tolman's coming. And he's got Willie Sachs and Spooner with him.
Come on, Chester, let's step out onto the porch, huh? I think we need a little air.
Yes, sir. Hey, look. Look at the three of them. Walking right down the middle of the plaza.
Yeah. Oh, Tolman, come over here a minute, huh?
Why, sure, Marshal. What do you want?
Tolman?
That crazy Dutchman.
All right, Tolman, you and your men drop your guns.
Well, now, wait a minute, Marshal.
Drop them, I said. That's better. Now, gentlemen, I think the blacksmith wants to talk with you.
What?
Mr. Tolman. I don't mind when you don't. pay me for work. I don't mind when you are a little drunk. But when you do something to upset my wife, I mind very much.
What are you talking about?
I'm going to fight you, Torman, and hurt you.
You lay a hand on me and Spooner and Willie here will tear you to pieces.
I don't want to fight other men. But if they try to stop me, it's too bad.
You are crazy.
No. Just very mad.
I'll see that they come at you only one at a time, Abel.
Please, Marshal, you stay out of it, out. If they want to come at me at the same time, let them.
Boys, get the Dutchman. Now, wait, old lady, wait.
Torman.
All right, Abel, that's enough. Abel! Abel, stop it! Stop it!
Yeah.
Chester, run up and get the doctor.
I'm right here, Matt. I saw the whole thing. Oh, my, what a beautiful fight. What a beautiful thing.
All right, some of you men there, will you help Doc carry these three men up to his
That's
place?
right, young fella, get the feet there. Get careful now, careful. Watch their heads against the stairs. Get that man's face out of the dust.
My gracious alive, I never seen nothing like it.
Yeah. Well, Emil, you want Doc to have a look at you?
No worse than shoeing Missouri mule. No, Marshal. I go to Gretchen. It is time we start building new home.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Mr. Macdonald, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Gene Bates, Vic Perrin, and Luke Krugman. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
When rustlers are on the loose, Gene Autry isn't long getting on their trail tomorrow night on most of these same CBS stations. Don't miss Gene's adventure titled Maisie's Boys, and a hard lot you'll find them, too. It's the Gene Autry Show with songs by the Melody Ranchers and Adventure 2 tomorrow night at the Star's address. Stay tuned now for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
I never thought of Dodge as a thing of beauty, Mr. Dillon, but it's looking kindly pretty to me today.
Yeah, it's been a hot trip.
Sure am glad to be back.
You'd have done as good to stay right here.
We picked you up, didn't we?
We ain't gonna do you no good.
What do you mean by that?
Forget it, Chester. Take the horses around to the stable, will you, Chester? Ask Moss to rub them down.
Well, yes, sir, but don't you want me to help you lock this fella up?
I think I can handle it.
We ain't gonna be for long.
There, you see now, Mr. Dillon, there he goes, talking
Never
like
mind,
that.
Chester. Just go along, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right, Clary, come on.
I just soon tell you, Marshal.
Oh? Tell me what?
That you ain't gonna keep me locked up. My brother North, he ain't gonna stand for it.
All right, get in there.
My brother North, you'll come after me for sure.
Uh-huh.
You better listen to me, Marshal. I'm telling you true, he'll get me out.
You know, I wish I had $1 for every man I've locked up who said that and who stayed right here until I let him out.
Well, North's different.
Maybe so, but I wouldn't hold my breath until he got you out.
I tell you,
Now, why don't you settle down and shut up? Huh?
You see?
Yeah, I'll see.
Another beer, Marshal?
No thanks, Sam. On a day like this, I'm afraid it'd put me to sleep.
Yeah, all right. I'd like to buy you a beer, Marshal.
Oh? I don't know you, do I?
Well, no, Marshal, not yet. I was figuring on changing that.
What's your name?
Nort Small.
Oh.
You know my brother Cleary, Marshal?
Yeah. He's in my jail.
I was aiming to talk a little about that.
Well, go on. Talk.
Marshal, I just figured we could make a deal. A regular business deal, you might say.
I wouldn't offer a bribe if I were you.
Why, I ain't even thinking that way, Marshal.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
No, sir, no. I'm a gambler, Marshal Dillon. I'll gamble for anything. Money, horses, a woman.
Or your brother?
Well, just let's look at it like this, Marshal. We sit down to a few hands of poker. You could win a lot of money that way.
And you'd win Cleary, huh?
Well, an accident could happen, couldn't it? He could get out.
An accident can happen to anybody, Swamp.
Well, now, listen.
You listen to me. You say you're a gambler. Well, if I were you, I'd bet on a poker game or a woman, but I sure wouldn't bet on getting Cleary out of jail.
Every man has his price, Marshal.
Yeah, folks say that.
And don't be too high and mighty with me. You got your price, too, and I'll find out what it is.
Get out.
You mark my words.
I said get out.
Sure, Marshal. Next time, maybe it'll be my play.
Don't count on it. Sam, I guess I'll have that beer after all.
All right, Marshal.
I'll get it for you, Matt.
Oh. Well, thanks, Kitty.
There you
Giving me pretty quick service.
are. Because I won't be seeing you for a while.
Are you that anxious to get away?
Well, I can't deny a few days away from Dodge won't break my heart.
Yeah. You want me to pick up your stage ticket for you?
Oh, I got that yesterday, Matt. I wasn't taking any chances on missing it.
No, you sure weren't. Well, I'll come by and carry your bag down for you.
Thanks, Matt. Don't be late.
Don't worry. I won't. I don't want you to blame me if you miss the stage.
And now, here are Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Bergie, I think someone's looking for you.
Oh, Mr. Bergen. Well, hello, Effie Clinker. What's wrong?
My car battery is run down. I think it's an acid condition.
Oh, I see. Well, have you seen a serviceman?
Well, I had a blind date with a sailor last night, but he got away.
No, I mean a mechanic. Seeing you own a General Motors car, you should see your GM dealer for service. His mechanics are GM trained. They have specialized tools and factory-approved parts to provide your fine GM car with the GM care it deserves. So if you own a Chevrolet car or truck, a Pontiac, an Oldsmobile, Buick, Cadillac, or a GMC truck, you should make a date with a General Motors serviceman.
Oh, that sounds exciting. Will he have blue eyes?
Whoa, hey. That road don't seem to get no smoother, I'll say that for it.
Certainly doesn't.
You know, I heard a doctor once. He said it was good for your innards getting thrown around like this.
Well, that may be, but it's hard on the rest of you.
That's sure a fact.
Well, we'll be in Dodge for long.
Yeah, I won't be sorry about that.
I don't think I will either this time. Get out of here. Climb up. Here. Find road. Road. It help.
You ain't walking very steady, ma'am. You all right?
Stage. On bank.
Why, it's the marshal.
The stage. Somebody help.
Here now. Here. You sit right down there and I'll see to things. I'll take care of you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'll take care of you real good.
Marshal! I ain't had no food since this morning.
The way you're going, you're not likely to hurry it up any.
Now, you listen here, Marshal. A man has a right to his dinner.
You haven't starved yet.
Well, it ain't your fault. The stuff that Chester feeds me.
You eat it or you don't. It doesn't make much difference to me one way or the other.
I got a lot to get even with you when I get out.
Yeah, when you get out.
You better be ready, Marshal.
Mr. Dillon! Mr. Dillon!
Yeah, back here, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, it's just awful.
Oh, what's awful?
Ain't nobody left alive. Bodies and dead horses. That's all they could find.
What are you talking about?
Mr. Dillon, there's been a wreck, a terrible bad stage wreck.
What? Where?
A few miles north. Stage pitched down off the bank there and turned over.
A Coming from the north?
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Have you told Doc?
No, sir, not yet.
All right, go get him.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Go on, Chester. I'll meet you at the livery stable.
But, Mr. Dillon...
What is it now?
Ain't that the stage Miss Kitty was coming back on?
Yeah, Chester, it is. All right, go on now and get Doc, and let's get going.
Yes, sir. Right away. There it is, Mr. Dillon. Right down there.
Yeah.
Oh, that driver must have really been whipping them horses around that curve.
Or else they were spooked.
Hello, Marshal.
Hello, Joe.
This is the worst mess I ever seen.
Yeah.
Milt and me, we laid him out over here. Done the best we could.
Doc's on his way.
I don't think there's nothing for him to do, Marshal. You can see for yourself. We didn't see no signs of life.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
She ain't there. Miss Kitty ain't there.
Joe.
Yeah, Marshal?
That's all you found? There isn't... nobody was thrown out anyplace else, huh?
Well, not that we could see when we come on her, Marshal. And me and Milt looked around pretty good. We wanted to be sure.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Joe. You did a good job.
Well, sure, Marshal.
Come on, Chester. Let's look around.
Yes, sir. I sure am glad about Miss Kitty.
Yeah. Joe, did you shoot these horses?
No, Marshal. They were shot when we found them.
Thanks.
Somebody must have been here before, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Somebody sure shot the horses.
It's a good thing they was put out of their misery.
Whoever did it, his trail has been trampled down by everybody who's been here since.
Well, he done a nice thing, whoever it was. I wonder what made Miss Kitty change her mind about coming home on this stage, I mean.
I'm wondering about that, too, Chester.
Well, there's probably a message at the telegraph office.
Yeah. Maybe there is.
Sure am surprised, Mr. Dillon. I was sure there'd be a message. It just ain't like Miss Kitty not letting us know and all.
Yeah.
Of course, it could be that she maybe wanted to surprise us. That could be. I say that could be, couldn't it, Mr. Dillon?
What? What's that?
Well, I was just saying it could be that Miss Kitty maybe was wanting to surprise us.
Oh. Yeah, maybe so.
Marshal Dillon,
Yeah, boy?
I'm supposed to give you this.
Well, Mr. Dillon...
Where'd you get this?
I was fishing on Cripple Creek.
Where?
Near the Big Bend.
Yeah, go on.
A man come by and give me some money to bring this to you.
What, did you know him?
Never seen him before.
You sure?
Honest, Marshal, I ain't done nothing.
All right, you can go along, son.
I was supposed to tell you there's a note in it.
Yeah, thanks.
Mr. Dillon, ain't that Miss Kitty's purse?
Yeah.
She all right?
I don't know, Chester. The note says to bring Doc. All right, go on. Get the horses.
Oh, brother. Oh. Hello, Matt. Chester. Well, I came as soon as I got the message.
Hello, Doc.
Howdy, Doc. Well, what are you doing out here? Nobody's lived on this place since old man Craig left 5 years ago.
I'm not sure, Doc, but I'm hoping we'll find Kitty.
Here?
Yeah, here, read this note. It was brought to me in Kitty's purse.
Yeah, let me see here. Come to old Craig place. Bring Doc. Well, what does it mean?
I don't know, Doc. Somebody must have Kitty. That's all I know.
Well, did you look around here?
Of course I looked around.
Well, all right. I was just wondering.
Mr. Dillon, look yonder.
Now, that's Nort Small.
Hello there, Marshal. See, you got my message.
Where did you take Kitty, Nort?
Why, I rescued her from an awful wreck, Marshal Dillon.
Where is she?
Now, take it easy.
She better be all right.
Well, now, I'm going to a lot of trouble about that, Marshal. I told you to bring Doc, didn't I?
He can't do anything unless he sees her.
Oh, I aimed for him to see her. That's why I rode all this way.
All right, let's go, then.
Oh, not you, Marshal. Just the Doc. And on one condition.
What's that?
That you stay here, nice and quiet, until Doc comes back. Agreed? Well, now, the little lady's life depends on it.
All right. Go on, Doc.
Yeah, sure, man.
That's being smart, Marshal Dillon. Real smart. You better stay that way.
They've been gone an awful long time, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Couldn't we... Mr. Dillon, couldn't we have followed them?
Yeah, we could have followed them.
I sure do hate just sitting around here while Miss Kitty's laying there hurt.
That's why we're sitting here.
How's that?
To keep her from getting hurt worse.
Well, I guess you're right.
I better be right. Here they come.
Oh, there. Yes.
You see her, Doc?
I saw her, Matt. She's badly hurt. She didn't know me.
Yeah, the doc says she's in a bad way. Needs a lot of taking care of.
I want to take her back to town, Matt. She needs nursing.
Why didn't you bring her with you?
Why, you know why, Marshal.
You tell me.
Well, it's simple. I figure the doc can go right back to her.
Back where?
Oh, you're a smart man, but you ain't that smart. You ain't going to find out where.
All right, Doc goes back. It's all right with me.
It's all right with me, too, Marshal, just as soon as you get back here from Dodge.
Oh, I see.
Sure you see. You bring Cleary here, and Doc brings Kitty. It's a simple exchange, Marshal.
You better do it, Matt.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Sure you will, Marshal. I told you. You have your price just like anybody else.
Yeah. Just be sure it isn't too high. All right, come on, Chester. We're riding back to town.
Get the really light refreshment. This is where I talk, Kay. Get the really light refreshment. That's Pepsi-Cola, of course.
I just wanted to say be sociable, Charlie.
Of course, Kay. Be sociable. Have a Pepsi on the road or at home. It always refreshes without filling.
Charlie.
Pick up extra cartons now. Pepsi is so delicious it goes fast. That's why you should keep plenty of Pepsi on hand.
Oops. Maybe I'd better sing.
Be sure to say keep Pepsi handy.
Yes, Charlie. But the song says it sociably. Be sociable. Look smart. Keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair. Get an air. Be sociable. Have a Pepsi.
What Kay means is get plenty of Pepsi next time you shop.
Well, yes.
What's the matter, Marshal? Might as well sit down and take it easy. Of course, I guess you can't blame him none for being nervous, Cleary.
Them big men all get nervous when they ain't got their guns.
Sure is a lot of smart talk going on around here, ain't there, Mr. Dillon?
Don't worry about it, Chester.
Oh, I ain't worried.
He ain't worried, he says. Well, he ought to be worried. Ain't that so, Nort?
Well, now, Cleary, I don't know about that. If he behaves himself until the doc gets back with the woman, he might come off all right.
Well, what are we waiting for? Why don't we just go now?
No, we can't. We sort of made a bargain about it, Cleary. I figure we ought to show the marshal when the small boys make a deal, they keep their word.
Well, that surprises me some.
I got a notion to fix you.
No. Chester there's too old for you to pick on.
I ain't neither too old. By Jim, I'll show you right this minute.
Chester.
Well, he's just plain asking for it,
Sit
Mr.
down.
Dillon. I don't rightly feel like sitting down.
I said sit down.
All right.
That marshal sure is a big man ordering folks around, ain't he, Cleary?
I'd like to order him around.
Yeah, I bet you would. All right, then, Cleary, you take a crack at it. Order him around a little bit.
Why, sure I will, Nort. Sure I will. Let's see now.
Chester, before we get out of here, I want you to fill our canteen.
That's it, Marshal. You fill our canteen.
I'll go do it, Mr. Dillon.
No, never mind, Chester. I'll do it.
You bet your life he'll do it with my gun on him. Bring him here, Marshal. Now empty him. All right, now, go fill him. Nice and cold now.
Some folks just plain gotta be a smart aleck.
You shut up there or I'll crack your head with this gun.
I'll leave him be, Clary. We ain't never had to pick on puny fellas like him.
Sure not. Just a big one.
Well, I'm plenty big for the likes of you.
I ain't gonna hear much more talk.
There ain't gonna be no more
Never
talk.
mind, Chester.
But, Mr. Dillon...
I said never mind.
Well, that's right smart of you, Marshal. Now go put them canteens back on our saddles.
Mr. Dillon, here they come.
Yeah, I see him.
You see, Marshal? When I make a deal, I stick to it.
How is she, Doc?
She's better, Matt. She'll make it.
Matt,
Yeah, Kitty.
my purse. Doc says you have my purse.
Yeah. It's back at the office.
Don't lose anything out of it.
You see, Matt, when a woman starts worrying about things like that, she's going to be all right.
Good. Now, that's fine, Doc. All right, take her on then, huh?
All right.
I guess we'll be on our way, too, Marshal. We got a long ride.
Well, it'll seem long.
Maybe you'll remember, Marshal, about a man and his price.
Yeah. I think maybe we'll both remember.
Mr. Dillon,
Uh-huh.
I swear it just sticks in my craw.
Oh, how's that?
Well, you having to be so meek and nice and let them two fellows off scot-free?
Don't worry about it.
I ain't exactly worrying about it. I'd do anything to make sure Miss Kitty was all right. But seeing them ride off bold as brass and seeing you even have to fill their canteens for them, well, it just don't set right, Mr. Dillon.
Well, it's not going to set right with them either, Chester.
How's that?
You know why old man Craig left this place?
Well, sure I don't.
Because that pond is full of bad water. His stock kept dying off on him.
Mr. Dillon, you mean...
Yeah, it's a hot day, Chester. Swilling that water all day, they'll either be dead or sick enough to come along peaceable. We'll wait a day and then ride out and pick them up. Okay?
Okay, Mr. Dillon.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Barney Phillips, James Nusser, and Richard Beale. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hello, Laurie. Oh, hello, Kitty. I thought you weren't coming to work till this evening.
It's hotter at the boarding house than it is here in the saloon.
Hey, you got your hair fixed different.
Yeah. How you like it done up like this?
Nice, real nice.
Maybe I'll have it this way then. See what some of the men think of it.
Honey, it isn't the way you fix your hair that attracts men.
Oh, I know that. Just thought some of them might notice, that's all.
They will. One in particular.
You mean Roke?
Uh-huh. How is he, by the way? I haven't seen him in here the last few days.
He's been doing some ranch work for old man Johnson.
Sounds like he's settling down. You better watch out, Laurie. He's liable to ask you to marry him.
No, not Roke. He likes me, but he won't ask me to marry him.
Well, you can never tell.
I'm a saloon girl, Kitty. Men don't ask saloon girls to marry him.
It's happened?
Not to me, it hasn't.
Well, look at that.
What?
Looks like you've got company.
Howdy, Miss Kitty. Laurie.
Hello, Roke.
Hello, Roke.
Well, I got some work to do. I'll see you later.
All right. Bye, Kitty.
Kitty. You mind if I sit down?
Well, you just help yourself. You finished your job?
Oh, yeah. He just wanted some fence fix. It didn't amount to much.
You make enough money to buy me some beer?
Sure. Sam, bring us a couple of beers, will you?
Right away.
Hey, you know, I kind of missed you the past few days, Laurie.
Why, you sound surprised.
Well, there ain't many women I ever missed.
Now, what makes me so special?
I don't know. Just when I was out there fixing the fence, I just got thinking about you. About, how you move and walk and all.
Well, most people move and walk.
Oh, yeah, but it's different with you. You know what I mean.
Here's your beer.
Thank you, Sam.
Now, come on, Rogue. Tell me what you mean. What makes me so different from other people?
You know what I mean, Laurie. Just thinking about you just made me want to come to town, that's all.
Well, I sure didn't know you liked me because of the way I walk.
Oh, it ain't only that, you know it.
Well, that's what you said.
No, I done no such of a thing. You're just putting words in my mouth.
Now, maybe I should get up, and walk for you
Oh,
now.
come on, Laura. You just cut out teasing me.
I think you're getting mad.
No, Shucks. No, I ain't getting mad.
Of course, I could go tease some other man. Maybe they wouldn't get so riled.
What?
Like that when they just came in.
You mean whiskey, Buck?
Yes, sir. I bet he ain't took a bath in 6 months.
Yeah. Or seen a woman.
No, likely not. He's a buffalo hunter, I guess.
You know, maybe after all that time, he needs to see something besides buffalo and sagebrush. I think I'll go over.
Laura, no, Laura, leave him be.
That'd be fun.
No, you be careful, Laura. You never tell about a fella like that.
You're jealous, Rogue.
No, I ain't. No, it's just I don't like to see you get all tangled up with something you can't handle, because like you said, he probably ain't seen a woman in 6 months.
I think you really are jealous.
Oh, no, all right, you go on ahead, see if I care.
All right. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, sure.
So?
You talking to me?
Well, no. A gentleman usually takes his hat off when he's talking to a lady.
Why, well, yes, ma'am. I reckon I plumb forgot my manners.
What's your name?
Wilson, ma'am. Chug Wilson.
Oh, that's a handsome name. You a buffalo hunter?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'll bet you're just about the best buffalo hunter there is, too.
I got my share of hides right enough.
Why don't you buy me a drink, Chug?
Yes, ma'am. Barkeep?
Yes, sir.
Give me another glass.
My name is Lori.
Lori?
Mm-hmm.
Here you are.
Thanks. Lori, that's a pretty name.
How long you been in Dodge, Chug?
I just rode in. Here you are, ma'am.
Thanks. Well, I'm sure glad you did ride in.
You are?
Of course I am.
When I get to town, there ain't usually many women that'll bother talking to me.
Well, you've got one talking to you now.
Yes, ma'am, and it's downright pleasurable.
You gonna stay in Dodge a while?
I was only aiming to be here long enough to sell my hides, Miss Laurie, but I just might stay a piece.
Well, that'd be real nice, Chug. You can buy me another drink sometime.
I could buy you one tonight. I could buy you a whole table full of drinks tonight after I sell my hides. You'll be here, won't you? I mean, you ain't going nowheres?
No, I'll be here.
Well, that's fine, Miss Laurie. That's just fine. I'll get my business took care of, but I'll be back later on.
Sure.
Bye, Miss Laurie.
Bye. What'd I tell you? He really hasn't seen a woman in months, maybe not talked to one in years.
Yeah, he sure was stumbling all over himself.
I thought I'd bust out laughing.
Yeah.
Well, didn't you think it was funny?
Well, Laura, he might have took you more serious than you figure.
I'll let him buy me a drink sometime. He'll forget all about it.
Yeah. I just hope you ain't piling up trouble for yourself.
Oh, Rog, I'm just having fun, that's all. Just having fun. Getting kind of late, Laurie. I'm about ready to close up. I'll close up for you, Kitty. I promised Roke I'd wait for him. Oh. All right. Why don't you sit down for a minute? Yeah, I think I will. I'm tired. Sure were a lot of people in here tonight. Yeah. I swear, I don't know where they all come from. Well, Dodge is growing. Sometimes I wish it'd stop. Oh, hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty. Laurie.
How are you, Marshal?
I'm fine, thanks.
Sam's gone, but I'll get you a beer if you want, Matt.
No, thanks, Kitty. I was just on my way by. I thought maybe I'd walk you home.
I'd like it better if you'd carry me. My feet hurt.
Maybe next time.
Well, you don't mind closing up, Laurie? Of course not. I told Sam I'd put the glasses away anyhow. Good night, then. Good night. Good night, Marshal.
Good night, Laurie.
Hello, Roke. Oh, I thought you were Roke.
I'm right sorry it took me so long getting back here, Miss Laurie. It's mighty nice to see you're waiting for me, though.
I'm waiting for somebody else, Chug.
You promised you'd have a drink with me.
Some other time. I'm tired now.
You promised.
That was this afternoon. Now I'm tired, and I just want to be left alone. So leave me alone, huh?
Well, I don't hardly seem right.
Well, that's the way it is.
I don't figure it that way, Miss Laurie. You and me, we're going to have a drink now.
Now, listen. I don't want a drink, and I sure don't want one with you.
You was powerful nice to me this afternoon. How come you ain't that way now?
I was having fun this afternoon. Now I'm not, so get out of here.
Miss Laurie, I ain't never had a woman talk to me the way you done.
I told you to get out of here.
I've made up my mind about you.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I reckon you and me, we're going to get along just fine.
You and me? You get out of here. I'll break a bottle over your head. Did you hear what I said?
What's wrong, Laurie? You got some trouble?
Everything's fine, mister.
Wait, ain't you a buffalo hunter was in here this afternoon?
That's right. In Miss Laurie, she said she'd have a drink with me.
Now, look, she's just funning you today. That didn't mean nothing.
It did to me.
Come on, Laurie. I'll take you home.
You ain't had your drink yet, Miss Laurie.
No, and I'm not going to. Let's go, Rope.
Yeah.
Just hold it. Right where you're at. Here's your drink, Miss Laurie.
Well, now, look, Chuck.
You just keep shut, Mr. Roke. Take your drink, Miss Laurie.
Well, I told you she don't want it.
You knocked that glass out of my hand.
Yeah, and I'm going to do a lot more if you don't leave her alone.
I'll squash you.
No, Chuck, please.
Squash
No,
you
put him
like
down.
a bucket.
Please. Look, Chuck, I'll have a drink with you. I promise. I'll have a drink. Let it go.
All right, Miss Laurie.
You all right, Roke? You hurt bad?
You stay away from her, you hear, Mr. Roke? From now on, you stay away.
You don't own her, and you better know it.
I'll tell you something. Miss Laurie, she belongs to me. I've been thinking on it real hard, and I've made up my mind.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
I declare Delmonico's cooking is just getting better all the time. That was a good steak.
Better? It tasted like shoe leather.
What?
You heard me, shoe leather.
Mr. Dillon, was that a good steak or not?
Well, I don't know, Chester. I didn't have one.
If you think it was so bad, Doc, why in tarnation you eat here?
Where else am I going to eat?
Well, do your own cooking.
Oh, yes. I'd do that, Jesse. Yeah, I'd sure do that. Only I'm not blessed with as much leisure time as some people I know.
Leisure time? Why, you ain't done a lick of work all morning. You just been sitting over there in front of the Dodge House watching
Chester,
folks.
why don't you shut
well,
up?
he started it, Mr. Dillon.
Marshal, I seen you in here. I got to talk to you.
Oh, what's the trouble, Roke?
Well, it's Chug Wilson.
Well, who's Chug Wilson?
He's a buffalo hunter coming to Dodge yesterday.
Yeah, so?
Well, last night he most choked me to death.
Oh, you look all right to me.
Well, that's just because Laurie begged him out of it.
Laurie?
Yeah. Now, he thinks he owns her just because she... Well, she shined up to him, but that ain't the half of it.
Oh,
Marshal.
what else?
Well, this afternoon, just a little while back, I went looking for Laura, and I couldn't find her, so I went to her boarding house. I knocked on the door. Now, who should open it but that Chug Wilson?
Well, maybe Laurie invited him over.
No, she didn't. She wouldn't do that. And besides, I seen her sitting right there in a chair, and she was all scared looking.
Was she hurt?
Well, I don't know. Because before I could do anything, when he picked me up, he threw me clean down the stairs, like to broke every bone in my body. Now, Marshal, I want you to do something, Marshal. Throw him in jail.
I'm not going to throw a man in jail unless he breaks the law or hurts somebody, Roke. You don't look hurt to me.
You're not going to do nothing?
I'll find Chug Wilson and hear his side of it.
Well, if you ain't some marshal.
I haven't got time to nursemaid every drifter that comes to Dodge and looks cow-eyed at one of the saloon girls.
All right, and you just better start building a pine box big enough to hold Chug Wilson, Marshal, because I'm going to get him. I'm going to fix him good.
Mr. Dillon, he's mad enough to shoot somebody.
Yeah. Come on, Chester. We better find out what this is all about.
Yes, sir.
See you later, Doc.
Yes, all right. So long, Doc. Maybe Chug Wilson's still at the boarding house, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, maybe.
Marshal.
What?
Please. Marshal, you gotta help me.
Oh, what is it, Laurie? What's the matter?
That buffalo hunter, Chug Wilson. He just walked into my room, grabbed me, and told me I had to go with him. Then Roke come to the door, and Chug threw him down the stairs.
Yeah, Roke told me.
I was scared. I ran out when he was fighting with Roke. I went to your office, but you weren't there, so I hid in the alley.
What started all this, Laurie?
Oh, a joke, Marshal. Just a crazy joke.
What kind of a joke?
Oh, yesterday when Chug come to town, Roke and I were talking, and I thought it'd be funny if I kind of made up to Chug, you know, teased him a little.
Oh. That kind of a joke isn't very funny, Laurie.
Well, how was I to know he was going to take it
You
serious?
fool with a man's feelings, you're going to get in trouble.
Marshal, please, you got to keep him away from me. He's going to do something crazy. I just know it.
Laurie?
There he is. He's come for me.
Now, you just take it easy. If you don't want to go with him, you don't have to.
How come you run out on me, Laurie? You shouldn't. Who are you?
I'm the marshal here, Chug.
You trying to get Laurie away from me, Marshal?
I'm not trying to do anything, but Laurie doesn't want you.
That ain't so.
Why don't you ask her?
There's no need. Yesterday in the saloon, she told me she was mighty glad I come to town. Right then she told me.
I was only having some fun yesterday.
It said Roke Judson. He's trying to turn you against me.
Chug, you just can't grab a woman and run off with her because she told you she's glad you came to town.
Why not?
Because I'm telling you right now, you stay away from Laurie. Don't you go near her anymore.
Laurie's mine, Marshal. She's been mine since I first seen her yesterday. And ain't nobody gonna take her away from me. Not you. Not nobody.
Chester.
Oh, morning, Mr. Dillon. You want some coffee?
Yeah, maybe it'll wake me up.
You know, I've been worrying about Chug Wilson and Laurie all night long. Do you suppose he'll leave her alone like you told him to?
Oh, I don't know, Chester.
Makes you feel kind of sorry for him, don't it? I mean, the way she was teasing him and all.
Yeah, she's paying for it now.
Well, yes, sir, but so is Chug.
Well, he'll get over it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, Chester, what did you make this coffee with? Axle grease?
Why, it's the same as I always make it. Only this time I put in a little more chicory.
Well, next time try washing out the pot, huh?
Washing out the pot? Well, now, if you ain't careful, you can wash the flavor clean out of a pot by doing that. Well, hello, Ma.
Chester, where's that? Oh, Marshal.
What's the matter, Moss?
Well, maybe it ain't nothing. But it just seemed kind of funny, that's all.
Oh, what's wrong?
About an hour ago, this big buffalo hunter come into my stable. Chug something or other. I never did hear his last name. He wanted a horse and rig, so I rented him one. And then him and this girl lit out.
Girl?
Yeah, you know, that saloon girl, Laurie. And I got to thinking afterwards. That Lori, she looked awful scared.
Mr. Dillon, he's done it. He's kidnapped her.
Come on, Chester.
At least the buggy trail's easy to follow, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, doesn't look like they're moving very fast.
I wonder how come Chuck to do a thing like that.
Well, he's a stubborn man, Chester.
I don't know, but it sure does seem crazy.
I guess when Chuck makes up his mind, nothing's going to change
Mr.
it.
Dillon, look. There's somebody hanging from that tree yonder.
Yeah, let's go. Here, give me a hand, Chester.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. Roke Judson. Hey, easy now.
His neck's broke.
Yeah, and it didn't happen long ago.
No, sir. Mr. Dillon, do you suppose Chuck Wilson done this?
Yeah, it looks that way. Pull up, Chester.
That's it, ain't it? That's Moss Grimmick's buggy down there by the creek. I don't see Laurie nowhere, so.
No, but there's Chug walking around.
Yes, sir.
Come on. Chug?
Hello, Marshal. I was just looking at our ranch.
You were what?
Our ranch. I bought this piece of land this morning for Laurie and me. Sure is pretty bottom land, ain't it?
Where is she, Chug?
What?
Laurie, where is she?
Over there in the buggy.
Chester, go and see.
All right, sir.
I was going to show her the land. Now there ain't no use.
Mr. Dillon? She's dead, Mr. Dillon. She's been shot.
Yeah.
Laurie and me, we were going to go to Hayes City and get married. She pretended she didn't want to and all, but I know different.
Chug.
I was going to show her the land first off so she'd know she had something good to come
Chug,
to.
what happened?
Roke Judson. He was waiting for Laurie and me out on the road.
Waiting for you?
He shot at me, but he hit Laurie. So I took his gun away and hung him from a tree.
Yeah, we found him.
Why'd he do that? Why'd he shoot at us? I never done him no harm.
You threw him down some stairs. You took his woman.
She was my woman.
Well, Roke didn't think so.
We just didn't know, that's all.
No, I guess he didn't.
You gonna put me in jail, Marshal?
I have to, Chuck.
Would you do me one thing first?
What's that?
I brung Laurie out here so she could be on our ranch. Will you let me bury her here?
All right, Chuck. I'll let you bury her.
I think she'd like that. It's kind of peaceful and all.
Yeah.
Well, I ain't much on words. You know some you can say far, Marshal? Don't need to be much.
Sometimes a little can be too much.
What do you mean by that?
That's something I guess you don't understand, Chug. Laurie didn't understand it either.
Hollywood by Norman Macdonald stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Ray Kemper, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Barney Phillips, Virginia Christine, Lawrence Dobkin, and James Nusser. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Hawkins is Kitty. It's a real pleasure to welcome back radio station WKNE of Keene, New Hampshire, as an affiliate of the CBS Radio Network, and to greet station WKVT, Brattleboro, Vermont. Both stations became CBS Radio Network affiliates on November 29th. This is George Walsh, inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Come on now. In you go. Chester, open up the cell. We got a customer.
Yes, sir. Gracious me, Mr. Dillon. Don't look like he could sober up in a month of Sunday.
Yeah, well, he's been working at it good and steady.
There we are.
All right, in you go.
Know who he is, Mr. Dillon?
No, I don't think I've ever seen him before. He wasn't in any shape to tell me his name.
I ain't sure he'll ever remember it, the way he looks.
Well, we'll give him time to recollect. Yeah, come on, Chester. Let's go get some breakfast.
Oh, you sure did a good job there, Doc. That's a beautiful little girl of Molly's.
Oh, I can't take much credit for that, Kitty.
No, but you didn't hurt her any bringing her into the world.
And I tell you, Kitty, if every woman was as sensible about having children as Molly is, a lot of doctors would be out of work.
Yeah. Well, she's had a lot of practice. I'll say that for her.
With that brood of kids running around, she doesn't have much time to fuss about having another one, I guess.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it was good to see her again. She never has time to come into town anymore.
I should think not.
And I don't have much time to get out of town. Oh, Even the dry prairie looks good to me.
I don't know.
Doc. Doc, look there. Lying in the road.
Oh, yeah. I see it, Kitty. Come. Oh, there.
What? It's a woman. How is she, Doc? Is she alive?
Oh, great Scott.
Doc, what is it?
Well, she's got a baby, Kitty. She was almost lying on top of a baby.
A baby?
That's what I said, a baby. Here, Kitty, hold it.
Yeah, sure, Doc.
I want to get that woman into town as fast as I can.
Can I help you move her?
I'll make it. Poor thing, she's just skin and bones. There now, Kitty, you see if you can support her head a little bit, will you? Hold the baby in your other arm.
Yeah, all right, Doc. There. Is this all right?
Oh, that's fine, yeah. All right, now. We'll go. Come on.
Doc.
Yes, Kitty?
Did you call this her baby?
Well, sure I did. She was holding it so close she was nearly smothering it.
I don't think the baby is hers.
Oh, what kind of foolishness is that?
She's a white woman, isn't she?
Well, you can see for yourself she's a white woman.
Well, I just got a good look at the baby's face. It's an Indian baby, Doc.
Indian? Here, let me have a look at it. By George, Kitty, I believe you're right.
Well, sure I'm right.
Well, no matter. We'd best get the both of them back to town. So come on. Up. Matt.
Where did you expect me to be?
Well, I never expect to find you in your office, I'll tell you that.
That nice buggy ride out in the country with Kitty didn't improve your disposition much, did it?
Nice buggy ride. I made 3 calls, chopped a load of wood for old Lady Thomas, and brought her other patient into town.
All right, Doc, all right. I didn't mean to insult you with the idea of having a good time.
As a matter of fact, Matt, it might be a good idea for you to talk to the patient I brought in.
Why? Has he been shot?
It's a woman.
All right, then. Has she been shot?
No, but she's in bad shape from exhaustion and exposure. And she has a baby with her.
What? Well, that sounds more in your line than mine.
I'm not so sure, Matt. You see, she's a white woman. But the baby is Indian.
Well, those things happen sometimes, don't they?
Of course they happen. If you'll just listen to me, I'll tell you why I think this is different.
All right, Doc.
I don't think the baby's hers. I think she kidnapped it.
Kidnapped? Maybe I better have a talk with her.
But please go easy with her, Matt. Whatever she's been through has been very hard on her.
Well, do you want me to see her or not?
I want you to see her.
All right. Come on.
Matt. You can talk to her.
Well, looks like she's asleep, Doc.
I don't think so. Go ahead and try. Huh?
All right. Ma'am? Ma'am?
like to talk to you, ma'am. And the marshal. It's about the baby.
My baby. My baby.
That's what I'd like to know about, ma'am. The baby.
Where is he? Give him to me.
It's all right. It's all right. He's right here.
Oh. No. They took him. They killed my baby.
Who killed him, ma'am?
The savage. The savage Indian. Joe. Joe.
Joe?
Joe.
Doc, you know who Joe is?
Well, I think he must be her husband. The way she keeps calling his name.
Yeah. Ma'am, where is your husband?
Joe. Joe.
Where is he, Joe?
Run off. Joe run off. Baby. My baby. Give him to me.
This isn't your baby, is it, ma'am?
They killed my baby.
I know, but this baby. Where did you get this baby?
A woman needs a baby. Give him to me.
I'm going to give him to her, Matt. It'll make quiet her and bring her out of this.
All right, Doc.
There you are. You just hold him there, quiet and gentle.
Baby. Baby.
Ma'am, he's an Indian baby.
They took my baby.
So you took this one?
Baby. Baby. Joe. Joe.
I guess there's no use talking to her anymore, Matt.
Joe.
Maybe later.
Yeah. All right, Doc. Maybe I'll know more about it later myself.
It's all right with me, Mr. Dillon, riding way out here and all that.
I'm glad to hear that, Chester.
But it don't seem to me that you can be sure of getting anywhere. It's just picking out any little old bunch of Indians and asking them about one little old baby. It's like that needle in a haystack the fellow was telling me about.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No, sir, it just don't figure to prove out.
It won't prove out if we don't start somewhere, either.
Well, yes, I guess you're right, but
Do me a favor, will you, Chester?
Well, sure I will, Mr. Dillon. I'd be proud to.
Just keep your doubts to yourself until I get through here, will you?
Yes, sir, I sure will.
All right. Now, we'll leave the horses here.
All right, sir. Don't look like there's nobody here but just the squaws and kids.
Yeah. Men are probably off hunting.
Reckon so. Oh, there's one, Mr. Dillon. There's Brave.
Yeah, it's old Hawkwing. You stay here, Chester. I'll go talk to him.
All right, sir.
I've come to talk, Hawkwing.
It is well.
Sounds like you want to talk to me, too.
It is well the marshal comes before the young men return from hunting.
All right, Hawkwing, you tell me what's on your mind first.
The marshal knows. It's the baby.
Mm-hmm. But there are two babies, Hawkwing.
The baby is missing from the lodges. When the young men come back, there will be trouble.
I want to talk about a white baby.
The white baby is dead.
It is said that your people took the white baby. That your people killed it.
That's not true.
But you know the white baby is dead.
My people buried white baby.
Tell me what happened, Hawkwing.
Baby lay dead of fever in arms of mother. My people bury baby. The women brought the mother to the lodgers.
What happened to the mother?
The marshal asked that question.
You tell me, Hawkwind.
Mother walked out into the night. She took baby of my people.
You know this to be true?
I know this to be true.
All right, Hawkwind. I was afraid it might be.
It would be well if baby come back before young men return.
Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
Well, sure, she's better, Matt. I had her moved here to Ma Smalley's so she could be quiet for a while. I found out her name's Dory. That's all.
Maybe she'll talk to me this time.
She's able to, that's all I can say. Whether she will or not is another matter.
Yeah. Well, let's go in and see.
Ma put her in a room on the first floor. Here it is. It's me, Dory. Doc Adams. I brought the marshal. He'd like to talk to you.
I don't want to see him.
It won't take long, Dory. It's important.
Please, go away.
I can't, Dory. I've got to talk to you about the baby.
My baby.
Well, that's just it. I'm afraid he isn't yours.
I'll care for him, Marshal.
Well, I'm sure you would, Dory, but he still isn't yours, is he?
Mother has a right to a baby.
An Indian mother has a right to a baby, too.
But they took my baby, Marshal. They killed my baby.
Your baby was sick, Dory. Isn't that so? Your baby died.
They buried my baby. The savages buried my baby.
The Indian women were trying to help you.
They took my baby right out of my arms.
Because he was dead, Dory. Now, you really know that, don't you? Don't you, Dory?
Doc?
Go ahead, Dory. It'll be better if you face up to it.
I guess I know it, Marshal. But the fever and all...
Yes, I know you've been sick. And that may save your life.
What do you mean?
And the Indians may be willing to let it go at that when they get their baby back.
A baby?
You'll have to give him back, Dory.
Maybe they won't know, Marshal. They've got lots of babies. Maybe they won't care.
They know. They care. We'll have to give him back.
But, Marshal...
Listen to me, Dory. I'm sorry for you. But I'm not so sorry for you that I'll risk an Indian uprising. The baby has to go back, or your life won't be safe. Lots of lives won't be safe.
Doc?
But he's right, Dory. Do what he says.
Can I have him just tonight, Marshal? And you take him in the morning?
And I guess that's all right, Dory. It's too late to get out there tonight anyway. But I'll have to take him the first thing in the morning.
All right, Marshal. First thing in the morning.
Here's your coffee.
Don't seem none too hot.
You're about as ungrateful of a prisoner as I've ever fed. Of course, it's a mite early, but the marshal and me has to ride out the Indian camp.
You gonna let me out?
Maybe he will at that. He's got an awful lot on his mind over that woman and her baby.
I've been locked up long enough. What woman you talking about?
Why, that woman that took a baby from the Indians, walked right out of their camp with it, nice as you please.
Who is she?
I don't know. Some woman the Indians found way out west of town somewheres. Seems her baby got killed or something, and she went and kidnapped herself an Indian baby.
What's her name?
I ain't never heard her name.
Look, you better turn me loose right now.
Well, what? Well, then you listen here. I
Marshal!
got authority to... Here.
Marshal!
Here.
Let me out of here.
What's the trouble?
Marshal, I don't know, Mr. Dillon. This fellow suddenly started going crazy.
Marshal, the woman and the baby, what's her name?
I only know her first name is Dory.
That's my wife.
There you go.
Now let me out. Let me out.
Just wait a minute, will you? Wait a minute. You weren't doing her much good when she needed you before.
I thought she was dead, Marshal. I thought they was both dead. I rode off to get help. Well, they was awful sick.
Yeah, I know.
I got lost, Marshal. I didn't find nobody, and when I got back the wagon, I seen the grave. I thought they was dead. I ain't cared about nothing since.
I can believe that. All right, let him out, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Tell me your name.
Joe Dance.
Oh, Dance, your wife needs you pretty bad right now. I think you better go to her.
Oh, I sure want to do that, Marshal. Where is she?
Well,
Matt! Matt!
I'm in the back here, Doc. Yeah, what is it?
The woman, Dory. She's taken the baby and gone.
She did what?
Dory's gone.
Get the horses, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Get one for Dad, too. His wife's going to be needing him more than ever now.
I'll say this for her, that woman can sure drive a buggy at a good clip.
Dory can drive, all right.
Let's just hope she can drive fast enough this time.
You think she might be able to get away, Mr. Dillon?
And if the Braves haven't come back from hunting, she might have a chance.
Marshal?
Yeah, Dan.
If the Indians get her with that baby, what'll they do to her?
I don't know. They have their own laws. I don't know what they'll do.
Mr. Dillon, look yonder. The buggy.
Yeah.
He sure did wreck it.
There's quite a bunch of them. Look at those tracks.
You think they got her?
Yeah. I think they got her. Come on.
Braves is sure back all right, Mr. Dillon. Look at them horses. Must be a couple dozen.
Yeah, they're back all right.
Do we go in shooting?
You were born with more sense than that. We go in shooting, we're dead as soon as we get there.
Well, how do you figure it then, Marshal?
We walk in as quiet as we can and hope we can get out the same way. Let's leave the horses here. Just walk slow and easy and let me do the talking.
She's my wife.
You better hope it'll stay that way. Just don't start anything. The quieter we are, the better our chances are.
Sure. Up there. They're lined up, waiting for us.
Yeah, just walk easy. All right, just far enough. I've come to talk with Hawkwing. Send for him.
He's going after him.
Yeah.
Dory. I see Dory. She's there.
Take it easy.
Oh, they got her tied up.
Wait a minute, Dad. Wait a
Get your
minute.
hands off me.
He unconscious, Mr. Dillon?
He's lucky he isn't dead.
You're a brave man to come here now, Marshal.
I've come to ask that your people be merciful. I've come for the woman.
It is not decided about the woman.
She's seen much trouble, Hawkwing.
She took baby from my people.
The woman was sick with fever, Hawkwing. There was an evil spirit with her.
My people had not harmed her, yet she took baby.
The baby's back. The baby's unharmed. Let her go, Hawkwing.
I have told you it is not decided about the woman. Man you struck down. Who is he?
He is the white woman's husband.
When she was found, the white woman and baby, there was no husband.
It is as I said, Hawkwing. She was sick with fever. The husband had gone for help. She needs help now.
Her husband cannot help her now.
No, Hawkwing. Your people are the only ones who can help her now.
Mr. Dillon, that Indian woman with the baby, she's coming up here.
Just keep quiet, Chester.
I am the mother, Hawkwing. Let me speak.
Little Bird has suffered.
I know. And I'm sorry.
But White Mother has suffered more. My baby is back with me. He shows good care. Her baby will never come back.
What are you saying, Little Bird?
I wish White Mother go free.
You do not wish that she be punished?
She has been punished enough.
Come then. We will tell the council.
You think they will set her free, Mr. Dillon?
I think they will, Chester. Indians think pretty straight. And I have an idea that Dory and Joe will be able to start all over again.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, Ralph Moody, and Vic Perrin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Latest news follows, then Mitch Miller with tonight's guest stars on the CBS Radio Network. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Who is it helps now with your cleaning? I need somebody. Thought you did your own work. I always have, but lately I've had a nagging backache with sleepless nights and feel tired out. I know what discomfort backache can be. Better do something about it. But what? Try Doan's Pills.
Good advice. That's Doan's Pills, an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable, with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's Pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's Pills today. To save money, buy Doan's Big Economy size.
Now, I sure can't find your order, Miss Kitty.
Well, don't worry about it, Mr. Jonas.
I saw Edna getting things together, but what she did with
Mr. Jonas, I don't mind waiting.
Well, it bothers me. Now, she should stay here till 5 o'clock, but no, every afternoon, come 4:30, she has to run off to the boarding house, change her clothes, comb her hair, and freshen up, as she keeps saying.
Well, if she's not a good worker, why do you keep her on?
No, I didn't say that. She's a fine worker. As a matter of fact, I'd hate to lose her.
Lose her?
Well, she keeps talking about San Francisco and how she'd like to live there.
Well, maybe it's only talk.
No, I don't think so. I get the notion that Dodge is just the place she ran out of money, and as soon as she saves up enough, she'll be on her way.
Did she ever tell you where she's from?
A farm, someplace in Ohio, I think. You know, one day we got to talking about hogs and milk cows, and she let it slip. Almost bit her tongue off after she said it.
You think she's ashamed of being raised on a farm?
No, it ain't that. A funny thing, it's more like she was scared, like she had to keep it a secret.
Well, I'm back, Mr. Jonas. I'll just tidy up the counter. Oh, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Edna. My, you look pretty.
Well, thank you.
Miss Kitty is waiting for her order, Edna.
Oh, I've got it all wrapped and setting on the counter here.
That was very thoughtful.
Well, I knew you'd be in, so I told Mr. Jonas rather than have you wait, I'd get it ready and he could give it to you. Here you are.
Thank you.
Edna, it's almost 5 o'clock. Are you ready to... afternoon, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
I'm all ready, Mr. Proudfoot. You have to forgive the way I look, but I have been working all day, and a person does get a little wilted.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, shall we go? See you in the morning, Mr. Jonas.
All right, Edna.
Nice seeing you, Miss Kitty.
Well, nice seeing you. And you, too, Chester.
Yes, it was. Very nice.
Mr. Jonas, I think you're wrong.
Oh? About what?
San Francisco. I think Dodge City is as far west as Edna plans to get.
Oh, I just think trains are the most exciting thing, Mr. Proudfoot. Don't you? All that black smoke and the huffing and puffing and the way the whistle screams. It's like a big wild animal or a dragon.
Well, no, I never quite thought of it that way, but with all the suit
Mr.
and all...
Proudfoot, would you mind if I just held on to your arm till it leaves?
No, ma'am. Not if you're really scared.
Oh, my, but you're strong.
Well,
Oh, and you must be very brave, too, working with Marshal Dillon the way you do. Fighting Indians.
Well, we don't fight so many Indians anymore. Mostly we just
Capturing
kind of...
rustlers and horse thieves and train robbers.
Well, every once in a while we...
I'll bet you've saved his life lots of times.
Oh, Mr. Boone has a way of looking after himself. Oh, there she goes. Say, my Jim, you know, it is pretty exciting at that.
Oh, it certainly is.
Here's the marshal's mail, Chester.
Oh, thank you, Charlie. I was just coming in to get it.
You think you and your pretty little helper here can carry all that by yourselves?
Oh, sure, Charlie. This little bit ain't so much to get. Oh. Old Charlie sure is a josher.
I'll bet there are real important things in those letters.
Oh, once in a while he is. Don't seem to be much today, though. Just 3 wanted circulars. And...
Could I see one of them?
Well, I guess there ain't no harm. They're going to be posted anyway. Here you are.
Texas Sam. Oh, what a mean, terrible-looking person.
Well, that ain't a very good likeness of him. He's really
Oh,
a
don't
pretty
show me
good-looking-
the others. I don't want to know about such people.
Well, all right. But you
But
asked.
I would like to see those envelopes.
Well, now, Miss Edna, the U.S. mail is sort of sacred-like.
Oh, Chester, just let me look. My, the Department of the Interior in Washington, D.C., and the U.S. Marshal's office in St. Louis. Oh, my, all that important mail. It is a responsibility, isn't it?
Well, yes, ma'am, it is. And I think I better walk you on home now so as I can take the mail over at the office.
Oh, all right.
Mr. Dillon likes to look at it before he goes out for supper.
Chester,
Yes, ma'am.
this boardwalk's terribly rough. Would you mind if I took your arm?
Yeah, well, now, you're sure that's the move you want to make?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, that makes 3 games in a row, and I suppose I should feel flush with victory, but I find absolutely no satisfaction in beating a half-hearted opponent.
What are you talking about?
Come on, Matt, out with it.
Well, you'll know sooner or later anyway. It's Chester.
Chester?
Has he been up to see you?
No, why? Is he sick?
Well, something's wrong with him.
Well, what are his symptoms? What does he do?
Nothing.
Well, then what makes you think that...
Well, those are his symptoms, Doc. He doesn't do anything. When he's here, he walks around with a blank expression. He doesn't hear anything I say. This place hasn't been swept up in a week. I've had to make coffee for the last 2 mornings, and the day before yesterday, that drifter we had in the cell didn't get any supper.
Oh, well, that doesn't sound like Chester.
That's what I'm talking about. Now, do you have any idea what might be bothering him?
As a matter of fact, I do. And the only thing that amazes me is that it hasn't happened long before this.
Well, what is it, Doc?
Chester is a victim of your ingratitude.
What? Oh, now, Doc.
I know, it may sound silly, but it's a fact.
Look, Doc.
Now, wait. You asked my opinion, and I'm going to give it to you. I've seen cases like this before. A man goes on year after year doing his job, and then suddenly one day he asks himself, why? Oh, sure, he gets paid for it, but he has to feel that what he's doing is important, that the person he works for appreciates his efforts. If he is not appreciated, all the spunk goes out of him, and he begins to think maybe he should find something else to do.
You mean Chester's thinking about quitting?
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. So tell me, Matt, when was the last time you said something nice to me?
Something nice? Look, I can't run this office like a Sunday school, Doc, if I have to pat Chester on the head every time he does.
All right. You asked me and I told you. But you just go on like you have been. No word of thanks or no praise. Barking orders. Expecting things to be done day after day.
Well, maybe.
You certainly wouldn't want to lose a man like Chester. Because of your own stubbornness.
Well, No, I wouldn't, Doc. Okay, I'll do something about it.
There she goes.
Yes, sirree. There goes that old dragon.
Oh, it sure is exciting.
It sure is. Well, let's go pick up the mail. Old Charlie must have it sorted out by now.
Oh, but you'll have time to walk home with me, won't you?
Oh, well, of course I will.
Yeah, I see you got your pretty little helper with you again, Chester.
I sure have. Mail sorted yet, Charlie?
Yep. Here you are.
Thank you. Well, see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Both of you.
You know, Chester, you're the nicest person I ever met.
I am? Well, that's a...
Oh, it's true. And I'll tell you something else.
What?
This is a secret. Lean over so I can whisper it in your ear.
Well, you can just say it right out. Nobody can hear it.
Lean over. That's what I think of you, Chester.
Well, now, Miss Edna, that's very... I don't think Front Street's the place to...
Oh, it's all right, Chester. I don't care who knows.
Well, I think I'd better take you home. Yeah, on account of Mr. Dillon. going to be mad if he don't get his mail by supper time.
It must be very important mail tonight. Let me see.
Here. Oh, now, you shouldn't do that, Miss Edna.
Let's see. One from the Department of Defense. A circular.
Please give it back to me, Miss Edna.
A catalog of firearms and ammunition. Another circular. A letter from Ohio. Oh, I dropped that silly old catalog.
Never mind, I'll get it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It ain't hurt none.
Oh.
Just the new Granger catalog I sent for.
Well, here are the letters.
Thank you. Miss Edna?
What's the matter?
There was another letter here.
There was?
Yes, ma'am, you know there was. You had it right in your hand when... There it is.
Where, Chester?
You stuck it in your shirtwaist there.
Well, what makes you so sure that's your letter?
Well, it has to be.
Mr. Proudfoot, are you accusing me of stealing a silly old letter?
Well, no, ma'am. I suppose it could have got there by accident.
If you're so sure, why don't you just take it away from me?
Well,
But if you try, I'd scream like anything, and everybody in Dodge would think that Chester Proudfoot was a big, nasty old brute.
Miss Edna? Miss Edna, I've... Oh, dear.
Well, good morning, Chester.
Oh, morning, Mr. Dillon. Sorry I didn't get your breakfast this morning.
Well, every man has a right to sleep late now and then, hasn't he? I think it's kind of good to eat breakfast out once in a while, anyway.
That's right. I just didn't close my eyes till after sunup, Mr. Dillon. I just tossed and turned, tossed.
You know, Chester, I think you've been working too hard. I think you should take a couple of days, pack your saddlebag, and take your fishing pole and ride out and just loaf a little. You remember that little stream that cuts off the Arkansas?
Well, yes, sir, I remember it, but I just couldn't do that.
Well, I can manage without you here for a couple of days.
Mr. Dillon, if you want me to go away, you don't have to be nice about it. I understand.
Chester, I didn't say I want you to go away.
You said you could manage without me.
For 2 days, Chester. I figured that you needed a rest, a change. Now, look, you've got a tough job. Well, I got a tough job, too. Any marshal has. But if he doesn't have help that he can count on, his job is twice as tough. Now, you're a good assistant. You're loyal, and you're dependable.
Mr. Dillon?
Shut up. I'm not finished yet. Now, when I'm out on the prairie 4 or 5 days, a week at a time, I got to have a companion I can stand to live with. Well, most of the time, I can stand you. Now, does that sound like I'm trying to get rid of you? Huh? Does it?
No, sir.
All right.
And thank you very much. You just helped me make up my mind about something very important.
All right, then. Now, make up your mind to clean up this rat's nest from top to bottom before I get back. I'm going over to the Long Branch.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I don't know, Kitty. I guess I was pretty hard on him, but maybe it helped. Anyway, sweet-talking him seemed to make him feel worse.
And that was Doc's idea, huh?
Yeah. He figured Chester needed some encouragement.
And what did you figure?
Nothing. I just got tired of him mooning around like a lovesick calf, neglecting his work.
You said it. I didn't.
Huh? Said what?
Mooning like a lovesick cat.
What? Oh, now, Kitty.
Mm-hmm.
Chester?
Mm-hmm.
Well, who?
Edna Wallstrom.
You mean the little girl that Jonas hired to work in the store?
Oh, she's not exactly a little girl. She's 22 if she's a day. And she set her cap for Chester.
What, Kitty? Chester isn't the kind to go chasing after girls.
I said she set her cap for him.
Well, what do you know?
Uh-oh. Speak of the devil.
Mr. Dillon?
Well, Chester. Miss Wallstrom?
Marshal?
I think you know Miss Kitty Russell, don't you?
Oh, yes, I do. Good evening, Miss Kitty.
Well, won't you sit down?
Thank you. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
Miss Wallstrom's got something to tell you.
All right.
I'm under arrest, Marshal.
What?
Chester arrested me for tampering with the U.S. mail.
Now, you didn't open the letter, Miss Edna, so that just makes it interfering instead of tampering.
Well, that's still a pretty serious charge, Miss Walsh.
Well, I know, Marshal. Chester said he liked me very much, but if he didn't arrest me, he'd be even guiltier than I am, because it wouldn't be loyal to you. And that a marshal has to be able to trust his assistant in everything.
Well, who was this letter addressed to?
To you, Marshal. Here it is. It's from Mr. Gruber, back on a farm near Akron, Ohio. And it's all a lie.
Well, if you haven't opened it, how do you know it's a lie?
Well, see, Mr. Dunn, this Mr. Gruber wrote to Miss Edna about a week ago and told her what he was going to do if she didn't take the next train back to Ohio.
Well, let's find out.
If only you would have told me about this, Miss Edna, instead of just trying to steal the letter.
But I just didn't know what to do, Chester. I thought if the marshal didn't know about it, old Mr. Gruber would leave me alone.
I know, but now...
Miss Wallstrom, did you steal $200 from this Mr. Gruber?
No, sir, Marshal, I didn't. He gave it to me. It was a loan.
But he says here that you signed a confession.
He told me I was signing a note.
You're telling me the truth now, huh?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, we'll find out who's lying tomorrow.
What do you mean, Mr. Dillon?
Gruber's getting into Dodge at 10 tomorrow morning.
When somebody breaks the law, they should be in jail.
That may be true, Mr. Gruber, but this jail wasn't built for women. And I'm still not sure that the law was broken.
You got my letter? I sent you her confession.
I know. And if you'd filed a complaint back in Ohio, I can hold her here in Dodge until they can send somebody to take her back.
But I am already here. I will take her back.
Mr. Gruber, the law just doesn't work that way.
Here's the telegraph, Mr. Dillon, from the Akron police.
You read it, Chester?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, you read it, Marshal.
Complaint against Edna Wallstrom, filed here by Hans Gruber, January 10, charge theft. Presently in your city, please apprehend and hold for extradition.
So now I want her arrested.
She's not no criminal, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, you think not?
No, I don't. She's a fine person. And if she done something wrong, she must have had real good reason.
Chester.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon, but I'm real upset.
Now look here, young fellow.
No, look here. I think Miss Edna is all right, fine lady, and I just won't believe she can do anything really bad like stealing your money. She works awful hard, and she's awful nice, and she's awful pretty, and she wouldn't do a thing like that.
You have got a lot to learn, young fellow.
That may be, but there's one thing I do know. I know if you say one mean thing to her when she gets here, if you try to scare her one little bit, it's going to make me madder than I am.
Are you threatening me?
Yes.
Chester, nobody's going to intimidate her. I'll see to that. Now, you just calm down, and I promise you we'll get to the bottom of this just as soon as we can.
Here she is, Matt.
Oh, hello, Kitty. Come on in, Miss Wallstrom. Miss Wallstrom, do you know this man?
That's Mr. Gruber.
Hello, Edna. Why did you do it, Edna?
Mr. Gruber, you told me when I signed that paper that now everything was all right. You know I was going to pay it back.
I don't mean about the money, but why did you run away? Everybody laughs at me.
I can't help that, Mr. Gruber. I had to do it.
But why?
I'll tell you why.
Kitty.
No, Matt, this is important. Mr. Gruber, you're a widower, aren't you?
That's right. 4 years now.
And Edna here was your housekeeper, your hired girl, huh?
Yeah.
How much did you pay her?
Well, not so much maybe money, but there's room and board. I bought goods so she could make clothes.
And on fair day, one Friday a month, you took her to town with you, along with the chickens and eggs and pigs, and you gave her $2 whole to spend. Is that right?
Yeah,
And for that, she kept the house, did the baking, the cooking, the washing and ironing, fed the pigs and fed the chickens and gathered the eggs. And when she wanted to leave, you wouldn't lend her enough money to live for 2 weeks while she went looking for another job.
Yeah, that is so, but I didn't want her to go away.
She was always talking about San Francisco, and I was afraid that if she had money, she would go there.
But you made it easy for her to steal the $200. And then you made her sign that silly confession so that you could use it to frighten her into staying on the farm.
Is that the story, Gruber?
Yeah, that's the story.
You must be very proud of yourself.
No. No, I am not. That's why I had to find you, Edna.
I don't even want to talk to you, Mr. Gruber.
Please listen. I had to find you because I want you to be Mrs. Gruber.
What?
That's all right. You laugh. But you listen, too. I've hired a couple, Jacob Glasnap and his missus, to run the farm. And you know the little house with the green shutters, the Schaefer place we used to pass going to town, the one you always liked so much?
What about it?
I bought it.
Well, that's very nice, Mr. Gruber, but...
Wait, I'm not finished. Look here, in this envelope. Go ahead, look.
2 tickets to San Francisco. Why, Miss...
And I wrote to the Palace Hotel. They will get us married, and we will stay there, and we'll buy some fancy clothes, and we'll go to the show houses.
Mr. Gruber.
I want you should call me Hans, Edna.
Hans. Hans, you're the nicest person I ever met.
There is a stage at 5:15. If you can get back...
I can, Hans, I can. But we'll have to hurry. You come with me, and we'll get everything together.
Oh, what about this warrant?
Oh, I will write to them from San Francisco. Just forget all about it, please.
Oh, that's about that.
Well, I'm just so excited I almost went off without saying goodbye. Miss Kitty, thank you so much for helping me. And Marshall, I'm sorry I took the letter. Really, I am. And Chester.
Yes, ma'am?
Please, lean over.
Well,
Please. Oh, Chester, I think you're the second nicest person I ever met. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Edna.
I'm sorry, Chester.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Kitty. It's just that... Mr. Dillon, some people sure is hard to figure out.
Chester, if by some people you mean women, they certainly are.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Vic Perrin, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Barbara Eiler, Joseph Kearns, and Vic Perrin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes, is proud to present Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. Say there, next time you hear a crackling noise in your kitchen, you better get up and investigate. Maybe somebody just couldn't wait for his breakfast of crackling crisp Post Toasties. And that's a treat you shouldn't miss. Post Toasties, you know, are the heap good cornflakes. Why, after one taste, I'll bet anything you'll agree with me. Post Toasties is just the best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. There's nothing quite like sweet kernel corn flavor when it's toasted right in. Toasted into crisp, fresh cornflakes. Man, oh man, that's Post Toasties. Keep good cornflakes. Better try 'em. And now, Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad.
It's a darn shame, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what is, Chester?
Well, before long it'll be too cold to set out here of an evening.
Winter's too cold, summer's too hot. How do you like spring, Chester?
Oh, spring's all right, up here. But I remember back in Waco, we all got the ague every spring. Terrible fever. Makes a man feel like a harp with 1,000 strings.
Yeah, I know. I've had it. That stage is mighty late tonight.
It sure is. You know, my ma had a theory we'd be immune if we ate 3 hard-boiled eggs on Good Friday.
Oh?
But if that didn't work and we got the ague anyway, she'd tie salt mackerel onto our feet.
Well, that ought to have toughened up your feet anyway.
Well, we all survived. Hey, look. Here comes the stage driver. Why, it's Jim Buck.
Oh, yeah.
Marshal. Hello, Chester.
Hello, Jim.
Trouble, Jim?
I'd call it trouble, Marshal. Got held up. One passenger shot down in cold blood.
What?
You're the meanest thing I ever saw.
Where'd this happen?
Other side of Wagon Bed Springs, between there and Jesse Daggett's.
Daggett's?
He runs the stage station out there near the Colorado line. And I got a mighty strong feeling Jesse Daggett's in on this, Marshal.
What makes you think so, Jim?
He knew I was carrying gold. After we'd laid over an hour or so at the station, I seen Daggett talking to a man who just rode in. Cussed-looking a gunman as you'd want.
Well, then what happened?
The fellow rode off. Left before we did.
Was alone?
Yeah, just him, with his face covered. Never said a word. He took the strong box and robbed the passengers. And then he got on his horse and turned around and shot one of them right through the head. Why would a man do that, Marshal? I don't understand it.
Well, maybe he just likes to kill, Jim. But I'll go back with you tomorrow. Maybe we can find out. We made the trip down to the Santa Fe Trail next day, through Wagon Bed Springs and on to Jesse Daggett's stage station. I sat on the box with Jim Buck while Chester rode inside with the passengers. And by evening, everybody was glad when we reached Daggett's. It was a typical road ranch with a large eating room and a row of sleeping quarters for the travelers. Jesse Daggett himself was a tall, angular man, gaunt and gray. He was quiet, but one could feel the trouble that lay inside him. The first chance I had to talk to him was in the yard after supper.
Cold weather be coming soon. Have to lay in more whiskey.
Yeah. You, had this station long?
3 years come spring. Built it myself. Pawnees try to burn it down now and then, but I'm still here.
You plan to stay here, Daggett?
Man's plans are his own, Marshal.
I'm sorry. It was just an idle question.
It's all right.
Yeah, I think I'd like it here myself. No neighbors, but lots of company passing through.
It ain't all good company.
Well, lots of people travel, good and bad.
True.
Like the man who held up Jim Buck's stage yesterday and shot that passenger.
What about him?
Well, you might call him the bad kind, don't you think?
What I think won't raise the dead, Marshal.
It might keep more people from dying, though.
I figured that's what you're doing here, looking for that fella.
Jim Buck thinks it might have been that gunman you were talking to here the day of the holdup.
That was Nat Pilcher, but I don't care what Jim Buck thinks.
Well, everybody expects a stage to get held up once in a while, but it's a different matter to shoot people down for nothing. I don't figure this man, unless he's Just a born killer.
He could have a lot of reasons. Men are all different.
Yeah, sure.
All got different reasons for doing what they do, living the way they live. Guess it's what's happened to them in the past spells it out.
That's true.
I'll tell you something, Marshal, but ain't what you want to hear. I believe in letting every man kill his own snakes.
Now, this business is between whoever the bandit is and me. Is that it?
That's it exactly. Every man for himself, you might say. I won't interfere, but I won't help.
I see.
Got to be like that.
Even though a man was killed for nothing?
Let dog eat dog, I say.
Yeah. I hope you won't regret it, Daggett.
One more regret won't break me, Marshal.
Trying to get anything out of Jesse Daggett was hopeless. But I still couldn't agree with Jim Buck that he was partners with the road agent. Daggett somehow wasn't that kind of man. Anyway, there was nothing to do but wait and let things happen. 2 days passed while Chester and I sat in the eating room and played two-handed stud. Now we got mighty restless. Late afternoon of the second day, however, Jim Buck drove back with his stage. The travelers came in first, went to their rooms, and then Jim came over to say hello.
I wish I had a job like yours. Nothing to do but sit around, play cards, drink whiskey.
Well, we do a lot of thinking, Jim. That's what makes up for it.
You do, huh? Well, you done any about finding Jesse Daggett's friend?
Nat Pilcher? Well, if we did find him, Jim, we couldn't prove anything.
No, neither could I guess. But you might just shoot him for luck.
You're too suspicious, Jim. He was probably just some cowboy riding through.
Maybe. There's another pilgrim for supper. Hey, where's Daggett, anyway?
Well, he went outside just after you pulled in. Didn't you see him?
I was busy with the horses. And I still got work to do. I'll see you at supper.
You know, that's a hard life, driving a stage, Mr. Dillon. I don't think I'd want to do that.
Well, you might give it a try first, Chester. Wait a minute.
I heard there was a marshal here.
Yeah, that's right. What can I do for you?
Me? You can't do nothing for me, Marshal.
No? Well, then what do you want?
I just wanted to see what a marshal looks like. A live one.
Satisfied?
Sure.
Then get out of here.
You're touchy, Marshal. Real touchy. But I don't want him to start no trouble. I want to come in to say hello. Friendly like.
What's your name?
Pilcher. Nat Pilcher.
I thought so.
Sure. I'm a friend of Jesse Daggett's. An old friend.
Where do you live, Pilcher? You got a job around here?
I'm a cowboy, Marshal. Know anybody needs a good hand?
Oh, what do you do besides ride?
Funny. You ask that.
Is it?
You being a lawman, dear. Ever hear of Charlie Hall, sheriff over in New Mexico?
I have.
They say Clay Allison shot him. That's what they say, Marshal. But I know for a fact it wasn't Clay. Nice meeting you, Marshal. See you later.
Say, how are morning appetites at your house? Well, if they're pretty drowsy, here's a real good way to wake 'em up. Set a bowl full of Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes, at everybody's place. Just watch your folks take notice when they see how crisp Post Toasties are. And wait till they taste that sweet kernel corn flavored toasted in. Bet your whole tribe will agree with you. Post Toasties are the best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. And here's a thought, if you'd like to make a good thing even better. Try topping Post Toasties with your favorite fruit. You'll find that's a mighty good way to start the day. Fact is, it's a downright delicious way. So next time you shop, be sure to ask for Post Toasties. They're the heap-good cornflakes. You'll see.
Post Toasties heap good cornflakes. The best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. Heap good cornflakes. Post Toasties heap good cornflakes.
Now back to Gunsmoke.
Jesse Daggett's stage station lay on the prairie miles from anywhere. It would be an easy thing for a man like Nat Pilcher to ride in long enough to check on a stagecoach and the value of its cargo, and then ride up the road a few miles and wait for it. But I still didn't believe Daggett was in on the deal, even though he and Pilcher had obviously known each other somewhere before. The next morning at dawn, Jim Buck loaded his passengers aboard and pulled out. Daggett and I stood there and watched the little cloud of dust as it moved up the Santa Fe Trail toward Wagon Bed Springs.
Make Dodge tonight, and he'll be back here tomorrow.
I met your friend, Nat Pilcher, last night, Daggett.
Pilcher rode out before supper.
Yeah, I know. Seems like he only came in to tell me what a hard case he is. To warn me about it.
Didn't have much effect. You're still here.
You don't think I scare that easy.
You're all right, Marshal. Things will work out here without you.
Daggett, I don't know what's going on down here, and if I'm meddling in your affairs, I'm sorry, but the stage has been robbed and a man's been killed, and that makes it my affair, too.
I want to thank you for not thinking I got anything to do with all that, Marshal.
Well, I wasn't sure at first, but I am now. Even so, I'm not going back to Dodge without a man.
No, I suppose you won't.
Well, let's go inside.
Sure.
You, ought to plant some trees there, Daggett. It'd sure improve the place.
Not enough water.
I'll dig for it, then. You'll never get a woman to come out here and marry you unless you've at least got some trees.
How's that?
There's no offense. I was just remarking that women like things growing around the place. Let's say I meant it generally.
No offense. I thought to have a woman here once when I first planned about running a stage station. That was over in New Mexico. Seems like a long time ago.
Oh, things don't always work out.
Yeah, I was mighty fond of her, Marshal. But I lost her. I've been a little lonely ever since.
You came close. That's better than some men do.
I don't know about that. But it is funny how a man goes right on living, even when his luck's about run out.
Yeah.
Come on inside. I'll heat up some coffee.
Good. Cut him, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, do you mind if we don't play anymore? I'm beginning to see things.
It's okay with me. The stage ought to be here soon anyway.
And just think, Jim Buck's been all the way to Dodge and back, and we just been sitting here another 2 days.
Well, waiting's always the hardest part.
Well, there's the stage now. At least there'll be some people around here.
Yeah.
Hello, Jim.
Come out here, Marshal.
What? More trouble, Jim?
You stop me again, Marshal. By heaven, I'm going after him now if you don't.
Take a look in the coach here.
Why? What's the woman? Is she dead, Jim?
Of course, she's dead. She's got a bullet in her.
Where are your other passengers?
There ain't any. She's the only one this trip. Look at her, Marshal. He killed her.
And there's some blood soaking through your jacket, Jim. You hit bad?
In the shoulder. Knocked me off the box. I wasn't going to stop at all, and he just rode up and
put a bullet in her and rode off. Never said a word.
You think it was Pilcher?
Well, let's ask Jesse Daggett here who it was.
No.
Take a look in the coach, Daggett. Take a good look. Well, Daggett, what do you think of killing women? Look at him, Marshal. I told you. You ever see a guiltier-looking man?
You're wrong, Jim. Doesn't even make sense.
Well, he didn't do it. No. But he's in on it somehow.
Chester, I'll help you bring the woman inside. Then we'll see what we can do about your shoulder, Jim. Come on. It doesn't make sense. None at all. But I figured it would soon. And after I did what I could for Jim Buck's shoulder, Chester and I buried the woman, put a cross over her grave. We'd find out later who she was. The rest of the night, we took turns watching for a move from Jesse Daggett. And sure enough, an hour before dawn, he saddled up and rode out into the prairie. We let him get a little start and then took a couple of his horses and followed him.
You think he's going to meet Pilcher?
If he can find him.
We must have come 10 miles already.
Yeah, about that. We shouldn't have let him get so far ahead of us, though.
Well, we're right on his trail.
Yeah, I know. Hey, what's that up there?
Huh?
Look.
What's the man?
Yeah, come on. Come on.
Whoa. Where's Daggett, Mr. Dillon? He's been shot.
Yeah.
You followed me, Marshal.
How bad are you hurt, Daggett?
Pretty bad.
Pilcher?
I'd have killed him, but my gun didn't go off, and he got me easy then. No luck left at all, right?
Any idea where Pilcher is now, Daggett?
Said he was going back to the station to get you. Took my horse with him.
I'd have come with you this morning.
Wasn't your business. This was between me and Pilcher. Come here looking for a fight. I didn't want to kill anybody no more. Not even him. So he drove me to it. Finally, that woman yesterday. Knew I couldn't stand that.
You mean he shot her and the other passenger just to prod you into a fight?
Marshal, I'll tell you now about... I had a woman out in New Mexico. Nat Pilcher tried to run off with her. I didn't shoot him, though. I shot her instead. I figured it made more sense.
You killed her?
I don't think he'd have minded so much if I'd have killed him, but I figured he wasn't doing nothing I didn't want to do myself. I didn't blame him none. I blamed her. Pilcher's been after me ever since.
I could have stopped all this if you'd told me sooner,
Every
Daggett.
man's got to kill his own snakes, Marshal. I tried. You can have him now. I ain't gonna live long.
I'm sorry, Daggett. Chester will stay with you. I'm going back to the station.
We both go. I can die alone. I ain't afraid.
No. Goodbye, Daggett.
Bye, Marshal.
Chester,
Yes, sir.
do what you can for him.
Poor fella.
I'll send somebody out to help you bring him in later.
Yes, sir.
It's about time you got here, Marshal.
Where's Pilcher, Jim?
Out back, looking for whiskey. Where's everybody else?
It's been a busy morning. How's your shoulder?
It hurts. I gotta get up to Dodge somehow and see it.
Morning, Marshal.
Oh. Hello, Pilcher.
You been riding?
So have you.
Man like me rides a lot, Marshal.
You should have kept going.
I wanted to see you again before I left.
That's what Jesse Daggett told me.
I'm going to kill you. And then Jim here.
Wait a minute. Shut up, Jim. Pilcher, you can drop your gun belt and take your chances in court. If you like.
My chances are better right here, Marshal.
It's your choice.
It's always been my choice. Except for the night Jesse Daggett shot his wife. Did he tell you about that?
It doesn't matter now.
To me, it does.
You...
No!
You killed him, Marshal.
Yeah.
You hit?
No.
What's this all about, anyway?
A woman. Jim, I'm going to hitch up the stage and drive you into Dodge.
Yeah. I'd be grateful for that, Marshal.
We'll have to go out of our way some.
Huh? Why?
Daggett's luck ran all the way out this morning, that's why.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's adventure on Gunsmoke. Say, Mother, want to see your small fry eat a better breakfast than ever? Well, may I suggest that you dish him up some sugar crinkles to start with? Sugar crinkles, you know, make breakfast more fun than a circus. Sugar crinkles is the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. It's high time to forget these sugar-coated cereals that seem too sweet to you and those others that don't seem sweet enough to the kids. Just pour out crisp golden sugar crinkles and see how just right sweet a sugar-coated cereal can be. Just right sweet. Be sure to get several packages of sugar crinkles because they're great for snacks. Kids love them that way. Kids love them anyway. Try sugar crinkles and you'll love them too. Remember, new sugar crinkles is the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Jack Edwards, Lawrence Dobkin, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester. Ken Peters speaking. Our freedom to worship God is a precious national heritage. Attend the church or synagogue of your choice with your family and support it actively. Light your children's life with faith. Bring them to worship this week. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, tracks a renegade during his fight to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Listen next week at this time when Gunsmoke will be brought to you by Sugar Crinkles, the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Oh, Mr. Dillon, ain't this a fine morning, though? A little nippy, maybe, but just fine.
Yeah. Indian summer hanging on, winter holding off. You know, Chester, this time of year I wouldn't trade western Kansas for everything east of the Mississippi. Oh, good morning, Caleb.
I've been waiting in this jail office for a full 2 hours. What time do you start work, Marshal?
Chester, you know Caleb Andrews, don't you?
yes, sir. How are you, Mr. Andrews? Marshal, I have an order here from the U.S. District Court.
No?
I believe it's your job to serve such orders.
It is. I don't get them often, though. Now, order of foreclosure and eviction on Ed Blake. Now, Caleb, why are you doing this to Ed?
The man borrowed money from me, gave me a mortgage on his farm and household effects. He can't pay it.
It only came due 3 days ago. You sure didn't waste any time.
Well, I'm not interested in your opinions, Marshal Dillon.
Amount of the mortgage, $420. What do you need with $420? You own half of Ford County right now.
Marshal, it's not your place.
You know as well as I do why Ed Blake can't pay this off. His horse rolled on him last spring and broke his leg. And then his wife and kid nearly broke their backs trying to get a crop out.
Oh, I didn't come here to listen
now,
to
if you'd let this ride on through the winter, you'd get your money out of it. But if you go ahead and foreclose now, you're going to wipe him out.
Marshal, I already have foreclosed.
Yeah. You'd break a man for $420 that you don't even need, huh?
As I said, your opinions don't interest me. All I expect from you is to serve those papers.
All right, I'll serve them.
You'll notice they're to be served today.
I said I'd serve them. Now get out.
What, sir?
This office belongs to the United States government, and as far as I know, that's one thing you've got no mortgage on, so get out.
You may find I have some influence in Washington, Marshal Dillon.
Then see if you can get me a decent salary for this rotten job I've got.
Sure was a fine morning, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it sure was. All right, Chester, let's saddle up.
There's one job I sure wish we didn't have to do, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
It sure is a nice farm. Ed and Martha put in a lot of work here the last 4 years.
Chester, we don't have any choice.
Yes, sir, I know. It's a downright shame.
Hey, Marshal!
Oh, boy. Well, hello, Jimmy.
Look here what I got, Marshal.
Looks to me like a mighty dead coyote.
He's been killing my chickens, so last night I hid out behind the barn. I got him with one shot, Marshal, and there wasn't even a full moon.
Oh, that's fine, Jimmy.
Matt Dillon, how are you?
Morning, Martha.
And Chester, too.
Miss Blake?
Glad to see you. Get down and come on in.
Oh, thank you.
Jimmy, now that you've showed that thing to Marshal Dillon, take it away somewhere.
All right, Mom.
He's real proud of those chickens of his, and he's done fine with them. Oh, here I am, though, keeping you standing out here in the yard. Come on, let's go inside.
Well, we really can't stay, Martha.
Oh, nonsense. You don't get out here once in a coon's egg.
Yeah, I know, but...
And you're just in time. Your favorite dish, Matt. I was just about to take it out of the oven when you rode up.
Cornbread? Buttermilk cornbread?
Right. Ed's not here, but you will stay, won't you?
Oh, Ed's away, huh?
Yes, he's in town. Matt, you're not yourself. What is it?
Well, Martha, I suppose I ought to talk to Ed about this, but maybe it'd be better if he hears it from you.
Here's what?
I've got a court order here. It has to do with that mortgage of Caleb Andrews. It's an order of foreclosure and eviction and sale.
No. Oh, no.
Yeah, here it is.
We were so sure he'd extend it. So sure. Oh, Matt, how long before we have to get out?
5 days.
So soon? You were right, Matt. It is better that Ed hears it from me, coming on top of everything else.
Martha, if there's anything I can do, you just let me know.
Matt, I don't blame you for this. I understand. Come on in now and have some cornbread with us.
Well, I couldn't. I'm sorry. Thanks anyway, Martha, but I'm just not very hungry.
Matt, you've looked low all week.
Well, it's just things in general, Kitty. You know, sometimes you get to wondering if it's all worth it.
It's the Blakes that's bothering you, isn't it, Matt? Chester was telling me.
Yeah, Chester talks too much.
Well, it's not your fault, Matt. Somebody had to serve the orders.
Yeah, and somebody has to be a hangman, too.
Well, life's never all good, Matt. There's always a little bad in it.
And on my job, it's more than a little, Doc.
Try making your living sometime as a dance hall girl.
Yeah, I guess so. But, you know, when you have to go out and boot somebody like the Blakes off their land and out of their home, then you just start wondering what is right and what is wrong.
Well, if you find out, Matt, that means nothing.
Oh, there you are, Marshal. I stopped by the jail.
All right, Caleb. What's on your mind?
That Blake family, Marshal. They were supposed to vacate today, and they haven't done it. I rode by there a little while ago.
But according to the court order, they got until sundown.
Now, look, Marshal, I believe I'd prefer to discuss our business elsewhere than in the presence of this woman.
Just a minute, Caleb.
Matt, I'll go.
No. Caleb. You're going to apologize to Miss Russell right now.
Matt, no.
Apologize? Oh, I'm not going to apologize to any cheap little strumpet.
Matt, you shouldn't have done it.
Sam.
Yeah?
Take him outside and throw some water on him, will you?
Sure, Matt. Come on. Charlie, come here.
He'll do everything he can to harm you now, Matt. He'll take it out on the Blakes, too.
Maybe. Look, I just got an idea. I'll see you later.
Matt, the mere fact a man runs a bank, it doesn't always mean he has a free hand in everything he does. Bank has stockholders, board of directors. I have to listen to them.
Well, I think they'd approve the loan, Mr. Bodkin.
Another thing, Caleb Andrews is the biggest account I've got. He's out to get that Blake farm. If I crossed him by making this loan you suggest, Matt, he'd break me.
I see. All right, Mr. Bodkin, forget it.
Matt. I realize I'm under obligation to you. You saved my life that time the James brothers held me up. Saved the bank, too, in fact.
That was part of my job. That's no obligation. I was just asking you as a friend to help out another friend.
Matt, I'd like to do it, but I just can't, don't you see?
Yeah, sure. Forget it.
I've got to think of my wife and the two girls.
Of course you have.
It's not that I don't want to help.
I understand, Mr. Bodkin. Forget it.
That ought to hold it a while. That fire feels kind of good, Mr. Dillon. Getting chilly out tonight.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. When winter sets in, it always makes you feel good to know you got a warm place to hole up. It'd be mighty rough to...
Yeah, I was thinking of the same thing, Chester.
You reckon they vacated this afternoon?
I don't know. We'll ride out there in the morning and find out. Yeah, come in.
Can we bother you?
Ed, come on in. Martha. Hello, Jimmy. Come on up the stove.
Yeah. Fact is, Matt, that we kind of like to impose on you for tonight. We don't have any place to go, no money, and, well, wondered we could sleep in the jail.
Well, sure. Sure, Chester, will you get a fire going back there? Huh?
Yes, Mr.
And dig some blankets out of the storeroom, huh?
Yes, sir. Want to come help me, Jimmy?
Yeah, you going along with Chester, son.
Ed, we may as well get your stuff out of the wagon.
Well, there ain't any wagon, Matt. We walked into town.
What? You walked?
Well...
With that leg?
Wagon, the stock, all the household goods, they're all covered in that mortgage, you see. So we didn't take anything, just clothes on our backs.
Oh, Ed. So help me,
It's all right, Matt. We know how you feel. After all, we started with nothing before, and we can do it again.
There's no reason you should have to.
We do have to, though, and that's that.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
It's Jimmy. He grabbed a rifle from the rack and took out the back way. I couldn't stop him.
Where on earth is he going?
I know where he's going, and heaven help him if we don't catch him.
Little Caleb's house here on the corner. Looks dark.
Yeah, he may not be at home.
Ain't no sign of the boy around.
But it's 10 to 1. This is where he headed for. Chester. There's somebody back of that tree there to the left.
Oh, yeah. Reckon it's him.
I don't know. Just keep on walking. Jimmy, it's me, Matt Dillon.
Go away, Marshal. You better go away now.
Well, I can't do that, Jimmy. But you're a friend of mine. And I figure you're waiting here to do something you'll be sorry for. And I can't let you do that.
Nothing you can do about it, Marshal. I got a gun here and I'm going to kill him. Now, you go away and leave me alone.
Jimmy, I know how you feel. I don't like Caleb either. But killing him's no answer.
Stop, Marshal. Now, stay where you are. Don't come any closer.
I have to, Jimmy. It's my job. So if you're going to go through with this, I guess you're going to have to kill me first.
Stay back.
Sorry, Jimmy. I don't have a choice. But you do.
Marshal?
Now give me the rifle.
I couldn't shoot you, Marshal. You know that.
Sure.
I kept waking up nights and hearing Mom crying. Dad would sit up all night without the lamp lit and no fire and not saying anything. Just sitting.
Take it easy now.
Why is he doing it to us, Mr. Dillon?
Jimmy, will you do something for a friend?
If you say so.
All right, take that rifle back to the jail. Put it in the rack. And you go to bed. You promise?
I promise, Mr. Dillon. I'm sorry. I'll do like you say.
All right, Jimmy. Good night, son.
Told you Mr. Botkin wouldn't do anything, Matt. He wouldn't dare. He'd be scared Caleb would take his money out of the bank.
Yeah, that's about what he said.
Huh?
I don't know, Kitty. I've done everything I can think of.
Now, the worst of it is everybody in town is just as scared of Caleb as Mr. Botkin is. I doubt if they'll even have the nerve to bid against him at the sale.
I know. He'll probably get the place at not much more than the amount of the mortgage.
$420. Matt, I've seen more than that change hands across a poker table in one deal. And to think that's all it takes to get... Oh, yeah, Jack.
Jack?
I'm not usually one to eavesdrop on people, but I have been listening to you, too. The reason I butted in, Miss Kitty, I heard you talking about these people losing their home. I don't know this fellow Blake. He's never done any business over my blackjack table and probably never will.
No, I don't think he's ever been in here.
And I don't know if this will make sense. But the thing is, I left home when I was 10 years old, and I've been drifting ever since. But when I see somebody like this Blake that sticks it out and works and fights and then gets a raw deal, well, what I'm getting at, here's $50, if that'll help me any.
Well, this is pretty decent of you, Jack. Thanks.
Sure.
Matt, I said a while ago that nearly everyone in town was afraid of Caleb. Well, it looks like there's some who aren't, like Jack and the other dealers and the girls and the bartenders. Matt, I can raise $420 right here in the Long Branch.
I think maybe you could, Kitty.
I can do as well as Jack, too. Here's 50 from me. Boys, everybody, listen to me for a minute. Now, quiet down. Quiet down. I got something to say.
Well, he's sure taking his time getting here, Chester.
Well, I told him what you said, Mr. Dillon.
I ought to bring him to the office on the run, if anything will. Anytime Caleb figures he's about to lose $1 or $2, it's hitting him where it hurts.
The Blakes turned in for the night, have they?
I guess so. It's quiet back there.
Marshal, what's this all about?
Shut the door, Caleb.
Now, would you mind telling me why I've been called here at this time of night?
Sure. Here's $420. Blakes want to pay off that mortgage.
Oh, they do they?
The court costs up to now will probably run about $10. I'll pay that myself.
Well, that's mighty generous of you. Well, good night, Marshal.
It's a deal, then?
I'm not the least bit interested in having that mortgage paid off, Marshal Dillon. The Blake farm is worth about $2,000 now. In 5 years, it'll be worth 3 times that much. Land's going up in Ford County. So I don't want the money, I want the farm. And when it's put up for sale, I'll get it at my own price. That foreclosure still goes.
I see.
Oh, good night, gentlemen.
Well, I guess that's that.
I don't know why I ever thought he'd take the money. The Blakes won't get a cent out of the sale. He'll scare everybody off and bid it in a few dollars over the amount of the mortgage, and nobody in town will even try to...
Try to what, Mr. Dillon?
Chester, I'm going over and wake up Mr. Buck, and I got an idea. And if it works, we'll hold that sale at noon tomorrow.
Well, that's pretty short notice to find an auctioneer.
I don't need an auctioneer, Chester. This one I'm going to run myself. All of you know what we're here for. This is a foreclosure sale of the property and the household effects of Edward and Martha Blake, ordered by the court at the request of that fine-spirited, good-hearted public benefactor, Caleb Andrews.
All right. Get on with it. Get on with the sale.
All right. Now, the first item I'm offering is a breadboard.
Marshal Dillon, may I suggest you lump the household effects together and offer them as one bulk item?
I'm sorry, Caleb. I'd rather offer them one at a time. Unless, of course, you'd care to waive all claim to the household effects and withdraw them from the order of foreclosure.
I waive the claim. The household goods are withdrawn. Now, get on to the house and land.
So ordered. Now, the item offered is 160 acres of tillable land, a 4-room house, and a barn. Now, I won't read through this description. You all know the property. It's a good farm. The amount of the mortgage is $420, held by Caleb Andrews. All right, the bidding's open. What am I offered?
$450.
I have $450 from Caleb Andrews. Do I hear another bid? Now, the farm's worth $2,000. You going to let him have it for $450? How about another bidder?
Mr. Dillon,
Yes? What is it, Chester?
I have been thinking some lately of getting me a little place like this and settling down. I'll bid $1,000. You hear that?
I have $1,000 from Chester Proudfoot. Do I hear another bid?
Why, it's a trick. He doesn't want this place.
$1,000 going what?
$1,200.
Caleb Andrews bids $1,200. What do you say, Chester?
Well, I think I kindly like this farm. $1,500.
The bid is $1,500. Going once, going twice.
$1,600.
$1,600 from Mr. Andrews. Mr. Proudfoot?
$8,420.
He never had that much money in his whole life.
Do I hear another bid? What do you say, Caleb?
You think I'm a fool?
Going once, going twice, sold to Chester Proudfoot for $8,420. The buyer will come forward and complete the sale.
Well, now, don't you worry then, Mr. Andrews. I got it right here. Now, see, there's 8,000 in $500 bills, and here's the 420.
Where did you ever get that much in cash?
Well, I save my pay, Mr. Andrews. And then, of course, I only drink mostly beer. And it adds up after a while.
Well, Caleb, I guess $420 of this is yours. That takes care of the mortgage. Well, Ed, looks like you made a pretty fair profit on the place.
A whole lot better than I expected, Matt. But I'd still rather have the farm than the money.
Ed, I've been sort of thinking it over. Maybe I kind of lost my head. When you come right down to it, I don't know what I would do with a farm. So if you'd like to buy it, I'll take a $420 loss and sell it back to you for $8,000 cash.
That's done, and here's the money.
It's unheard of. They can't do it, Marshal.
Well, as far as I know, there's no law against a man selling his own property.
And now the way I see it, Mr. Andrews, is right this minute, you're a trespasser on my property. So, come on now, let's go.
You hear about this, believe you me. And stop pushing me.
Chester, you better get that $8,000 back to the bank. Mr. Bodkin's probably worrying himself into a breakdown for fear somebody will find out he let us have it.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Dillon. I'll see you in town later.
All right.
Matt, I don't know how we can ever thank you for what you've done.
Not me, Martha. Thank the bunch that work at the Long Branch. Now, they're bums and drifters, most of them, but when Kitty told them the story, they really came through.
We'll pay it back, Matt, every cent of it. And that girl, Kitty, I guess I've said some hard things about her in the past, but, Matt, will you ask her to come out to dinner some afternoon? I'd like to thank her myself.
Sure, I'll ask her, Martha. I think she'll appreciate that even more than you know.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, Joseph Kearns, Dick Beals, Jack Moyles, Lawrence Dobkin, and James Musser. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story of the Western frontier. When Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal on the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Ain't we never going to make camp, Mr. Dillon?
We'll ask whoever's living in that cabin up ahead if there's any water around here, Chester.
Most likely there ain't. These settlers put up a cabin just anywhere and then start praying for rain.
Oh, we could have camped back on Smoky Hill River.
No, sir. I'd rather go dry. Just as long as we make Dodge by tomorrow night.
We'll make it.
I never seen such a place as that Fort Wallace, Mr. Dillon. Man could go plumb out of his mind living there.
Well, they don't build army posts for pleasure-loving people like you, Chester.
I've been in the Army.
No? Like it?
Well, sir, we didn't always see eye to eye, me and the Army, but at least I didn't get killed.
Well, that helps. I'll bet you look pretty bold in a uniform, Chester.
Oh, my, yes. I surely did.
I wonder if there's anybody home here. Hello?
Place looks deserted, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Here, hold my horse, Chester. I'll take a look.
Yes. Ain't nobody home?
There's a man in here, Chester, lying on the floor.
What?
He's dead. Somebody killed him.
We'll put the fire out now, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, we better get started.
Looks like rain this morning.
Yeah, it's too early to tell for sure.
Too bad we don't know that fellow's name, Mr. Dillon. Sure do hate to bury a man and not even put a marker on his grave.
I'd rather know the name of the man that killed him.
It's awful easy to get by with killing a man way out here.
Yeah, too easy.
Say, look over there, Mr. Dillon. Yonder comes a couple of riders.
Yeah, I see him.
What do you suppose they're carrying rifles for?
Stand over there, Chester, about 10 feet from me, huh?
Yes, sir.
And keep the hair out of your eyes.
Yes, I will.
What are you men doing here?
Do you own this place?
I wouldn't live in a shack like that. We got a real house over on Turkey Bend. But that don't answer my question, mister. What are you doing here?
We found a dead man in the cabin there last night, so we stopped to bury him.
A dead man? That must have been Riley. What happened to him?
He got shot.
Who'd have shot a nice fellow like Bob Riley?
Maybe they done it, Deaver.
They probably did. You think we ought to hang him?
It'd be easier to shoot him and leave him here as a kind of a warning.
Yeah, good idea, Giles.
You move that rifle 1 inch, mister, and you'll die for it. Now go ahead, mister. You're calling it.
It ain't worth a chance. All right, mister. Whoever you are, you and your friend get mounted and ride out of here.
You're Giles, huh? And Deaver?
That's right. We don't want people around here. Might get an idea to settle down. Now, you two start riding, and right now.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
That coffee you made this morning was weak as well water. Get that fire going again and build some more, huh?
Okay, sir.
Sure got a lot of nerve, mister.
He don't even blink, Deaver. Look at him.
We'll be by here later, mister. We won't ride up so close next time.
You better be nowheres around. Come on, Charlie.
I almost stopped breathing, Mr. Dillon.
It was 2 against 2, Chester. We'd have made out all right.
Yes, I know, but it's the waiting that chills me. Say, you know something? I'll bet anything it was them that killed the fellow that lived here.
Maybe. But I'd sure like to know more about those 2. But right now, we better get started for Dodge.
Yes, sir, I'll go get the horses.
Chester and I got mounted and rode maybe a mile and a half when we came across a sort of a camp. There was a man there, a tall man with long yellow hair and bright blue eyes that seemed always to be looking into the distance. He had a mule and an old wagon and some hogs that he kept in a well-built, partly covered pen. But he hadn't put up a shelter of any kind for himself, and it didn't look as though he was about to. We got down and walked over to where he was standing by a small fire.
Sit down, man. I got no coffee, but you're welcome to that pot of chicory. There's a spoonful of molasses in it.
Well, thank you, but we just stopped to say hello.
No need to hurry off, mister. My name's Obie Ridgers.
Glad to know you, Richards. I'm Matt Dillon, and this is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do?
I don't meet many people out here.
Are you raising hogs?
All my life. Not here, though.
Well, where do you live, Ridgers? You got a house somewhere?
Ain't lived in a house since I was 9 years old. I like it outside. I need to breathe.
Well, you're outside here, all right.
And I ain't going to move no matter what they say.
No matter what who says.
Them 2 fellas up on Turkey Bend.
Giles and Deaver?
Them's the ones.
Tell me, Richards, there's a cabin about a mile and a half north of here. You know the man that lives there, Riley?
He comes by here now and then.
Well, we buried him last night. Somebody shot him.
That's bad. That's real bad. You better tell the law about it if you're going anywhere, mister. I don't hold with murdering a man.
Well, I'm a U.S. Marshal, Richards.
That a fact. Well,
Don't you ever get into Dodge?
I never have, but I'm going today.
What, in that wagon? It'll take you a week.
No, sir. I'm going horseback.
Well, I swear I don't see no horse.
Well, right out there, fella. Here he comes now. There's Jim Branch leading him. Jim talked me into going to Dodge with him, but I know I won't like it. I'm just doing it for Jim's sake, kind of coddling him along, make him feel good.
Where does this Jim Branch live?
He's got a little place over west of here somewhere. Jim's nothing but a cowboy, Marshal. He'll be drifting on one of these days, kind of like me that way.
Hello.
Got company, Jim.
You ready to go, Obie?
I'm all dressed up like a sore thumb, can't you see?
What'd you do, change your socks?
This here's a U.S. Marshal, Jim. I forget his name.
My name's Matt Dillon. I'm glad to know you.
I'm Chester Proudfoot.
Well, how you do? You heading for Dodge, Marshal?
Yeah, we'll ride in with you if you like.
Good. This is a big day. I've been talking Obie into going to town for 3 months. He claims he don't like towns. Wait till he sees Dodge.
I'm happy right here with my hogs. I don't need no town.
Your hogs won't miss you. Well, let's get started.
I gotta be back in 3 days, Jim, like you promised. Them hogs will starve if I ain't.
You'll be back.
Oh, say.
What?
The marshal here tells me Riley got shot.
No.
Says Giles and Deaver done it.
Now, wait a minute, Richards. It looks like they did it, but if I could prove it, I'd be taking them in for trial right now.
Well, it's too bad you can't, Marshal. They're no good, them fellas.
Well, I can wait. They'll make a mistake sooner or later. But we better get going. It's 60 miles to Dodge. Good evening, Kitty.
Sit down, Matt. You want a drink?
No, thanks. I just had dinner.
That reminds me. Fella brought me a dozen quail today.
Oh?
I can cook them for dinner tomorrow if you're going to be around.
Yeah, that sounds great. I'll be here.
They ought to be ripe enough by then.
You know, I never saw as many quail as there are this year. Riding in yesterday, we put up clouds of them.
Huh. That Jim Branch seems like a nice fellow, Matt. Obie Ridges, too.
Yeah, they are, Kitty. They sure make a funny pair.
Maybe. But still, they're kind of like brothers. Look at him over there at the bar. Opie's getting spookier every minute he's here.
Obie likes it outdoors, right out on the ground.
I doubt he'll ever come into town again. Jim told me he still hasn't been able to get him to take a meal in a restaurant. He has to bring it outside for him. Says he can drink inside, but that's all.
Well, maybe we'd all be better off if we lived that way, Kitty.
Not me. I don't want to live like an animal.
Don't you?
Hello, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Jim.
Marshal, something bad's happened.
What, Jim?
Well, this fella here just rode into town from up north. Well, he come by Obie's camp. Marshal, somebody shot Obie's mule and burnt up his wagon and killed all his hogs.
That's right, Marshal.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Giles and Deaver again, huh?
Well, it's Obie I'm worried about. I never should have made him come to town, Marshal. He'll kill them fellas now. I know he will.
I'll ride out with you, Jim. Right now.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first...
This coming Tuesday night on most of these stations, CBS Radio turns John Lund loose on his latest case of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. In the Woodward Manila matter, Dollar launches a search for a missing man and a missing fortune. And when the chips are all totaled up, the missing man and the missing money, each somewhat depleted, are accounted for. Don't forget, this Tuesday night at the Star's address, yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
I wanted to ride out to Obie Ridger's camp that night, but Obie insisted on staying in Dodge. He even tried to have a good time for Jim's sake. Next day, however, on the ride up, he just sat his horse and stared straight ahead and never said a word. We reached his camp after dark, and we could see his mule and his hogs lying there in the moonlight, and the remains of his wagon, charred and ghost-like. There was nothing we could do then, so we lay down on the ground and went to sleep. But that was our worst mistake, as I discovered when Chester woke me next morning. Obie had disappeared, and he'd taken his rifle with him. We saddled up and rode for Turkey Bend.
How much farther is it, Jim?
Just beyond them trees, Chester. I told you Obie was going to kill these fellas, Marshal.
Well, maybe they're not here.
Well, if they're not, he'll find them.
Well, let's pull up.
I don't see no cabin.
It's right in there. There it is, see? See?
Oh, sure.
Wait a minute. Look over there, behind that log.
It's Obie. Hey, Obie!
We better walk over.
Okay. Hey, what are you doing, Obie?
Down, you'll get shot.
Come on, let's run for it.
Deaver in there. I got him trapped.
Look, Obie, I'll handle this. You can't kill these men.
I done killed Giles already. That's him laying right by the door over there.
Oh, Obie, you
Blew the top of his head off.
Obie, I gotta put you under arrest. Now, give me your rifle.
Wait till I kill Deaver. I can't hang twice.
Give me that rifle, Obie. Now.
You mean it, don't you?
I do.
All right, I won't fight you. Here. But I'd sure like to kill Deaver.
Chester, take this rifle and keep an eye on him. I'm going after Deaver.
Yes, sir.
He'll kill you, Marshal.
No. He'll be too curious at first. I'll walk over there with my hands up. But you wait here till I yell.
Deaver, don't shoot. I want to talk to you.
That's far enough.
Come outside. Obie's under guard. He won't shoot. I'm a U.S. Marshal, Deaver.
You're the feller we run into the other day up at Riley's cabin?
I am. Now come on out.
Thought there was something about you.
I got Obie under arrest, Deaver. He admits killing Giles here.
He killed him.
Did you and Giles slaughter his mule and his hogs?
Ain't no reason to murder a man.
No. No, it isn't. But tell me about you. Did you murder Riley?
Well, wait a minute,
You're
Mark.
going back to Dodge with us, Stephen.
Oh, no, not me.
Keep your hand away from that gun.
Let's see how good you really are, Marshal.
No!
Dillon, good for you, Marshal. Good. You killed him. Now they're both dead.
Yeah, they're both dead. But you murdered one of them, Obie.
Jail. I can't go to jail, Marshal. I'd go crazy. I'd go crazy in jail, don't you understand? I can't go to jail.
It was a hard thing to do, but I had no choice. And I took Obie back to Dodge and locked him up. A few weeks later, he went on trial. And after long deliberation, the judge sentenced him to life imprisonment. Obie stood up and said he'd rather be hung. Then I took him back to jail. And I sat there with him for a while.
I thank you for everything you said, Marshal. You didn't have to do that.
Well, I just tried to get the judge to believe you went crazy and you didn't know what you were doing, Obie.
I knew what I was doing. I told him I did.
Yeah, I know.
Why wouldn't he let him hang me, Marshal?
And he did what he thought was just, Obie. He didn't think you deserved hanging.
I don't know how I stood it this long in jail.
I'm sorry, Obie. I wish I could help you.
They got windows in the penitentiary, Marshal?
Sure they have. Well, I'll be around later, Obie.
How's it taking it, Mr. Dillon?
It's pretty hard on him, Chester. Where's Jim Branch, anyway?
Oh, my, I ain't seen him since the trial was over.
Well, maybe he'll come around later. I'm going to supper with Doc, Chester. We'll be at Delmonico's.
All right, sir. Well, a man like that could go crazy. Locked up, man? Oh, that's happened before.
There's nothing I can do about it, Doc.
Well, I know. I didn't mean it that way, Matt.
Pass me the beans, will you?
These are peas, Matt, but you're welcome to
All right, peas. Peas, then. Thank you.
Well, why don't you take a vacation, Matt? You know, go back east somewhere, kind of like St. Louis or Kansas City, someplace like that.
Maybe I don't like towns either.
Well, that's just what I mean. You need a vacation, all right. Oh.
Yeah?
Well, if I were a rich croaker, maybe I could take one.
Rich Croaker. Croaker? Oh, man. Oh, Croaker, man, how could you say...
All right,
Matt,
Doc.
would you go...
Take it easy,
Well,
Doc. You'll bust something.
It's a fine thing when a mere policeman can insult the noblest profession known to man.
I was insulting you, Doc, not the profession.
Oh, Croaker. Oh, I might have known what it'd be like having supper with you tonight.
I'll buy you a drink after, huh? How's that?
Well, I don't know. Well, I'll think about it.
Dillon?
What's the matter, Chester?
Obie Ridgers. He's dead.
What?
I heard a shot out back, and I run into his cell, and he was laying there dead. There's a gun on the floor. I don't know where he got hold of it. You better come look.
He's dead, all right, man.
You think he killed himself, Doc?
Well, the gun was held right close to his head.
Maybe somebody called him over to the window and shot him.
Maybe. But he could have done it himself. The bullet entered right here, man.
Yeah. So you're saying it could be either murder or suicide, huh?
That's right.
Well, why would anybody murder him, Mr. Dillon? It don't make sense.
Well, it could be somebody who understood how Obie felt about being cooped up the rest of his life, Chester. And somebody who liked him. A good friend.
Jim Branch?
I don't know who used that gun, but Obie's dead. And I'm going to find Jim. Jim Branch wouldn't talk one way or the other. So I charged him with both murder and abetting a suicide, and he was brought to trial. The trial didn't last long due to lack of evidence, and Jim was freed. He left the country soon after, and I never heard of him again. And as Kitty had said, he and Obie were kind of like brothers.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Lawrence Dobkin, Jack Crucian, and John Daner. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Roy Rowan speaking. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
From all corners of the globe comes the news, edited and reported for your listening pleasure on CBS Newsroom Sunday Desk, every Sunday afternoon on most of these same CBS radio stations. 3 top reporters bring you the latest up-to-the-minute news in their specialized fields. Dick Joy tells you about news at home and overseas. Tom Harmon handles sports, and George Fisher reports the Movieland news. That's CBS Newsroom Sunday Desk, tomorrow at the Star's address. Eve Arden as Our Miss Brooks teaches you how to laugh tomorrow on the CBS Radio Network. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Well, your horse is ready, Mr. Dillon. He's tied out in front.
Okay, Chester.
And the papers for Jake Worth?
Uh-huh.
I still don't see why you got to ride clean out there just for him to sign them. Can't he do it next time he comes to town?
Now, these are land rights papers, Chester. Government stuff. Jake's not doing me any favor by signing them.
Well, when will I expect you back, Mr. Dillon?
Not tomorrow evening, probably, unless Jake isn't at home when I get there. It might take longer. I don't know.
I see.
By the way, there's something you can do while I'm gone, if you will.
Yes, sir. What's that?
That door out back, been off the hinges 2 winters now.
Oh,
Sure be awful nice to have it fixed, wouldn't it?
well, it's awful hot for that kind of work.
Yeah,
Mr.
too
Dillon.
hot in the summer, too cold in the winter, huh?
I'll fix it, Mr. Dillon.
Good, Chester. And you might clean up out back a little, too. Those cells look like we've been boarding cattle out there, not men.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll see you in a couple of days.
Bye, Mr. Dillon. Have a nice trip. Sometime I think I might maybe just go to San Francisco and get me a job being a rich millionaire gold digger. Live at a nice big hotel. Not never wash up nothing, never. Never do nothing at all except drive around in a fancy rig and have people say, "Good morning, Mr. Proudfoot." Oh, hello, Doc.
Yeah, I saw Matt riding out a minute ago.
Yeah, he's went.
Where's he headed for?
He's went out into the country. Won't be back for a day or so.
We left you here alone, huh?
Well, now, it kindly looks that way, don't it?
Must be an important mission. Well, he probably wants to travel alone.
Fast and light. That ain't it at all. He would have took me, but he wants me to stay here and kind of keep an eye on things.
Oh, you mean he wants to know how many killings took place? And how many times the bank was held up, huh? Things like that?
Doc, I ain't quite as useless as you seem to think.
I know.
I got more to do than ride around all over the country in an old buggy handing out sugar pills to defenseless old ladies or just walking up and down the plaza looking for somebody to gossip with. I don't need some old sawbones to tell me what good I am or not.
The cook at Delmonico's told me they've got antelope stew today.
I don't care what the... Antelope stew?
I was kind of looking for someone to eat with.
Antelope stew?
Are you hungry by any chance?
Come on, Doc. If we don't hurry, it'll be all gone.
Oh, sure you don't want some more stew?
Well, then, no, thank you, Doc. I just couldn't.
Can't fly on one wing, you know.
Well, maybe you're right. Spoon out just a little dab more, please.
Yeah, all right. Just there. There you are.
Thank you. Doc, you know that fellow just come in?
Huh? No. Why?
Well, he's sure looking at you funny. He's coming over here.
I'm Bryce Harp, Judge. What?
I said my name's Bryce Harp. You remember me.
Well, no, I'm sorry, I don't.
You got a convenient memory, Judge.
Judge? What's this judge business? He ain't no judge, mister. It's a whole lot more likely he'd be on the other side of the bench.
Pure luck I run in.
Now, wait a minute, mister. I'm a doctor. I'm not a judge.
What?
A doctor, I said. Oh, he's a doctor, sure enough, mister. And if there's something wrong with your horse, he can prove
Oh,
it.
shut up, Chester. So that's it. You're hiding out.
Now, wait a minute. Now, what in the world are you talking about?
Judge Kennebrew, big man in Wyoming. Horse doctor in Kansas. What happened, Judge? They tell you I was getting out?
I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about, my friend.
I'm talking about 7 years in state prison. 7 long years you sentenced me to, Judge. 7 years to think about what I'd do when I got out.
I tell you, I'm not a judge, you fool. You ask anybody, they'll tell you. I'm Doc Adams.
Judge, I don't care what you call yourself or what you claim to be. I've been waiting 7 years to meet up with you again. And it ain't likely you nor anybody else can talk me out of killing you.
Killing?
That's all I've been waiting for, Judge. And I don't much care how I catch you either.
Now, look here, you can't go around threatening people like that.
Don't tell me what I can do. I've had 7 years of people telling me what I can do.
Oh, you're crazy. You're drunk.
Well, I'll see you later, Judge.
I'll be doggone.
Well, I've been called a lot of things in my life, but never a judge.
He said he was going to kill you, Doc. Oh, they mistook me for someone else. Judge, someone or other. You'll find out the truth soon enough. Oh, yeah, but he thinks you're just covering up with this doctor business. No, I don't think there's too much to worry about, Chester. This Bryce Harp is just another pilgrim gone off balance with a hard life out here.
He was mighty pale for a prairie man, Doc.
Hey, prison pallor?
Oh, no. Doc, I don't think you should ought to take this so light. Maybe seriouser than you think.
Nah, Chester, I know a thing or two about people. Harp's just a little off balance. I probably won't remember a thing about this by nightfall.
Yeah. Maybe, but I ain't so
Oh,
sure.
now, look. He wasn't wearing a gun, was he?
Well, no. Come to think of it, he wasn't.
Well,
But
there
that
you
don't
are, you see. The man comes busting in here saying he's going to kill me. He's making threats, and he isn't even armed. Now, just stop threatening. Eat your stew there. Go ahead.
Okay, Doc. Guess you know. But I don't mind telling you I sure will be easier when he leaves town. Or Mr. Dillon gets back. Why, rather.
Well, good evening, Chester.
Oh, Miss Kitty?
Are you drinking tonight?
Oh, might as well, guess. Ain't got nothing much else to do. I guess I'll have beer, Sam.
Yeah, sure. Coming right up, Chester.
I hear Matt rode out to Jake Wood's place.
Doc's been here, huh?
Yeah, he stopped in on his way home.
And here you are, Chester.
Did Doc tell you about being mistook for a judge?
Yeah, having his life threatened? That man must be crazy.
Doc says he's harmless. He don't even carry a gun.
Well, it's a good thing. Fancy Doc as a judge.
I sure would hate to come up before him if he was. If he got through chewing on you, there wouldn't be enough left to send to jail.
Oh, no, he's not that bad.
You don't know him like I do.
Give me a beer, barkeep.
That's him. That's Bryce Harp right there.
Well, he doesn't look like any tiger to me.
Maybe not, but he's still kind of hard to figure out.
Hey, you need that whole bar to drink that miserable glass of beer? Huh?
You need the whole saloon to show off in?
Huh? What's that?
You heard me, mister.
I don't believe it. You just ain't got enough blood in you to stand there and talk like that.
You're wearing a gun.
And I'm going to use it to split your head in two.
Hold it right there.
Oh.
Did you see that? He said he didn't have a gun.
Hey, just take it easy, mister.
Get out of here. Fast.
Sure. Sure, I'm going.
Forevermore. Well, I was sure wrong. That man's quite a tiger after all.
Why, the way he run Bob Forrest out of here, well, I guess he ain't as harmless as Doc thought. That man is a real menace.
Chester, how soon did you say Matt would be back?
Tomorrow night, he said. And from the looks of things, that may be too late.
It sure might.
Miss Kitty, you said Doc was on his way home when he come by here?
Why? What are you going to do?
Well, I better find him and tell him about all this.
Maybe you'd better do more than that.
Like what?
Well, I don't know, but if he's really after Doc, it's no joke.
Yeah, I know. Look, Miss Kitty, do you suppose you could keep Harp here for a while? Just keep an eye on him like...
Well, I could give him a drink or two in the house.
Yeah, you do that. And I'll see you later. I'm going over to Doc's.
You got a plan?
Well, not yet, but I'll think of something. Doc? Oh, Doc? Doc? Well, for heaven's sakes, Chester, what are you doing here this time of night? Come on in. Doc, as a matter of fact, I'm glad you came. I was looking over some unpaid bills. Doc. Your name is pretty prompt. Never mind that now. Never mind it. Chester, you've owed me way back. Doc, you ain't going to live long enough to collect it if you don't listen to me.
Oh, all right, what are you talking about?
It's Bryce Harp, Doc. I just seen him in action, or at the Long Branch.
In action?
Well, he didn't kill nobody, but he's got a gun, and he's awful professional with it. Well, he run Bob Forrest out of that saloon like he was a schoolboy in a pumpkin patch.
He ran that bully out, huh?
He sure did. And, Doc, I think he aims to come here and kill you, and ain't no two ways about it.
Oh, Chester, I told you the man's off balance.
That's the whole trouble, Doc. If he was an ordinary man, just a plain gunman, it wouldn't be so bad, but he ain't. And right or wrong, he's got a grudge against you, and... Well, doggone it, I can't just sit by and let him come murder you.
Well, now, wait just a minute. Now, you really think he means business?
No, I know he does, Doc. I know it sure as I'm breathing.
Well, all right, yes. I'll start carrying a gun.
Doc, how long since you fired that old wreck of a gun?
Well, I'm not too sure I ever fired it.
Then you'd just be plain foolish to start toting it now. It'll probably blow up anyway.
Well, for heaven's sakes, what do you want me to do?
Look, Doc, was you going out any horse tonight?
Well, I don't generally stay cooped up in here for very long.
Will you stay in tonight? Don't you budge out of
here.
Oh,
now,
I got the idea, Doc, and it might maybe just work. I'll be back in a little bit. In the meantime, you keep that door locked tight, and don't you open it to nobody. Nobody at all. You hear? Hey. You mind what I say now? No, you lock this door, Doc. I'll be back after a bit.
Oh, Chester. Whatever it is, he has in mind. I might as well go along. Lock the door. And I'll say one thing. Now he's got the bit in his teeth. He's really running. Please tell me what you're climbing in my back window for in the middle of the night?
I had to come the back way, Doc. Bryce Harper's down the street out in front. I'm on the way here, and I seen him. That's why I come in the back way, so he wouldn't see me.
What's Harp doing down the street?
Waiting for his chance to kill you.
Hey, you know, I've been thinking, if he was really out to kill me, he would have tried before now.
Yeah, but he didn't know you was leaving town till just 2 minutes ago.
Leaving town? Who?
It's got to be now or never, the way he sees it.
Well, what are you talking about?
Look, when I left here, I went back over at the Long Branch, and I Finally spread the word around that you was taking the early stage to St. Louis. St. Louis? What Harp thinks you're up here packing, right?
Oh, but that... Oh, fine. Yeah, that's just fine. If Harp really is serious about killing me, you've set me up like a bird in a turkey shoot.
Yeah, I guess I have it done.
What would you want to tell him a fool thing like that for?
Because I figure if he's going to try to kill you, it's better to know when and where he's going to try it. It's a lot better than just sitting around waiting for him to shoot you in the back.
What are you fiddling with those curtains for?
So he'll know for sure you're up here and moving around.
You're just trying to make sure that I get my head blown off, aren't you?
If Doc Sneed can try to shoot you from down there in the street, it'd be too easy to miss.
Oh, that's a fine theory.
Is your front door still locked?
Yeah, yes, it is.
And give me the key. What? Give me the key.
Oh, dear, Miss. Here. Why did you unlock it?
How in the world is Harp going to get in here if the door's locked?
If he comes in that door, we're just as good as dead. We're right on the line of fire.
Of course we are, Doc, but so is he. You better get yourself a comfortable seat. We may have us a long way.
Hey, now, wait, what are you doing? Why did you blow off that lamp?
So with the lamp out, you may think you've went to bed. Then we may not have such a long wait.
I hope you know what you're doing, Chester.
So do I, Doc. So do I.
Well, I go... I guess all we can do now is just wait.
Yeah.
Hi. Maybe you'll recall this tuneful reminder of times past. This is Dennis James with something else worth remembering. It's this. You're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Brand. See, it's the normal, natural way to youthful regularity. The whole brand content of Kellogg's All Brand supplies your system with all the bulk-forming food that you need every day. There's only one All Brand. It's Kellogg's All Brand. So relieve irregularity from lack of bulk, as millions do, with a bowl full of Kellogg's All Brand each morning. ALL-BRAN. It's Kellogg's All Brand.
Well, for heaven's sake.
Hello, Kitty. Sam.
Hey, where's you?
Thought you weren't coming back till tomorrow.
I run into Jake Worth at the Benson place. Saved me a day's ride. You closed for the night?
Oh, yeah. But we can always find a drink for a good customer.
It'd help cut the dust, all right.
Beer or whiskey?
A little coffee, I think. We got some.
Bring it over the table, will you, Sam?
Sure, Miss Kitty.
You look tired. Bad day?
As usual.
Think about how rich you're getting.
No, sir.
There you are, Marshal.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. It's hot.
Matt, did you stop by the office?
No, I just rode in. Why?
And you didn't see Chester?
No. Why, is something wrong?
Well, Chester's got in his mind that some fella's going to try to kill Doc.
Kill Doc?
Yeah.
Well, what fella?
I don't know him. He just rode into town.
Have you seen him?
Yeah, he was in here earlier this evening before we closed up. I'll say one thing. He's handy with a gun.
Well, so are half the cowboys in Dodge.
Well, yeah.
You know Chester, Kitty. He gets the feeling his responsibility if I'm away. He sees something suspicious in every shadow.
Well, that may be, but as I get the story, this man thinks Doc is some judge up in Wyoming who put him in prison, and he's going to kill him.
Well, where's Chester now?
I haven't seen him in a couple of hours.
Kitty, this man that's after Doc, do you know his name?
Harp, Chester said it was. Bryce Harp.
Bryce Harp. Kitty, I'll see you later.
still down there, Chester? Yep. Just standing there. Wonder how long he's going to... Doc? What? He's coming. He's starting for the stairs. Just sit tight now and don't make a sound. No, Chester, are you sure? He'll be there in a minute. All right, Hart, throw up your hands. Chester, you all right? Yeah, I think so. Get that lamp lit. Looks like you got nicked. No, it ain't nothing. You better see the hands off. Well, he's still alive, but just barely. Help me get him up there on the table, will you? How is he, Doc? Reckon you'll make it? He took a bullet in the shoulder, but it went on through. Just a matter of cleaning the wound. But this other bullet, here, it's still there, and it's got to come out. What do you think? Well, I don't know, Chester. It's too soon to know just how bad off he is. You know, it don't give you a very good feeling to shoot a man, even a bad man. Well, he may be all right if gangrene doesn't set in.
Hey, what's happened?
Oh, so this fellow came up here to take a shot at me, Matt, and Chester put a couple of bullets in him.
I heard the shooting from the other end of town. It sounded like somebody was fighting the Battle of Chickamauga Creek all over again.
Oh, Chester got nicked in the bargain.
You all right, Chester?
Yes, sir. I can tell you one thing, Matt. I'm mighty glad you got back. I swear I've aged a year since yesterday.
Well, from the looks of things, you two got along pretty well without me.
Oh, it's a terrible thing, man. A man getting shot up like that.
I wouldn't feel too sorry for Bryce Harp, Doc.
Well, you know him?
If Chester hadn't stopped him, Harp might have killed you.
Well, who is he, Mr. Jones?
I've never seen him before, but I know his reputation, and I've seen his picture. He killed 3 men in a gunfight in Wyoming. He got off with 10 years and broke out after 7 of them. Killed 2 guards.
Well, there's nothing more I can do here. I think I'll go on home. Yeah, you do that.
I'll go along too, Doc.
Yeah, I've got work to do. You two go on. Get out of here.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, Doc.
Oh, Chester. Yeah? Yeah, Doc? I just want to... Well, thanks. Sure. All right, Doc.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston and adapted by Mr. Macdonald. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell and James Nutter. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Doggone it.
What's the matter, Chester?
Well, I just can't figure out how he done it, Mr. Dillon.
Out who did what?
Well, that fellow with the medicine show over back of the Dodge house.
Oh, that again.
Well, Sam and me had it all figured out. Sam would watch from one side, and I'd watch from the other, and when he'd move them 3 walnut shells around, we just knew which one the pea was under.
Sure you did.
And by golly, somehow we still lost $6 apiece. I've been fooling with it here, trying to puzzle out how he done it. There ain't nothing to it except 3 walnut shells and a pea.
And a pretty smart man operating them.
Well, now, me and Sam ain't exactly dummies, you know.
Well,
Matt, you better come quick.
Well, what is it, Doc?
Darrell Bragan and some of his riders. They're up at the livery stable. They got hold of some stranger, and I think they're fixing to hang him.
Huh? Come on, Chester.
By jing, they mean business, Mr. Dillon. Look at that rope.
Yeah. What did they do, Doc, to get Bragan all riled up?
And I didn't wait to find out, Matt.
Well, it don't take much to get Darrell Bragan riled up.
Come on,
that's for sure. Hey, Bragan. What's going on here, Bragan?
This ain't nothing the law need bother about, Marshal.
Oh?
We caught this here saddle bum dead to rights. And there ain't no use wasting time on a trial.
I see. It looks to me like you've already pushed him around some. Is he conscious?
He will be before we string him up. I want him to know just why we're doing it.
Doc, take a look at him, will you?
Sure, man. Just stand back there, please. Let me have room.
Now, Bragan, suppose you tell me why you're about to lynch the man.
It ain't none of your concern, Marshal. You go on about your business and take Doc with you. There ain't no use patching up a fellow that's going to be dead in 10 minutes anyhow.
Hasn't anybody told you we got laws in Dodge City now?
Laws for them that needs it. This ain't the first horse thief I've hung.
Those days are over, Bragan. And so's the hanging, boys. You come on down out of that loft and you bring the rope with you.
Marshal, we caught this man with 2 of my best horses. Blooded stock that's been missing off the ranch since last month.
If he's stolen, the law will deal with it.
No, Marshal. We'll deal with him.
Bragan, you keep your hand away from that gun.
I will. When you get out of here and leave us be.
You will, right now. Here, Chester. Get Bragan's gun.
Yes, sir.
How's the fellow, Doc?
Well, he's been beat up some, kicked around a little, but he'll be all right.
Then let's get him over to the jail.
Say, give me a hand with it, Chester.
Sure, Doc.
All right, you men drag Bragan over there to the horse trough and you stick his head on it. Tell him he can pick up his gun at the jail as soon as he cools off. And another thing. The next time any one of you brings a rope into town, you keep it tied to your saddle. Do you understand?
The shoveling started at the little town of Rome in New York State back in 1817. And on July 4th, 1967, the post office released a special sesquicentennial stamp there in honor of the big ditch they dug, which, it says on the stamp in my album here, was the Erie Canal.
Now, in case you don't know, that canal went all the way from Buffalo on Lake Erie to the Hudson River, connecting the Great Lakes with the Atlantic Ocean. The biggest waterway ever built in the United States at the time, and it was done mostly by the Irish just over from the old country, who did their digging with spit and muscle. Yep. Made lots of money for years on tolls. And the traffic and freight and people through the canal was mainly responsible for building up the Midwest and keeping business in the East busy doing it. Well, of course, the Erie Canal ain't what she used to be, because the railroads do most of the job now. But the big ditch is still there, and so is all the history that went through it.
Marshal?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm Jesse Hyatt. How'd I get here, Marshal?
We carried you here, Jesse. How do you feel?
Oh, Marshal, I couldn't feel no sorer if they drove a herd of longhorns over me.
Well, it could have been worse, you know. They were fixing to hang you.
You know something, Marshal? Dodge City ain't the friendliest town in the world when you come right down to it.
Not for horse thieves, anyway.
I didn't steal them horses. I tried to tell them that, but they wouldn't listen, especially that red-faced, mouthy fella.
Now, that's Del Bragan. They're his horses.
I hit town, left the horses there at the livery stable while I went up the street to eat. When I come back, they all jumped me.
You did have his horses, though.
Who says they're his?
Well, I do, for one. I went over and took a look at them. They disappeared off his ranch about a month ago.
Well, I don't know nothing about that. All I know is that I bought them, fair and honest.
Where?
From a horse dealer in Wichita about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah? What was his name?
I don't know. I think he was just traveling through. He offered me a bargain, so I bought him. I was coming on west, and I needed a pair of good horses.
You remember what he looked like?
Oh, well, no, not too good. Fast-talking fella, black whiskers. Dressed like most anybody else. I ain't even sure I'd know him if I was to meet him again.
I see.
Well, I didn't pay him no special mind. There were no reason to. Marshal, I bought them horses, no matter what anybody says.
That's going to be kind of hard to prove, isn't it, Jesse?
Not if you find that trader I bought them from.
Where would you look for him?
I don't know.
You see, that's what I mean.
Are they going to have a trial on me?
Yeah, Bragan's filed charges.
What do you think will happen?
Well, kind of hard to say how a jury will figure.
I ain't got a chance, have I, Marshal?
Oh, there's always a chance. At least you're not swinging on a rope. But tell me, what are you doing in Dodge in the first place?
Just passing through. I got an aunt who lives alone upriver. She wrote she needed help running the place.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Dillon, but there's somebody out there to see you.
Oh, all right, Jesse. Jesse, if you can think of anything else that might help, you let me know, huh?
There ain't nothing, Marshal. I'm a goner. We both know it.
I think you're kind of rushing things, Jesse. All right, come on, Jesse.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon, it's that young and Adele Bragan.
Oh, you mean Tommy?
Yes, sir.
Ah, hello, Tommy. How have you been?
Fine, Marshal. Could I see that fella, please?
What fella?
The one that Pa tried to hang this morning. That one he treated mean. Like he treats everybody mean.
Why, your Pa thinks he's doing right,
It
Tommy.
ain't right to be like he is. I know it ain't right. And someday the devil's gonna get him.
Now, Tommy, that...
Could I see that fella, Marshal, please? I want to tell him I'm sorry.
Well, all right, Tommy. You go on back through that door there. He's in the last cell.
Oh, thanks, Marshal.
You reckon that Jesse feller is guilty, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. But I do know one thing. The jury's going to think so. Kitty.
Matt, what's this story Del Bragan's telling?
Well, I don't know, Kitty. What story is he telling?
About how he's going to take some fella out of jail and hang him if the law doesn't get a move on. And how he'd have done it this morning, only you hit him when he wasn't looking.
Well, he's got more imagination than I gave him credit for.
Well, he's sure been mouthing off over there at the bar. To anybody who'll listen. I thought you'd want to know about it in case. Uh-oh. Here he comes, Mac.
Yeah.
You know, I've never seen that man when he wasn't mad about something.
What have you done about that horse thief, Marshal?
Not a thing, Bragan. That's up to Judge Bent.
What are you aiming to do with a man? Keep on coddling him till old Bent gets up the gumption to hang him?
Well, I'm going to feed him and keep him locked up, if that's what you call coddling. And for the rest of it, stealing horses is not a hanging offense under the law.
It is under the law I go by.
How long is it going to take you, Del?
Take me to what?
To get it through that thick head of yours that the old days are finished, over with. There's law on the frontier now.
Things work better without it.
Maybe for a bully like you. But like it or not, the law's here to stay, and you better understand it. For your boy's sake, if not for your own.
What about my boy?
He's going to have to live in a different world from yours, and the hard-headed way you act isn't much of an example for him.
Tommy'll do all right. Don't you worry. He knows what he'll get if he don't. He's had the fear of the Lord beat into him.
And with less beating and more understanding, he might not hate you so much.
Hate me? He don't hate me. He respects me.
Respects? Yeah, well, you call it that if you want. But I wouldn't want to be in your shoes the day he reaches your size.
You trying to tell me how to raise my own son?
No. But I am telling you this. You leave my prisoner alone.
Marshal, you whipped me with your fists this morning. And if it come to it, maybe you could outdraw me. You keep on acting hard-nosed. Might be we'll find out for sure.
Mr. Dillon.
Things been quiet, Chester?
Yeah, nary a soul's come near. You'd think this jailhouse had been quarantined for the pox or something.
Well, you're lucky. It's given you more time to study that shell game, hasn't it?
Sure ain't done no good. I've been at it all evening, and I still can't figure out how that fella skun us.
You want to take a few more dollars and go try to find out, huh?
No, sirree. I ain't going near that medicine show ever again.
Not till payday, anyway. How's the prisoner?
Oh, sleeping, I reckon. I ain't been back. Maybe I better go take a look.
No, it's all right. I'll go. Tell you what, why don't you set up the cribbage board and I'll show you another game you can't figure out.
Oh, no. Cribbage is something I do know about.
Yeah? Wow.
Just don't move, Marshal.
Where'd you get the gun, Jesse?
Don't make no difference where. You move easy now, Marshal. I'll blow a hole right through you.
What good would it do you? You'd still be locked up.
Not for long, I won't. Because you're going to let me out.
Don't lay money on it.
Open that cell door, Marshal, right now.
Don't be a fool, Jesse. The worst you'll get now is a prison sentence. You pull that trigger and you'll hang.
I ain't going to prison for something I didn't do. You open that door and hurry up about it.
Now, give me the gun, Jesse. You're not going to shoot, and we both know it. Now, come on, hand it over.
I'm warning you. I will shoot.
You'll still be locked inside the cell. If you did shoot me, you wouldn't be ahead of me. Now, let's have the gun. Come on.
Here. Take it. It ain't got no loads in it. I took 'em out so there wouldn't be no accident.
Where'd you get it, Jesse?
That kid brung it in this afternoon. He had it under his shirt.
Huh? You mean Tommy Bragan?
I don't know his name. He said he was sorry for me. And he said he'd come back in the morning about sunup and try to sneak the key out of the office. Real nice kid.
Tommy Bragan.
I can't figure why he'd go to all that trouble. Not even knowing me.
No, I can't either, Jesse. But I'll ask him. when he comes back in the morning.
Hometowns in America have a lot in common, and yet they're each one of a kind. Take, for example, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The Smoky City is smoking less now and enjoying it more. Mostly because Pittsburghers decided a decade or so ago that enough was enough. Now their smoke and polluted air problem is virtually non-existent. Over in Shadyside, you can catch the pit crowd at the Encore, or the party may have moved across the street and down on the corner to Fox's. On Grant and 7th, the lighted dome of the Coppers building signals the weather. And at Gateway Center, the Monongahela and the Allegheny form the Ohio at the Golden Triangle. Pittsburgh's people meet under the clock at Kaufman's on Smithfield, or lunch at Lamont in Mount Washington. Meanwhile, the Pirates play at Forbes Field. The teens are at McKeesport's White Elephant. Office workers drift in Mellon Square. And the animals nap at Highland Park Zoo. But if your hometown is Pittsburgh, you already know this. We only wanted to remind you it's still there.
There he comes, Mr. Dillon. Riding that pinto pony here.
Yeah, I see him.
Looks like Jesse was telling the truth.
He may have been all along, Chester.
Yeah, but my goodness, so a young puppy like Tommy breaking sneaking guns into jail, trying to help prisoners break out, like he ought to be switched good.
Maybe he's been switched too much already.
Look at him. Walking tiptoe, moving real quiet. I guess he thinks we ain't up yet.
Then we mustn't disappoint him. You get back to your bunk and lie down, huh?
Yes, sir. Darn fool kid, and as bad as his paw.
Be quiet. All right, let's surprise him, Chester.
Right.
Morning, Tommy.
Oh, Marshal, I thought you was...
I guess Jesse was the only one who was really asleep, huh?
Hey, what's going on here? What are you doing here, Tommy?
He was letting you out, Jesse.
I had to. It ain't right him being in there.
You gave him a gun yesterday, Tommy. Did you want him to kill me with it? I thought we were friends.
No, it wasn't to kill you with. It was to keep Pa from getting him again after I let him out.
He's accused of stealing 2 of your pa's horses.
But he didn't do it. He didn't steal no horses.
How do you know?
Because I just know, that's all.
Boy, if you know, tell him who did it.
My pa's always beating me, yelling at me. I wanted to get even with him.
Get even with him? How?
By giving them 2 horses away.
You gave your pa's horses away?
I wanted to get even with him for being so mean all the time.
Well, who'd you give them to, Tommy?
Oh, some fella riding through. He had black whiskers, and
Hey,
he said
Marshal.
he was heading east.
That's the man, Marshal. That's who I bought them off of.
All right, come on out, Jesse. Let's go into the office. Well, I guess that clears up whether you're guilty or not.
You mean I'm free to go?
Yeah, you sure are.
Marshal, what are you going to do to me?
Oh, what do you mean, Tommy?
For sneaking in here trying to let Jesse out and all.
Well, I don't know.
Well, don't matter. Paul killed me sure now.
Marshal.
What?
I got an idea. You remember I told you how I was headed for my aunt's place upriver How she's alone, needs help to run things.
Uh-huh.
Well, she's a good woman, Marshal. Real good woman. Maybe Tommy could stay there until his paw cools off.
Tommy,
Yeah?
how'd you like to go with Jesse up to his aunt's place for a little while, huh?
Could I?
In the meantime, I could talk to your pa, but I won't tell him where you are just yet.
Yeah, but, Mr. Dillon, when Reagan finds out where Tommy is, he'll come after him with a whole handful of switches.
No, I don't think so, Chester. Tommy, maybe this will give your pa a chance to think things over. And you know something? He might even learn the difference between fear and respect. All right, now you two get going.
With your permission, I'd like to quote an excerpt from a speech by that old political character, Elijah Cuddlestone. And I say, we've stated and declared, that is, that pork barrel appropriations are not going to be our salvation. We must, I say, we have to get up on our hind legs. I mean, you stand up and fight for our own improvements. The pork barrel is for loafers. I mean, the greedy and the weak, that is. That term, pork barrel, you know what it means? Well, pork is fat, and fat for hundreds of years has meant plenty, abundance. Ye shall eat the fat of the land. About 100 years ago, in the halls of Congress, fat, meaning lucrative or rewarding, became pork. And about 50 years ago, when congressmen sought larger appropriations for such things as bridges, harbor or river improvements, public buildings, and so forth, to impress their constituents, they were accused of seeking pork barrel appropriations.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, There's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
That's the sound of the village school bell, bringing back memories of our childhood when we learned our ABCs. And that's a sound similar to the historic ringing of the Liberty Bell in 1776. It serves to remind us of the vital part we play today in our nation's government. Be an informed American. Know the ABCs of your government. Under the letter L in the dictionary of U.S. government terms is the word lobby. A lobby is an organized group which seeks to influence legislators for passage or defeat of a bill. The First Amendment to the Constitution guarantees all citizens the right to petition for or against government decisions. Years ago, people with special favors to ask would stop congressmen in the Capitol lobbies to talk to them. Soon they became known in political slang as lobbyists. There are lobbies for and against everything. There are lobbies for low tariffs, lobbies for high tariffs, lobbies for federal aid to education, lobbies against federal aid to education, lobbies for rigid farm price supports, lobbies for flexible supports. Lobbies have been referred to as the third house of Congress, which works behind the scenes. Keep the spirit of the Liberty Bell ringing. Be an informed American. Know the ABCs of our nation's government in action.
Mr. Dillon, I sure would feel a lot safer if we had Brad Kyler locked up there in jail like his brother.
Yeah, so would I, Chester.
You'd think if he was around town, somebody would have saw him.
Maybe he doesn't want to be seen.
It's a mighty upsetting feeling not knowing if any minute you might get a bullet in the back.
And that's probably the way he'll try it, too, in the back. Yeah, let's take another look in the Long Branch.
All right, sure.
Hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
Have you caught Brad Kyler yet, Matt?
Haven't even found a trace of him, Kitty.
Seems to me you could make his brother talk.
Not so far.
You got him locked up in jail. Isn't there some way of forcing him?
Take an axe handle to him, do you mean?
Oh, no.
Come right down to it, Miss Kitty. I don't think even that'd break him down. Them collar boys is tougher than army mules. Brad and Ray's both.
They're just a pair of cold-blooded killers.
Sure they are, and proud of it. Ray sits over there in his cell, brags about the things they've done, admits all of it.
He says he'll never stand trial, though, that Brad will get him out before then.
Oh, he's just bluffing, Matt.
No, Brad will make a try, at least.
Matt.
Oh, hello, Doc.
Hey, Matt, if you want to stop a big fight, maybe a killing,
Yeah?
you better move in on that poker game over in the corner.
Looks peaceful enough to
No,
me.
no, it isn't. It's crooked, Matt. I smelled it, so I pulled out just now. And some of the others are getting kind of itchy, too. I think Ben Stoddard's about to call a showdown.
Who's doing the cheating?
But I figure that, you see that old fellow over there by the wall?
Yeah?
With the fancy vest and the soles off his boots? Well, he's marked the deck somehow, the way it looks to me.
You know who he is, Doc?
No, I know. He's a stranger in town. Claims he's a big-time stage actor back east. But I think he's mostly hot air and bad whiskey.
All right, mister. This has gone far enough.
There it is, Matt.
Yeah.
You've been winning all You fired regular for shooting me, mister.
I beg your pardon, my dear sir.
Now, don't high-talk me, you fancy do.
All right, then, all of you. Take it easy now. Now, what's the trouble?
Now, this man's been cheating on us. That's the trouble.
Sir, may I ask if you represent the law here?
I'm the U.S. Marshal, yeah. Who are you?
I, sir, have the distinction of being Edward Vanderman, a name with which you are no doubt familiar.
No, I can't say that I am.
Then may I inform you, Marshal, that I am the Edward Vanderman who has trod the boards for lo these many years before the crowned heads of Europe, always to the wildest acclaim.
That's very interesting.
23 weeks as Hamlet at the Covent Garden Music Hall. 31 weeks in the unforgettable role of Macbeth.
All right, but what about this poker game?
Was a ridiculous accusation. I had the impression I was playing with gentlemen instead of these coughing, haggling creatures.
Let me have him, Marshal. Just let me and the boys take him out back for just 5 minutes.
How do you know he was cheating, Ben?
He was cheating. We all know it. Look at these cards. Nicked and clipped and cornered, every one of them. He's been working them over for the last hour. His luck's been getting better all the time.
How about his table stakes there? Most of that yours?
Most all of it. He had only $5 to start with.
All right, then keep it and split it up however you figured. Come on, Vanderman.
I beg your pardon,
Come
sir.
on outside. Now move. Out this door. Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir.
All right, Vanderman, I'm going to make this short. We don't like card sharps in Dodge. You get out of town tonight.
Sir, I am not a card sharp.
You were cheating, weren't you?
I was... Well, yes, I was cheating. But it was out of desperation, sir. That and a drink on an empty stomach. Marshal, I can't get out of town.
Oh, why not?
Well, to put it quite simply, sir, I am broke.
What?
A matter of unfortunate investments, you might say. At any rate, Dodge City is the end of the line. I haven't a cent, and as you can see, I'm not very well equipped for walking.
When did you eat last?
Oh, approximately 24 hours ago.
All right. Chester, take him over to the jail and give him some of that stew that you made. He can sleep on the cot tonight, and maybe we can figure out something in the morning for him.
Okay, Mr. Gillis.
Oh, Marshal, you have not only earned my undying gratitude, but I promise I will never crimp another deck as long as I live. Furthermore, you may call me Edward.
All right, Edward. But you should save your gratitude until you taste that stew at Chester's.
Times have changed, and so has the man. In the year 1775, a patriotic, enterprising American by the name of David Bushnell invented a strange craft. It was constructed of two oak beams resembling two platters clapped together and propelled by a water screw attached to a hand-operated crank. Another water screw regulated the depth to which the craft could descend. This was the American Turtle, the first United States submarine. 179 years later, 1954, the United States came up with another first. This time, however, it was a 3,000-ton, $55 million vessel powered by an atomic reactor. It was the Nautilus, the world's first atom-powered submarine. And where the American Turtle was a one-man operation dependent on courage and brawn, the Nautilus is a complicated network of advanced electronics, the operation of which is dependent upon a team of highly trained, skilled Navy men who know their jobs and do them well. Yes, times have changed, and so has the man.
Marshal, you've gone clean out of your mind.
You think so, Joe?
Instead of running that old feller out of town, you stand here and ask me to give him a job.
Joe, you need a waiter. You said so yesterday. And where else you going to find one who can fill in as cook if you want to take a morning off now and then?
How do I know he can cook?
Well, he says he can. Try him out. Well, what have you got to lose?
My restaurant, maybe. If he was to take a notion to sell it while my back was turned.
Oh, don't you worry about that, Joe. Nobody'd buy it once they got to look at all them cockroaches.
I got no more cockroaches than anybody else in Dodge.
Yeah, but yours is bigger.
That's because the food here's better.
Well, what do you say, Joe? Edward's waiting outside. You want to give him a try?
I can't figure what you're up to, Marshal. Spending time trying to get some stranger a job ain't got much to do with law enforcement.
Well, it might have in the long run. He was broke and desperate. That's why he cheated in that card game. And he's still broke and desperate. Now, how about it, Joe?
All right, Marshal. Call him in.
Thanks, Joe. Edward, come on in.
Hey, Joe, just don't get in no card games with him. Why, that fella can
Edward,
live in the bottom of the...
This is Joe Carpy, your new boss.
Mr. Carpy?
It's $1 a day in grub and he can sleep on a cot in the storeroom.
You, sir, are overwhelming in your generosity.
You can start out washing them dishes there.
Very well. Unaccustomed as I am to exercising my unique talents in scullery, I nonetheless approach the task at hand with a high heart and doughty courage. Where's the soap?
Does he always talk this way?
Yeah, mostly. Come on, Chester. Thanks again, Joe.
Just one thing, Marshal. Behind this mask of frivolity, I am eternally grateful to you.
Forget it, Edward.
Your trust, sir, is not misplaced. I will not disappoint you.
Drop by the jail when you get a chance, huh? Let's go, Chester.
Come, my good man. The salt. There's the salt.
What's the matter, Chester? You don't look too happy. Aren't you glad he got the job?
Well, yes, sir, but I just suddenly remembered Brad Kyler. You ain't forgot about him, have you?
Chester, when a man like Kyler's gunning for you, you don't forget it too easy.
Got the tray all fixed, Mr. Dillon. We can take it back to him whenever you're ready.
All right, Chester, let's get it over with.
I swear it sure ain't much pleasure to fix supper for somebody that don't appreciate it.
Race Kyler wouldn't appreciate anything we did for him.
You still don't have to be so mean about it.
Yeah, being mean's what got him in jail in the first place. Race, here's your supper.
What is it? That same slop you've been bringing every night?
There.
Whatever it is, it's what you get. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it. It'd make you too happy if I was to starve.
All right, get back away from this cell door. All right, Chester, set it inside.
I can smell that stuff clear over here.
By golly, tomorrow night I'm going to cook you grits.
Tomorrow night I may not be here.
All right, Chester, come on. You'll be here, Race, until the day you stand trial.
Maybe my brother will have something to say about that.
No? Well, he's had plenty of time to say it. What's keeping him?
He'll be here. Don't worry. Before we leave town, we're going to get you, Marshal.
You do that, Race. Come on, Chester.
You'll find out. You just wait.
I declare that's the honest human being I ever seen.
Yeah.
Marshal?
Huh? Hey, come on in. What's the matter, Joe?
Marshal, I ought to make you pay the loss yourself.
What are you talking about?
That gall-down card sharp you got me to take on, he's gone.
What?
He took every cent out of the till along with him. Lord knows where he is by now.
I got a pretty good idea where he is, Joe. And I wish I didn't.
Yeah. Here, Matt. Whooping it up down there by the end of the bar.
I see him.
He had had a few drinks before he came in, and he's had more since. Where'd he get the money, Matt?
Stole it.
Huh?
From Joe Carpy.
Oh, no. After you got him the job?
Well, I should have known better, I guess, but I hate to see a man down and out pushed against a wall.
I'm sorry, Matt.
Well, I'll see you later.
No.
A toast, gentlemen. Toast to the royal blood of the House of Barleycorn.
All right, I'm sorry. Edward, the party's over.
Oh, dear me. The Sheriff of Nottingham. Yes, indeed.
Come on, let's go.
No, wait, Marshal. This is merely a natural misunderstanding which I can explain quite easily if you will only permit me.
Don't bother.
But I feel it's the least I can do under the circumstances. Only one moment, Marshal. If you will listen to me.
All right, let's hear it.
I accepted my menial role this morning with proper humility, Marshal. And throughout the long day I labored diligently, conscientiously, gratefully, humbly. Then, as eventide drew nigh, in Master Carpy's cupboard, I found a bottle.
So?
So I looked, I sniffed, I tasted, I imbibed, and morality and ethics were flung to the winds. As I warned you, drink is my weakness.
On an empty stomach, so you said.
Yeah, well, I neglected to add that a precisely similar effect occurs on a full stomach. I'm sorry, Marshal.
Come on, let's go.
No, wait. I was quite sincere this morning when I promised not to fail your trust, Marshal. Nonetheless, I did fail it. There is no excuse, of course. I suppose that I really should face the fact that I am just a bit on the worthless side.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Edward.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Just a few minutes ago, Mr. Dillon, 3 different people seen him down by the depot.
Who?
Brad Kyler. He's here, all right.
This is Dick Sinclair. You know, a great deal of publicity has been given lately to NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. For over 8 years, this alliance of the free world has been protecting the peoples of its 15 member nations from Soviet aggression. Its reason for being echoes the words of Woodrow Wilson back in 1917. Quote, "Our object now is to vindicate the principles of peace and justice in the life of the world as against selfish and autocratic power, and to set up among the really free and self-governed peoples of the world such a concert of purpose and of action as will henceforth ensure the observance of these principles." Unquote. No matter how you describe the work of NATO, just remember, it's guarding your freedom.
What? Who is it?
It's me.
Oh. Hello, Doc. Can't you find any place to loaf except in front of the jail?
Well, with you and Brad Kyler on the prowl for each other, I figure I might as well just wait right here until one of you needed me.
Yeah, you're wasting your time, Doc. I can't find a hide or hair of him.
He's here in town somewhere. Folks have seen him.
And I'm not one of them, though. Come on in. Chester.
Has he got it locked?
Yeah, I guess so. Chester.
Who is it?
It's me, Chester. Open up.
Oh, all right. Just a minute.
Hello, Doc. Yeah, Chester. Sure am glad to see you, Mr. Dillon. I've been sitting here at this rifle and jumping out of my skin every time an owl hooted.
There are no owls this time of year, Chester.
Well, I know that, Doc. It's just kindly find Brad Kyler, Mr. Dillon?
No, not a sign of him, Chester.
Race Kyler's been yelling for the last 15 minutes. He wants to see you when you come in.
No?
My poor old actor fellow ain't had much to say. He just sits there in his cell, looks at the floor. I think he's feeling real remorseful for letting you down.
Well, he should have thought of that before he stole the money.
Yes, I know, but I still think it's bothering him considerable.
Chester!
Oh, there's Race yelling again.
All right, I'll go see what he wants. Boil up some coffee, will you, Chester?
Yes, it won't take a minute. I got some water already.
That's you, Chester?
No, it's not Chester.
You finally got back.
What do you want, Race?
You didn't run into my brother, did you?
If I had, he'd be in that cell with you right now.
Marshal!
Yeah, what, Eddie?
Never mind him. I got a little business with you myself.
No, Marshal, he's got a gun under that
You keep
blanket.
your mouth shut.
Drop the gun, Race.
All right,
You all right, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I'm all right, Chester. Get the cell keys.
Chester.
Take it easy, Edward.
His brother came outside, through the gun in, through the cell window a little while ago.
Don't try to talk, Edward.
Which one first, Matt?
Never mind, Race. I had to kill him. Here, let me get the cell.
Marshal?
Yeah, I'm right here, Edward. All right, Doc, see what you can do for him. Huh?
Race planned to shoot you. Said he'd kill me if I'd warned you.
Yeah, but you did warn me, Edward.
His brother is waiting. 2 horses, north end of River Bridge.
I'll get him.
You trusted me, Marshal. Nobody has for a long time. Funny, never much good at living, but on stage, I was always very good at dying. Death scenes, they were always my best.
Edward?
That's it, Matt.
He knew Race had shoot him, but he still warned me. I don't know, Doc. Maybe he was worthless, but like he said, he was pretty good at dying.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vic Perrin, James Westerfield, and James Nusser. Farley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kidder. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
city and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Well, you must have rode out of the war with this gun, mister.
I'd thank you just to tell me if you could fix it.
You fought for the rebels, didn't you?
I'm proud I fought on the side of honor.
Yeah, sure. I can always tell by the gun. A piece like this, that's a copy of a Navy Colt. About all you rebels could get sometimes.
Can you fix it? Can you put it in firing shape?
No, it's a very old gun.
If you can't fix it, hand it back. I've not time to wait.
No, hold on your horses, mister. I can fix it all right.
Well, when can I have it?
I could even fix this so that it will fire metal cartridges. You could even use 38.
All right, just so it'll work.
But I don't see no sense to it.
How long will it take?
No, there is no sense to it, mister. You are wearing a much better gun right now. There's nothing can beat those new Colt Peacemaker.
I have a special job for this gun.
Well, it can't be nothing that the new 45 can do.
This gun missed its chance once. I'm going to see it doesn't miss it again.
I'm not sure I know what you mean, mister.
You just fix the gun. When it's in firing shape, bring it to me at the Dodge House. Storekeeper? Storekeeper?
Just a minute, mister.
I'm not accustomed to being kept waiting.
I said just a minute.
We'll see how you can keep your business going if you're not here to wait on customers.
Well, now, no use getting riled, mister. I've got a lot of things to do back there in the storeroom. Folks in Dodge know I'm here. They know I'll wait on them as soon as I can.
No way to run a business.
You want something, or you just come in here to talk?
I want a coffin.
Oh, well, I'm sorry about that, mister.
I don't require sympathy, just a coffin.
Well, all right. How much do you want to pay?
I don't care how much I pay. I want the right one.
Well, I don't carry many fine caskets, mister. Not much call for 'em out here.
I want a box like the North used during the war between the states.
An army coffin? I ain't never carried nothing that cheap in my whole store.
Have one made up then.
Well, I might be able to do that.
I want one just like the one they buried the Yankees in.
Oh, is this going to be a military funeral?
Not exactly.
I mean, was the deceased a soldier?
He was a soldier once. He should have died a soldier.
Well, now, it don't make much difference what kind of coffin a man's buried in. And now, what I got back
here... He won't rate anything better than a Yankee coffin. Or a Yankee death. Sir?
Oh.
My name is Yancey Grote. I'd like some information.
Why, sure, Mr. Grote. Be glad to tell you just about anything you might like to know. My name's Chester Prowse.
I want to bury him.
Oh, my gracious, Mr. Grote. That's a shame.
And I want a preacher to read the service.
Sure you do. It's only fitting. It's a funny thing, though.
What?
Well, I can't recollect anybody around these parts who's died recent.
That doesn't matter.
Well, now, Mr. Grote, begging your pardon, but it might matter a good deal.
All I want is the name of a man to read the service.
Well, now, that's just it. Some folks would want one kind of a burying, and some folks would want another. Folks around here who call for a preacher seem to like to be spoke over or sung over.
Just give me a name.
They either like a lot of words telling what a fine fella there was, or they like to be sung away gentle-like. Is the body here in Dodge?
Not yet.
Oh, being freighted in, is he?
No. He's riding in.
You or not.
What?
Well, you're almost beginning to live like a normal man for a change.
Oh, how's that?
Well, you've been staying around town, not riding off all over the countryside. You've even taken time to eat most of your meals sitting at the table.
Yeah, and I've let out a notch in my belt, too.
You look fine, Matt.
Oh, thank you, Kitty, but just so it doesn't go too far.
What do you mean?
That'd be a fine thing if I got up one morning and couldn't buckle my gun on, wouldn't it?
Be all right with me.
Kitty, it's because it's been quiet lately.
There you are, Mr. Dillon. I declare I've been looking all
I knew
over
it
for you.
couldn't last.
What is it, Chester?
Excuse me, Miss Kitty.
Sure, Chester.
Well, Mr. Dillon, it ain't exactly trouble. It's more amusing like.
Oh, what's the story?
Well, I guess it ain't a story exactly neither.
Well, for heaven's sakes, Chester, say it out, whatever it is.
Well, it's about that fella I met out on the street.
What fella, Chester?
Name of Grote, I think it was.
Yancey Grote?
Why, yes, ma'am. You know him, Miss Kitty?
I've heard about him.
Well, I tell you, it was real comical. He come up to me.
Chester, what did he come up to you about?
Well, that's just it. He come up to ask about getting a preacher for a burying.
What's so funny about that?
Don't you see, Mr. Dillon? He's getting pretty far ahead of himself. He wanted this preacher to bury a man who ain't even dead yet. He ain't even in town.
Well, is he sick?
No, sir, he ain't sick. He's riding into Dodge as fine as can be. This Grote says he knows he'll be needing a preacher when he gets here. Now, don't that beat all?
Matt.
Yeah, what is it?
It may not be so funny.
You mean you know something about this?
Well, I've been hearing strange things about Yancey Grote.
Well, what kind of things?
Well, old Walt Dow was in here the other night.
Did he sell Grote a gun?
No, not exactly. But he was telling the boys at the bar about how this stranger wanted him to fix up an old Confederate pistol. The man wanted to use it to even an old score.
And the man was Grote, huh?
That's right. And then today, Jonas came in with a strange tale about him, too. It seems he was pricing coffins.
Yeah. Chester, you know where I can find him?
Well, he's over at the Dodge House, Mr. Dillon. He told me to have the preacher come there.
Well, I think maybe I better get over there first. Hello, Toby.
Oh, evening, Marshal.
You, got somebody registered here by the name of Grote?
Why, yes, we do. Yancey Grote, Southern gentleman.
Uh-huh. Is he in his room now?
Well, now, Marshal, I don't keep track of all the guests.
Which room is his, Toby?
Second from the top of the stairs.
Thank you. Grote, are you in there?
Who is it?
It's Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Open up.
Come in, Marshal. Come in.
Thank you.
Let me get those rags off that chair so you can sit down.
No, never mind. It's all right.
I've been polishing my gun.
Oh? Is that the one that Walt Dow fixed up for you?
You know about that?
Well, half of Dodge knows about it.
The old man talks a lot.
You have to admit, though, it was no ordinary job. Fixing an old, worn-out gun.
No, I suppose not. Dow does nice work. You care to take a look at it here, Marshal? Got the action nice and easy.
Yeah, it works fine. Dow seemed to feel that you had a special plan for this gun.
Oh, I do, Marshal, I do.
Maybe you better tell me about it, huh?
Why, I'm going to use it to kill a man.
Oh? Who is he?
I don't think you know him, Marshal, but not that it make any difference. He isn't here yet.
What's his name?
His name's Tom Haskett. He'll be here in a few days. He's coming with a herd of cattle. And I'll be waiting. I've been waiting for too many years already.
You listen to me, Grote.
No, Marshal, you listen to me. There's nothing you can say to stop me. There's nothing you can do that'll save Haskett's life. I saved it once myself, and it was the biggest mistake I ever made.
You're sure trying to make a bigger one.
I know you're doing your duty as a lawman, but I'm here to do my duty, too. And I'm going to finish something I should have finished at Manassas.
Those folks are doing their best to forget about the war, Grote.
I had him there lying wounded at my feet. A Yankee soldier. I had this gun in my hand. I should have finished him. I should have finished him right there.
It's no crime to let a man live.
2 years later, he was with Sherman in Georgia. Tom Haskett led his men to burning my home. My wife was killed trying to escape. I should have finished him. And I will.
I can't blame you for your feelings, Grote, but killing isn't going to bring anything back. Your wife will still be dead, and you'll have a murder on your hands.
This won't be murder, Marshal. Merely delayed justice.
The court won't see it that way.
There's no law in the land can stop me. I've been trailing Tom Haskett for years, and now I found him. And I'm going to kill him.
Grote, maybe you can't help it if the bitterness in your brain is eating away the reason, but let me tell you something. You're not going to work out your revenge in Dodge. As soon as I hear that cattle drive is near town, I'm going to lock you up, and I'm going to keep you locked up till Haskett's safely out of town.
You can't stop me, Marshal.
I hope I won't have to, Grote. I hope maybe you'll stop yourself.
You know, Matt, it isn't the grudge that's causing the trouble.
Oh, what do you mean, Doc?
Well, lots of folks carry grudges. And some of them never get rid of them as long as they live.
Well, Yancey Grote's sure never going to get rid of his.
I know. And if you just stop and think, about half of this whole country is carrying a grudge it'll never get over either about the war.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Doc.
Mm-hmm. The trouble comes when folks can't control themselves about whatever's eating at them. When they're so riled up they have to hurt or shoot or kill to get it out of their system.
Yeah, like Grote.
Now, I'll tell you something else, man. You may be able to lock him up or chase him out of town and keep him from doing any killing this time, but it won't stop him in the long run. He's the kind that won't let himself be stopped. Ever.
Maybe so, Doc, but I sure got to try.
Of course you do. Yeah. Here comes Chester. Looking hungry.
Well, he hasn't eaten for at least an hour and a half. Of course he's hungry.
Hello, Mr. Dillon. Doc.
Chester, come on, sit down. Have your dinner, boy.
Thank you. I could sure use something, that's a fact.
It's a wonder to me you had the strength to get here, Chester. It must be at least 5 minutes after noon already.
Well, I would have been here sooner. You can count on that, but I was held up at the corner by Mr. Dobie.
Oh, what's on his mind?
It's about that Grote fellow, Mr. Dillon. I swear he just about makes as little sense as anybody I ever run into.
What's he done now?
Well, it ain't that he's done nothing. It's what he ain't done that makes you wonder.
What?
Well, you know how he was going around town making all kinds of arrangements for a burying.
Yeah, go on.
Well, sir, he's left town.
Left town? Are you sure?
Mr. Doby says he packed out early this morning, cleaned out his room, and rode off.
Well, does Doby know where he went?
No, we don't, Mr. Dillon. Moss Grimmick does.
Oh, come on, Chester. Get it out.
Well, Moss Grimmick saddled his horse for him, and Grote was asking which way the cattle drive would be coming from.
Yeah, what do you have, Chester?
Well, no.
Bring him something to eat in a hurry.
Well, no, I ain't in no special rush.
Yes, you are, Chester. Meet me at the stable in 5 minutes. We're going to be riding south.
You the cook for this outfit, mister?
Well, I ain't no painted lady.
Could I have a few words with you?
We don't need no more hands on this drive, fella. We're almost to Dodge.
I don't want a job. I just want some information.
All right. You ask the questions, but I ain't promising no answers.
Fair enough. Can I tie my horse here?
Sure. Just keep him out of the beans.
I'm looking for a man named Tom Haskett.
Oh?
I heard he was with your outfit.
Is that a fact?
I'd like very much to find him. We haven't seen each other since the war. Is he on this drive?
Well, why don't you hang around and find out, mister?
Well, I could do that, of course, but, well, to tell the truth, I'd like to surprise him.
Well, now, ain't that pretty?
I know it may sound strange, but I don't think he ever expected to see me again.
Oh.
And I'd like to work it so our meeting is sort of private.
Well, there ain't much privacy out here on the plains, mister.
Well, you could help me if you would.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Over at that creek bed where those bushes are, I thought I might wait for him over there, and then you could send him over when he gets back to camp.
Well, now, why should I?
I'd be glad to supply a little something to wash the dust down your throat.
Oh? Drinking whiskey?
Drinking whiskey. It's in my saddlebag.
Okay, mister. And it don't make much sense to me, but I'll speak to Haskett when he comes in for his supper.
I'll be waiting. It's been a long time.
Somebody want to see me?
You Tom Haskett?
Yeah, I'm Haskett.
Over here.
What's on your mind, mister? Cook said you wanted to see me.
I thought you'd remember me.
I know you?
You ought to. Maybe I can jog your memory. You remember Manassas?
Second Bull Run? You bet I do. Was you there, too?
I was there.
Sound like a Reb.
I was a Confederate cavalryman.
Hey, hold on a minute.
You remember a stream bed just about like this, and you lying there wounded, firing as we advanced?
And my gun jammed, and you could have picked me off easy, but you didn't? You're Grote.
That's right, Haskett. Yancey Grote.
Well, I'll be dogged.
Didn't figure on seeing me again.
No, for a fact I didn't, but I'm right glad to meet with you. I'm proud of the chance to shake your hand.
That's not why I came here.
You want me to do something for you? Need money or a job? Be proud to do anything I can.
That won't be necessary.
Well, then...
I'm going to kill you, Haskett.
It's a poor joke.
I held this gun on you once before and let you live. I will not make that mistake again.
You must be crazy.
Maybe. Maybe a man goes crazy thinking about his house burning down and his wife dying. And the man who did it...
Oh, sure. Sure, it's a terrible thing. What's it got to do with me?
You can stand there with the memory of that fire showing in your eyes and ask me a question like that.
Well, now, listen a minute.
You and your men on that march with Sherman, burning, looting, harming innocent
women.
You
mean down in Georgia?
I mean just outside Atlanta.
Well, now, listen to me, Grote. Now, I was never in Georgia in my life. Not before the war, not during, not after.
That's not what your sergeant said, Haskett.
My sergeant?
He identified you all right. Lieutenant Tom Haskett, he said. That's you, ain't it?
Well, sure, that's me, but I'm not the one you're after. Listen, man, I can prove it. I was in prison.
Burning a man's house, killing his wife. After his life had been saved? Look, shooting's too good for you, Hank.
Groat, you got to give me a chance.
I gave you one with the same gun in my hand.
For the sake of heaven, Groat. No.
You didn't have...
Groat.
You're too late, Marshal.
I said drop it. Pick it up, Chester. Is this Haskett?
That's Haskett. But you're too late, Marshal.
Haskett? Can you hear me?
He's crazy. He's stark crazy.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Get over to the cattle camp and borrow a wagon. We got to get this man to Doc.
Yes, Mr.
You save his life, I'll just get him again.
I don't think you're going to have the chance, Groat, one way or the other. Hold up, Chester. There's Doc across the street.
Yes, sir. Whoa.
Hey, Doc. Hey, Doc. Come over here, will you?
Oh, yes, sure, Mac.
Nobody can help him.
You just sit quiet, Groat.
What is it, Mac?
Doc, we got a badly wounded man in the wagon. Thought you ought to take a look at him before we moved him up to your office.
Well, that's a good idea. Yeah, help me up, will you, Chester? Sure, Doc. Give me a hand. Yeah. Thank you, Chester. Now, then, you just lie still. Let me see. Easy now. It'll just be a minute.
What do you think, Doc?
He's not good, man. Not good.
Doc.
We'll do what we can now, but just easy now.
You're Doc Adams.
That's my name. Don't you remember me? No, but it doesn't matter. Now, don't you worry about it.
Does matter. Look at me, Doc. I'm Tom Haskett.
Now, don't try to talk.
You got to remember Libby Prison, Doc. You remember Libby Prison?
Sure. I was there long enough, but you got to be quiet.
Look at my right eye. Scarred.
Scar? Let me see.
You tell him, Doc. Tell him I was there.
Why, I believe you're right.
You mean you do remember him, Doc?
Well, yes, Matt, I believe I do. I might forget his face, but I can never forget that scar. I worked hard to save that eye.
He was in Libby Prison with you?
Yes, he was. Right up to the end of the war.
And he couldn't have been with Sherman in Georgia.
I just said we were in Libby, didn't I?
Groat. Did you hear that?
I made a mistake.
You can just bet you did. You spend years of your life planning a killing and then end up shooting the wrong man.
I saved his life once, Marshal.
You've canceled that score, Groot.
What do you mean?
He's dead.
I didn't mean...
You lived your whole life just planning this thing. Ever since the war. Now, there's just one thing about it.
What's that, man?
At least another part of the war is over. But like most wars, it ended too late.
Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Lawrence Dobkin, Jess Kirkpatrick, and Frank Cady. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Morning, Doc.
Kitty. Well, oh, you finished breakfast?
Yeah, but sit down. Have some coffee with me.
Thank you. I think I will.
To what do I owe this honor?
Eh?
Why aren't you having breakfast with Matt or Chester?
Oh, well, I would, but they're out of town.
Well, that's flattering.
Oh, now, Kitty.
Where are they?
Oh, they went fishing. They left last night. Said they'd be back this morning sometime.
Well, you should have gone with them. Did Matt invite you?
Yes, but I couldn't go. I promised old man Bass I'd have some powders ready for him last night when he came into town.
Old man Bass? Who's he?
Oh, I don't think you know him, Kitty. He lives out near the old Barton place. It's just him and his wife. They don't come into town very often. Oh, they're nice people, though. Salt of the earth.
More coffee?
Don't mind if I do. Thank you. That's good, thank you. Yes, Hannibal and Della Bass are quite a couple. They've been married about 45 years. Fine people.
You selling marriage, Doc?
There's nothing wrong with it, is there?
I don't know. Never had much chance to find out.
You're not telling me you've never been asked?
Yeah, I've been asked, all right.
But not by the right person?
Maybe that's it. Look, this is pretty heavy talk for 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I guess it is at that.
Let's get back to, what were their names?
Bass. Hannibal and Della Bass. Oh, you'd like them, Kitty. I tell you what, I'll take you out there one of these days, huh?
I like that.
Good, then we'll go. Yeah.
What's the matter, Doc?
You know, I was just thinking about those powders I made up for Hannibal. I'm afraid I might have leaned a little heavy on the soda.
Well, that won't hurt him, will it?
Oh, no, it won't hurt him. Of course, he might feel a little bubbly for a day or so, but...
Come on, Doc. Take your coffee.
I heard you come back from Dodge last night, Hannibal. Didn't figure you'd be up in time to do the chores, late as it was. Here you are.
Ah, thank you, Della. I ain't missed doing the chores in 20 years.
Well, you didn't get to bed till past 10. Did you get your powders from Doc Adams?
Yeah, I got 'em. Funny thing, ever since I started taking 'em, I felt kind of bubbly.
That's good, ain't it? I mean, that's what them powders are for.
Sure, that's what them powders are for. He's a good doctor, that Adams fella. Hey, well...
Sounds like one of the Schultz got himself caught up.
Could be, or could be a wolf.
Shotgun's loaded. It's right behind the door there.
I got it. We'll see you later. All right, hold on there.
Don't you, mister, don't you...
Stealing pigs, huh?
Please, mister.
I'll put him back. And easy. Now, young fella, I reckon I got the right to shoot you.
Hannibal, what's going on here?
I caught me a pig thief, and I aim to shoot him.
You do no such thing. Who are you, son? Ain't seen you around here before?
We're Nestor people about 20 miles north of here.
Huh? What's your name?
Dunch Hezpeth.
Suppose your whole family's out marauding through the countryside instead of working and making out honest.
Now leave him be, Hannibal. Poor boy's half starved.
Ah, he ain't no boy. Nothing gives him the right to steal my pigs.
Well, I'd have paid you back sometime when we were making out better, maybe.
Thieving ain't no way to make out for no man.
Hannibal, you hitch up the wagon, take this boy home. You tell his people what he done, they'll punish him.
If his people's any good, they'd have brought him up right to begin with.
Well, you take him out there and you see.
Oh, I swear, Della, you're treating him like he was candy.
You do what I say, Hannibal. You take him home.
Well, all right. You know something, boy? You was mighty lucky she come out when she did. All right, let's get walking.
And now, here are Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Say, Charlie, isn't that your French girlfriend coming into the service department? Yeah, Bergen, isn't she a doll?
Pardonnez-moi, monsieur. I don't wish to bother you.
Oh, think nothing of it. Beautiful women always bother me.
It is my automobile. She has a squeak.
Oh, poor thing. It probably needs one of our quality guardian maintenance lubrications.
Fantastic. How did you know that?
Specialized training, ma'am.
Specialized training?
Oui. The servicemen at all Chevrolet, Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Buick, Cadillac, Chevy, and GMC truck dealers get special training. That's what makes them guardian maintenance servicemen. They're trained to know your GM product best.
You are so wonderful. Oh, I must kiss you.
Gladly.
Oh, la. How did you learn to kiss like that?
Specialized training, ma'am.
This ain't much of a place you got here, Dunk.
Oh, it's poor, but we only been here a month.
Well, it won't improve by itself, you know.
Ma? Hey, Ma, we got company.
Who is it, Dunk?
Oh, this here's Hannibal Bass, Ma.
How do you do?
Oh, ma'am. Is your husband around?
He's been dead 5 years. What is it you want, Mr. Bass?
Well, I brung Dunk home so's his pa could whoop him for stealing pigs.
Dunk? Well, I didn't figure he'd miss one little old pig.
Oh, I'd rather starve than have my boy thief.
No, Ma.
Things ain't gone too well with us, Mr. Bass. It's hard being a widow woman. All alone. Poor.
Oh, well, I didn't know you was a widow woman.
That's what I am.
Boy, why didn't you tell me about this?
All you wanted to do was shoot me.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, I wasn't going to shoot him. I just wanted to scare him.
Oh, well, you could still have the law down on him,
No, I don't have to do that. Maybe he's learned his lesson.
No, you're a good man, Mr. Bass, and kind. I could see that right off.
Well, I ain't one to hold grudges. I'm just trying to be fair.
Oh, what a shame there ain't more men around like you. He's a real gentleman, ain't he, Dunk?
Yeah, you ought to see their place, Ma. You wouldn't believe it.
Nice, huh?
Oh, I worked hard on that place.
Mr. Bass, won't you stay for a cup of chicory?
No, thank you, but I'd better be getting back.
Mr. Bass, if you're ever through this way again, we'd be proud to have you drop in.
Oh, well, thank you, ma'am. Yes, I'll do that.
Oh, it gets awful lonesome out here, especially for a woman.
Oh, yes, ma'am. It surely must. Well, goodbye.
Bye, Mr. Bass.
Ma'am? Dunk?
You sure calmed him down, Ma. I think he's forgot about the pigs.
Yeah. And he'll be back.
Here, got a surprise for you, Dunk.
For me?
Yeah, you and your ma.
Oh, this is for us, all this stuff in the wagon?
All for you. Now, where's your ma?
The inside, pretty enough. We seen you coming.
She didn't have to go to no fuss.
She said you'd be back.
Oh, did she?
I told her what a fine place you got. The house and the barn and all.
Oh, Mr. Bass.
Ma, look what he brung.
Oh, now, Mr. Bass, you shouldn't have done that.
Nothing, ma'am.
My gracious, my goodness gracious. Oh, we couldn't accept all that.
Just a few little things.
A few little things. Chickens and pigs and corn and coffee and... Oh, goodness knows what all.
Well, the way I figured them that's more fortunate ought to share what they got.
You're too good.
I'm just doing what I see is right, like I told Della when I loaded up this
Oh,
morning.
you're a fine man.
Maybe I should start unloading.
Oh, look at there. Pure coffee.
Yeah.
Why, we ain't had coffee in over a month. Oh, my. You've sure made us happy today, Mr. Bass. Now, you come on in the house, and I'll fix you a cup.
Oh, well, there ain't hardly time.
Oh, please stay. It'd be good to talk to someone. I need a man to talk with, Mr. Bass.
Now, just for a little while, and maybe.
You get that stuff unloaded now, Duncan. We'll be inside.
Okay, Ma.
Mr. Bass, you've got to remember we ain't very fancy here. But it's what's in the heart that counts. You come along now.
Oh, Gondella, where are all my shirts? I can't find a one.
There's plenty in the bedroom.
Not good ones.
Your good ones is all dirty, Hannibal.
Ah, doggone it, anyway.
You're forgetting we had 6 Sundays this past 2 weeks.
What?
The way you've been dressing.
Well, what's wrong with a man cleaning up once in a while?
Nothing at all.
Hey, you know you're getting mighty sour, Della. You're always on me about something.
Oh, no.
Matter of fact, I don't know as I ever pleased you. Not from the day we got married. I don't think I could ever please you.
Don't you try to turn this around on me, Hannibal Bass.
Oh, you just don't understand me, Della. You never did.
That's it. That's what I've been waiting to hear you say.
What?
I bet the widow Hedgepeth understands you fine, don't she? I bet she even told you she did.
Now, you leave her out of
Not
this.
likely I'll leave her out. Hannibal, I've been mighty patient with you these past 2 weeks. But my patience is gone.
Well, so is mine. I'm through, Della.
Through?
I'm going to marry Elsie Hedgepeth.
Why, you old fool.
Now, don't you call me that.
You poor old
Now,
fool.
Della.
I love you, Hannibal. I always have. But my gracious, you can be ignorant.
Oh, I don't have to stay here and listen to this.
Yes, you do. Don't you budge out of this house.
Why not? What are you going to do?
I'm going over to talk to Elsie Hedgepeth.
You're what?
That woman may be too smart for you, Hannibal, but she ain't too smart
You
for
look
me.
here, I won't stand for
You'll
this.
stand for it, all right. There ain't nothing else you can do.
Just going to make a fool out of yourself.
We'll see who the fool is. Whoa. Hello? Anybody home?
Yes,
You Elsie Hedgepeth?
that's right.
I'm Mrs. Hannibal Bass.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. You gonna get down out of that wagon?
I'll say what I have to say from here.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to see what a husband stealer looks like.
I ain't stole your husband.
No, and you ain't going to. Not that you ain't trying.
He's a growed man. He can do what he wants.
You're a bigger fool than he is.
Is that all you come here to say?
I've been married to Hannibal Bass for 45 years. And I've loved him that long, too. I ain't about to quit now.
Well, maybe you ain't got much choice. I bet Hannibal told you he's going to marry me.
He also told me I didn't understand him.
Well, that's sure true enough.
Mrs. Hedgepath, I didn't come here to ask nothing of you. I came here to tell you something.
Go ahead. Talk all you want. It won't change nothing.
You don't want my husband. All you want is his house and his worldly goods. You admit that?
I ain't saying nothing.
Well, I want him, and I don't care if he's rich or poor. Now, there's a difference there, ain't there?
You're just jealous because you can't hold him no more.
All right. Ain't no use talking to you. I'm going to have to show you.
Here, now. What are you doing? You put down that rifle.
Maybe you'll understand this.
You murderer! You shot the heel off of my shoe.
Maybe you understand now.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot again!
Next time it won't be your heel. You think about that, Widow Hedgepath?
That's peaceful enough looking, ain't it?
Yeah, from here anyway.
You reckon that's her standing out there?
Yeah, must be. Come on. This the Hannibal Bass place, ma'am?
It is.
And then you must be Miss Bass.
That's right.
Well, I'm Marshal Dillon from Dodge. You mind if we get on?
You're welcome, Marshal.
Thank you. This is Chester Proudfoot, Miss Bass.
How do?
Proud to have you here, both of you. Come inside, and I'll fix you some coffee.
Well, I think I better tell you what we came here for first.
Oh? Hannibal ain't in some sort of trouble, is he?
No, ma'am. I'm afraid you are.
Me?
Judge Blint issued a warrant for you. The complaint says you tried to shoot a Miss Hedgepath.
That. Marshal, I'm too good a shot to try and shoot somebody.
Well, you sure convinced her. She rode all the way to Dodge to tell the judge about it.
Did she say anything to him about how she's been trying to steal my husband? To run off with him?
No, ma'am.
Well, she is. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got to get this milk inside out of the sun.
Can I help you, ma'am?
Oh, thank you. I can manage.
How can you let her go like that, Mr. Dillon? She'll most likely be back out of that house with a gun.
I don't think so.
Well, why on earth not? She's a pretty strong-minded lady.
Yeah, but I don't think she's a murderer. Maybe the judge got taken in by that Miss Hedgepath a little bit.
Here she comes.
Miss Bass, where's your husband?
Over to the widow woman's, like he's been every day lately.
Oh, I see.
Marshal, let me tell you something. This is a good farm. Took Hannibal and me a long time, and a lot of hard work to get that house and barn up. 5 years, in fact.
You got some good stock out here, too, hogs and all.
We do for a fact. And that's why the widow Hedgepath is after Hannibal. This place. She wants it.
But it's still against the law to go around shooting at people, ma'am.
I guess you're right. It don't seem to have made no difference anyway. I just wish there was some way to bring Hannibal to his senses.
Miss Bass, you said your husband was over at the Hedgepath place, huh?
Yes.
How do you get there?
Straight north. Just follow the trail you come here on. Why?
Maybe Chester and I will ride up there. I'd like to have a talk with your husband.
That's kind of you, Marshal. But it won't do no good.
Oh, we'll try anyway.
He's going to marry that woman, Marshal. And so far, I haven't been able to think of a thing to stop it.
Well, let's see what we can do, Miss Bass. We'll see you later.
Must be Hannibal Bass sitting on the stoop there.
Looks kind of like an old turkey, don't he?
I wouldn't let him hear you say that. Hello?
Hello?
You Hannibal Bass?
Yeah. How'd you know my name?
Who are you talking to, Hannibal?
I'm Marshal Dillon, Miss Hedgepeth.
Oh, from Dodge. Well, I'm afraid you come to the wrong place, Marshal. You must have rode right by the Bass farm.
What are you talking about? What is this?
I went into Dodge the other day, Hannibal, and I got the judge to issue a warrant for her arrest.
Whose arrest?
Your wife, Della. You didn't expect me to do nothing about her trying to murder me, did you?
You ain't going to put Dell in jail, are you, Marshal?
No, I'm not.
What's this all about?
Well, I'll make this real simple, Mr. Bass. This business has gone far enough. It's got to stop before somebody gets hurt. Now, you're coming back to your place with me right now.
Oh, no, he ain't, Marshal. He's staying right here.
You're going along, too, Miss Hedgepeth.
What?
And once we get there, everybody's going to lay their cards on the table, and I'm going to be there to see that they do. Now, let's get ready.
I ain't going alone. I'm going to take my boy, Dunk.
I don't care who you take, but we're starting back as soon as you get your team hitched. Now, let's get going.
You know, Bass Place will be right around that bend, Mr. Dillon.
Uh-huh.
It'll be good to get in out of this hot spot. Looky there.
Yeah, I see it.
Burnt to the ground, the whole place.
Come on.
Hello there, Marshal Dillon.
What happened here? You all right?
I'm fine, Marshal. That Hannibal coming?
Yes, they're right behind us in the wagon.
Good. But your house and the barn, how did it happen? Both of them at the same time? I swear I don't understand it.
I think I do, Chester. Just wait.
Ooh. Della!
Evening, Hannibal.
Oh, Della!
You brought her home a little too late, didn't you?
I didn't bring her. The marshal did.
Ask her what she thinks now, Hannibal.
You done this, didn't you? You set fire to the whole place.
I said ask her what she thinks.
I think you're crazy. I think you're both crazy.
You still want to marry
Dunk, turn this wagon around and drive me home.
Sure, Mom.
Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go.
Well, Hannibal?
You was right, Della. I'm just an old fool.
We're going to have to start from scratch again.
Well, we done it before.
Hannibal, I fixed your favorite supper. Whole beans.
Oh, Della. Oh, you're some woman.
Now, Hannibal, you stop that. You got guests.
Oh, yeah.
Marshal, if you and Chester care for whole beans, we'd be proud to have you stay for supper.
My goodness, I ain't had none of them in years.
We'd be mighty pleased, ma'am.
You'll have to sit on the ground to eat 'em. I saved a few plates and things out of the house. I'll get 'em.
Oh, no, you won't. I'll get 'em. You've done enough work today, Della Bass.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston and adapted by Mr. McDonald. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Virginia Gregg, Peggy Weber, and Sam Edwards. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Like to take a quick hop to Paris tomorrow? The CBS Radio Network is offering you a lightning-fast route via the Monday through Friday feature entitled Your Man in Paris. Your man, in this case, happens to be CBS News correspondent David Schoenbrunn, whose perceptive eye makes for fluent, fascinating observations about the great city on the Seine. Your Man in Paris, weekdays. Also heard each Monday through Friday, A Woman's Washington with Nancy Honchman, which takes you on a tour of the nation's capital. There's Man and Wife, hosted by Zachary Scott, with absorbing stories of famous couples. Personal Story brings you autobiographies in sound of a new celebrity each week. And for entertaining, rewarding data on a host of topics, Information Central with Alan Jackson and Sidelights with Douglas Edwards. Weekdays, hear them here.
Dillon, how are you? I sure am glad to see you back.
It's good to be back, Chester.
My land, you've been gone over a month.
Yeah, 6 weeks to be exact.
I declare, you sure must have covered a lot of territory.
I'll tell you all about it later, Chester, but what's been going on here?
Oh, nothing much, guess. You know how Dodge is. Things is just about the same.
They are, huh? Now, what about that new sign over the Long Branch there?
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon, I plumb forgot that. That happened the week after you left.
Kitty Russell, proprietor.
Ain't that the doggonest thing you ever heard of? Miss Kitty bought the place.
Well, where'd she get the money?
Well, you know Miss Kitty, she don't never spend much, and she's been saving it for years and years.
Well, I guess it mounts up. You save it that way.
You ought to go in and say hello, Mr. Dillon. Miss Kitty's been waiting real proud for you to get back.
Yeah, I'd like to, if you put my horse up for me.
Oh, sure.
I'll see you in the office later, Chester.
Okay.
Hello, Sam.
Well, Marshal Dillon, when'd you get back?
Just now. I saw the new sign outside, and I came in to see if the price of whiskey had gone up.
Marshal, the price of whiskey's gone down at the Long Branch. It's the first thing Kitty did. Well, the place make more money than ever, though. Sure got to hand it to her.
Where is she, Sam?
She went to her room, Marshal. I wish you'd go see her. She got me worried.
Oh, why?
Well, we were sitting here talking business, and a boy come in with a telegram for her. She read it, turned kind of pale, and she got up and left.
Oh. Well, all right, Sam. I'll go up and see her.
Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
Come in.
I just got back. I thought I'd come around to congratulate you.
Oh, thanks.
Kitty, Sam told me about the telegram, if there's anything I can do to help.
Oh, Matt, you've got it all wrong. Sam, too. It's not bad news.
Oh? Well, I'm glad to hear that.
It's my father, Matt.
What?
My father, Wayne Russell. He's coming here to Dodge tomorrow.
Well, I thought your father was, well, lost.
Well, he has been. I've never even seen him. He left my mother in New Orleans a few months after I was born.
Yeah, I know.
He was a gambler, Matt. Worked the riverboats. Mother always said he was a very charming man. Funny thing is, she never held it against him, his deserting her. She just accepted it as the way he was.
Well, how do you feel about him, Kitty?
Same as my mother, I guess.
He's coming tomorrow, you say, huh?
Matt, will you go to the depot with me to meet him? Like I say, I'm real happy about it, but I feel kind of scared.
Are you all set for Valentine's Day? Have you remembered to get that special someone a card or even a gift? And what about your camera? Are you planning to snap pictures of your loved ones, ready to make this St. Valentine's Day a memory that will last forever on film? Well, if you haven't done the latter, then now's the perfect time to stock up on film and flashbulbs. Because right now, Sylvania is offering the greatest premium ever. Yes, with every pack of Sylvania Blue Dot flashbulbs you buy, you'll receive a free Bright Star Penlight Photo Flash battery for your flash camera. But don't delay. This offer is good for a limited time only. Hurry. The next time you're out shopping, whether it be at your supermarket, drugstore, department store, or photo supply store, pick up a pack of Sylvania Blue Dot flashbulbs, the world's largest selling brand, and receive your free Bright Star Photo Flash battery. Get your Blue Dots and battery in time for Valentine's Day.
Matt, do you really think you'll be honest?
Now, you just keep calm, Kitty.
Well, people are starting to get off, see?
You see?
Oh, I just thought of something.
What?
Oh, I recognize him. I don't even know what he looks like. Matt, what'll I do?
Wait a minute. Here comes Chester with somebody now.
Do you think that's him?
Well, he's about the right age. Gray hair. Dressed mighty fancy.
Well, what'll I say to him? Maybe it isn't him at all.
Take it easy now, Kitty.
I found him, Miss Kitty. He come right up to me and asked if I knew you. Imagine that.
So you're Kitty.
Hello.
You're beautiful. I knew you'd be beautiful.
Thank you.
Well, I know how you feel, child, but we'll get acquainted. We're going to be great friends.
Oh, sure. I mean, of course. Oh, this is Marshal Dillon.
Welcome to Dodge, Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Marshal. It's a pleasure to know you. Kitty, I want to meet all your friends. And I have an idea.
Yeah?
I'd like to give a dinner tonight. I trust there's a restaurant here that could accommodate us.
Oh, sure they are, Mr. Russell. That's a fine idea. There's Delmonico's. It's the best. We could go there right now and tell them to get started cooking.
Chester.
Well, I'm only trying to help.
Well, that'd be pretty expensive, wouldn't it?
Kitty, my child, the expense doesn't matter. I own a very prosperous freighting business in New Orleans now. I've had it for some time.
Well, that's wonderful.
Will you invite your friends for me, Kitty?
Yeah, if you want.
And about how many shall I tell them to expect?
Well, Chester and Matt and Doc Adams and... Oh, I don't know.
Miss Kitty ain't going to ask Sam. After all, he's your very best bartender.
A bartender? What does that mean, Kitty?
Oh, it's nothing.
Nothing? Why, Mr. Russell, she's the owner of the Go-In' Saloon in Dodge, after all.
Is this true, Kitty?
Well...
You associated with the saloon business?
An unmarried woman has to make a living, and I'm making a good one.
Yes, of course. We'll talk about all this later, Kitty. But tonight, we'll celebrate. Shall we say, 8 o'clock at Delmonico's? I'll see you there, too, Marshal.
Sure.
I'll take you at the hotel, Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Chester. Very kind of you to put yourself out of your way for
Well, Kitty,
So that's my father, huh?
he's quite a gentleman, isn't he?
Matt,
Yeah.
I need a drink.
Well, it was a pretty good meal, wasn't it, Mr. Russell?
I want to thank you for recommending the place, Chester.
Of course, I guess it ain't nothing like what you're used to down in New Orleans. Miss Kitty told me about how good they eat down there, ain't you, Miss Kitty?
Yeah, I guess so, Chester.
good here. What's the matter with you, Kitty?
I don't know, Doc. What do you mean?
We sure don't have much to say.
Maybe she's kind of shy, Doc.
Kitty? Oh, nonsense.
Hey, let me fill your glass, Doc.
What?
Sam Noonan's getting orey-eyed. I think he's about to propose a toast.
Oh, that's all we need.
Watch him.
Ladies and gentlemen,
What'd I tell you?
let's drink. Let's drink a toast to my new employer, Kitty Russell.
Thank you, thank you,
Hey, Kitty.
Sam.
To her old man, her father, and to their happy reunion. A very happy reunion. And to more of them, forever and ever and forever. We're getting thirsty, Sam.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. This is the happiest day of my life. Now, here's to you, Kitty.
Hooray! Hooray for just everybody! Oh, look at Chester there. So you better lock Chester and Sam in the same cell tonight, Matt.
That's a good idea, Doc.
I'm afraid I gotta go now.
Okay, come, Kitty. The evening just started.
Well, it started at the Long Branch, too. I'm in business, remember?
Yes, I know.
I don't think Sam's gonna be much help tonight. I'd better get down there and take over.
You know, I ain't gonna be no help at all, Kitty.
Don't you worry, Sam. You stay. Have a good time.
No, Kitty, you can't go out in that street this time of night.
It's all right, Mr. Russell. I'll go with her.
Well, if she must leave, I'll stop in later and say good night, Kitty.
Hey, now, Sam, you shouldn't be drinking all well, now, look, I just get bored.
Well, that's a very nice party.
Yeah. Fine.
What is it, Kitty? Because he disapproves of your being in the saloon business?
Mm-hmm. You'll get used to it, Matt. Maybe I gotta get used to having a father, that's all.
Now, you haven't made him feel very welcome.
I haven't decided yet whether he's welcome or not.
Well, I didn't mean to interfere, Kitty. It's no business of mine.
Yeah, I understand, Matt. But we'll see soon enough.
Look, Chester. It's a good-looking horse Chester's riding, Matt.
He's thinking of buying it, Doc.
Buy it, Chester?
Yeah.
With what? That horse will be old as a man before he closes the deal.
Well, that could be.
Oh, hey. Isn't that Kitty and her father coming out of the bank?
Yeah, it is.
Is she treating him as cold as ever, man?
Yeah, it's been 2 weeks, and she hasn't changed a bit toward him, as far as I've noticed.
She's waving to you, see? She wants you to come over there.
No. All right. And I'll be back directly, Doc.
All right. The sun will keep your seat warm.
Yeah.
Good morning, Marshal.
Mr. Russell. Morning, Kitty.
We got some news for you, Matt.
Oh?
It's good news, Marshal.
We've been talking to Mr. Botkin, and he'll buy the Long Branch anytime, for cash.
You mean you're thinking of selling out?
Tomorrow morning, just before we leave.
Before you leave?
I'm going back to New Orleans, Matt. I'm going to take my money and put it into my father's freight business there.
It makes sense, Marshal. Kitty and I should be together.
And besides, the saloon business is no place for a lady. I can see that now. I've had to learn a lot in the last couple of weeks, Matt.
Yeah, I guess you have.
Well, if you're going to get packed, you better start, Kitty.
Oh, I am, right now. I'll see you at supper.
Fine. I'll go over to the depot and see the train agent about our tickets. Oh, I'm a proud man today, Marshal. A proud and happy man. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Kitty,
Yeah, Matt.
whose idea was this? You're selling out and all.
Well, he likes to think it was both of ours.
But
I'll have to give him the credit, Matt. He's been talking about it one way or another for 2 whole weeks now. He's awful smart. He can convince anybody of anything.
yeah, I guess he can.
What is it, Matt? Don't you like him?
It doesn't matter whether I like him or not, Kitty.
No. No, I guess it doesn't.
But I sure don't trust him.
Now we're getting somewhere.
What?
I'm going to need your help, Matt. I don't trust him either.
Income tax time seem a long way off? Not for the smart taxpayer, it isn't. It's time now to round up all the facts and give them a leisurely going over. Haste makes waste of possible tax savings. Haste also makes for mathematical mistakes, which result in returned returns. File early, now, while there's time to make sure you have passed up no legal chance to save yourself tax dollars. Assistance, free assistance in any aspect of your income tax return, is available for the asking by phone or in person at any Internal Revenue Service office listed in your phone book under the United States government listings. Don't hesitate to ask. Don't hesitate to learn which form it's to your best advantage to use. Having decided that, do a slow, careful job with all the help you need to get your return mathematically correct, factually accurate. And take advantage of every legal means to cut your tax bill. Something you can best do when you leave plenty of time for the job.
Good morning, Mr. Russell.
Good morning, Marshal.
I see the train's ready. Where's Kitty?
And she insisted on meeting me here. She wanted to do her business at the bank alone for some reason.
Well, maybe it's because this is the last time she'll be doing any business on her own.
Yes, I hope so. No woman should be in business anyway.
Yeah, especially Kitty. She trusts people too much. They take advantage of her.
Not anymore, I can assure you. I only hope she gets here with that money.
Well, nobody's likely to hold up a woman in broad daylight, Mr. Russell.
Yeah. But they would at night.
Oh, there are some men who'll do anything for $1, day or night.
Yes. Ah, there she comes.
I told you she'd be all right. Nobody'd bother Kitty anyway. She's awfully well liked around here, Mr. Russell, by an awful lot of people.
Yes, of course.
And they'd take it mighty personal if anything happened to her.
Yeah.
No matter who did it, Mr. Russell. Morning, Kitty.
Morning, Matt. Father?
You're late, Kitty.
Oh, the train hasn't left.
No, but we'd better be getting aboard.
Why?
Do you have a bag of some kind?
Oh, my luggage is all taken care of.
No, I mean a handbag. You're not carrying anything.
I know.
But where's the money, Kitty? Didn't you get it?
No, Father, I didn't.
What?
I changed my mind the last minute.
What do you mean?
Well, I decided to leave it here in the Long Branch with Sam Noonan. It's a good investment I can always come back for.
Now, look here, Kitty. I'm deciding things for you from now on.
Oh, we'll talk about it on the train. Come on.
No, we're not leaving until you get that money.
Which is it you want, Father? Me or the money?
Now, it isn't a question of that. Now, you do as I say.
You haven't changed a bit.
What?
Mother always said you'd never change, and she was right.
Don't tell me you're running a freight business in New Orleans, you liar.
That's enough.
Take it easy, Mr.
You
Russell.
stay out of this, Mark.
You're just another man to me, Father. And a crook to boot.
Kitty, you're going to be sorry for this.
I'd be a whole lot more sorry if I let you steal my money.
All right, Kitty, all right. I think he understands.
Now you're in this together. I'll fix you. I'll fix you both.
Now, Mr. Russell, you played it pretty smart so far. Don't disappoint us now.
What?
Why don't you see it through? Don't come apart at the last minute. Don't make me throw you in jail. Why don't you play it all the way, Mr. Russell? You can do it.
Please, Father, do it. Get on the train and go. Leave me at least that pride. Father, please.
Goodbye, Kitty.
Goodbye.
Marshal?
Bye. Well, he did it, Kitty. You were right.
Sure he did. You bet he did.
Hi, this is Dennis James. To make a point about reliable, effective Kellogg's All Brand. Repeat after me, please. What do you want when you need brand?
What do you want when you need brand?
Reliability.
Reliability.
Now, what do you get in Kellogg's All Brand?
What do you get in Kellogg's All Brand? Reliability.
Right. You see, Kellogg's All Brand is the reliable brand that millions depend on for the effectiveness they want. It's the real Battle Creek formula that brings you more brand bulk in every serving. More of the vital brand bulk that helps you keep regular. Kellogg's All Brand is also low in calories and mighty pleasant tasting. You can trust Kellogg's for that. The crisp toasted shreds have the kind of good bran muffin flavor that most folks are partial to. So next time you're shopping, get Kellogg's All Brand, and you'll get reliability.
That's what you get in Kellogg's All Brand. Reliability.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Vic Perrin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Have a happy habit, Monday through Friday with Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney on the CBS Radio Network.
Thrill after thrill, and you are in the middle of them all. Windjammer, Louis de Rochemont's spectacular epic, now showing at the Wynwood Theater. Windjammer can never be shown in a local or neighborhood theater, but only in a specially equipped Cinemiracle Theater. Don't miss Windjammer, now showing at the Wynwood Theater in Oak Cliff. You're in tune with KRLD, AM and FM in Dallas, complete big-time radio. You may have less time to read, but you'll enjoy it more when you read the Dallas Times-Herald. The Times-Herald has the right combination, the news, the features that sharpen your viewpoint, widen your world. The Times-Herald brings you Sunday, the local color gravure magazine that's fast, and fun to read. All about people and places you know. Get the Dallas Times-Herald. KRLD time, 7 o'clock. The downtown temperature, 68 degrees. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
I don't know what got into the boy, Mr. Dillon. When I come for you, he was offering to shoot his initials into the mirror behind the bar.
Is he drunk, Chester?
Yes, sir. But mostly it seems like he just plain wants to howl.
Well, he can howl all he likes as long as he keeps his gun quiet.
Oh, there he goes.
Yeah.
I hope that's the mirror and not some man he's shooting at.
Yeah, so do I. Old Dolph would hate to lose that boy. All right, watch it now.
Look, he's laying on the floor, Mr. Dillon. He's been killed.
Look what he done to my mirror, Marshal.
You shoot him, Sam?
No, I hit him with a bung starter. He ain't dead. But I'm about to have to shoot his friend here.
Go ahead and try it.
Maybe I will.
Easy, Sam. All right, what's your name, mister?
My name's Blades. I work for Tom.
You mean you work for his father, don't you?
Well, sure, the old man owns the ranch, but me and Tom, we work together.
Oh, my.
Pick up his gun before he comes to, Chester.
Yes, sir.
All right, Blades. Tom's going to sleep it off in jail. You want to be locked up with him, or you're going to go home quietly?
I ain't done nothing. There's that girl over there got him started.
No, what girl?
That one sitting at the table in the red dress.
What, Kitty?
Yeah, that's her name. Wait till old Dolph hears you threw his son in jail.
I'll tell him myself. Now, you get out of here.
I'm going. He's at the Dodge House right now, Marshal. I'd like to hear you tell him.
Can you get Tom over to the jail, Chester?
Yes, sir, I sure can.
All right, lock him up. I'll be back later.
Yes, sir. All right, come on now, Tom. You ain't hurt me.
You gonna let Chester put him to bed, Matt?
Yeah. Sam knocked all the fight out of him, Kitty.
I know. I saw it.
Blade said that you made him mad.
That's one way of putting it.
Oh, what do you mean?
He made me mad. I don't like fresh kids, Matt.
Tom Vickers must be 20.
Well, he's been acting like a kid. You know, Matt, he's changed lately. He used to be a gentleman like his father. I don't know what's come over him, but if he were mine, I wouldn't allow him off the ranch.
Well, maybe you've just forgotten what it's like to be young, Kitty.
I'm young enough to pour this glass of beer over your head.
You know what I mean.
Sure.
Well, that fellow Blades is older, though. Maybe he's responsible for Tom's jumping the fence.
I don't like him at all. I'm sure he isn't a good influence on Tom.
Yeah, Tom's too easily led. Yeah, he isn't the man his father is.
He sure isn't. Anyways, he better leave me alone.
Yeah, I'll tell him to. Well, I gotta go see Dolph now.
He isn't going to like your throwing his son in jail.
Yeah, maybe not. But a stranger was shot and killed on his range yesterday. And I don't like that.
Oh? I hadn't heard.
Well, they haven't been talking much about it.
Well, looks like you and Dolph are in for a pleasant little talk.
Yeah. Well, so long, Kitty.
Goodbye, Matt.
in, Marshal. Come in.
How are you, Dolph?
Fine, Marshal. I've been sitting here smoking a cigar before I went to bed. Have one?
No, thanks. Dolph, I got some bad news for you.
Tell me.
Tom tried to shoot up the Texas Trail a while ago. Sam laid him out, and right now he's in jail.
Anybody hurt?
The boy's got a bump on his head, that's all.
I don't like the idea of Vickers being in jail.
I'm sorry, Dolph.
How do I get him out?
But I'll turn him loose in the morning.
No Vickers was ever in jail before, Marshal.
Well, it's not that important to me, Dolph. If you want him out now, you can come and get him.
No, he's done wrong. He's got to pay for it. I thank you for coming to tell me, Marshal.
Sure, Dolph, sure. But there's something else I want to talk to you about.
What's that?
Well, I heard that a man was shot and killed on your range yesterday.
It's true.
Who did it?
He was rustling cattle, Marshal.
Oh. Well, were you there?
No, but I've been losing a lot of stock lately. That fella got caught by my men, put up a fight. So, there's one less thief around.
You know who this man was?
Never saw him before. But there's nothing wrong with shooting thieves, is there?
Well, not if I try to shoot you first.
I'm going to hire me some gunmen, Marshal. I'll show with them...
No, that'll just cause trouble, Dolph. Gunmen will shoot anybody that happens along and then claim that they put up a fight. You know what they're like.
Then everybody better stay away.
Everybody won't know about it, Dolph. You don't want innocent men killed, do you?
Of course I don't. But I don't want my cattle stole either.
Dolph, you mind if I ride back out to your place with you tomorrow and have a look around?
I got business in Dodge tomorrow, but I'm going out the day after. Be glad to have you.
Oh, good. Well, I'll meet you here then.
Okay, Marshal.
There's some men branding cattle up ahead, Dolph.
That'll be Tom and Blades. They got a camp near here. I put Tom in charge of this whole section.
They left Dodge yesterday morning early, Dolph.
I know. I saw them leave.
Oh, you did?
They didn't see me. I was sitting across the street.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Tom, all right. Coming to meet us.
He shouldn't stop work just 'cause we ride by. We'll wait here. Who now? Who?
Oh. Hello. Howdy, Tom.
Tom?
What calves are those, Tom?
Oh, it's a bunch of men gathered day before yesterday, sir.
Where are the other men? How come just you and Blades are working them?
Oh, we got all but about 20 of them branded yesterday. I figured me and Blades could finish them alone.
2 men ain't enough with a bunch like that. It'd have saved time if you'd kept more men to help. Let's ride over there. I want to look at them.
Come on. Yeah.
Who done? Blades. Maybe I better stay and help you.
Oh, no, sir. We're doing fine. We'll be all through by evening.
Your herd's getting scattered now.
We'll handle them.
Sure, don't you worry none, Mr. Vickers.
I ain't worried none, Blades. Tom, next time you keep at least 3 more men with you when you got a bunch this size.
Okay, sir, I'll do it.
In case you're wondering about the marshal here in Chester, they're going to look things over for a day or so. The marshal thinks maybe he can cut the trail of them cattle thieves.
I sure hope so. We ain't had much luck, except for that one.
Now go on back to work. I'll ride out here next week sometime.
All right. Get that iron ready for another one, Blake.
It's red hot now.
Come on, Marshal. I'm late enough.
Sure is a nice evening, Mr. Dillon, ain't it? Don't you think so?
What? Oh, I was just wondering what kind of an evening it is in Dodge, Chester.
Oh, if there was any real trouble, somebody would have rode out and told you.
Yeah, I suppose so. It's been 2 days now. Oh, we better get back tomorrow.
That'll suit me fine. I swear we've rode 1,000 miles over this ranch, and all for nothing, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, maybe.
Why don't you come sit in the porch, you two?
Oh, we're just walking our supper off a little bit, Dolph.
Yeah, I've been in the saddle so much the last 2 days, I need to stand.
Suit yourselves.
Dolph, from what the men tell me, you've lost only about 100 head of calves altogether. I had the impression that it was a lot more than that.
I won't put up with one calf being stolen from me, Marshal. I'm an honest man, and I work hard. And if a neighbor or stranger needs help, I'll give it to him gladly. But I'll kill the man that steals.
Well, I wish you'd do one thing for me, Dolph.
What's that?
The next time you lose any stock, send word to me before you turn this outfit into an armed camp.
Well, Marshal, if it was anybody else, I'd tell him to mind his own business. But, I'll do it.
Thank you, Dolph. Oh, by the way, we're going to be riding back to Dodge tomorrow.
All right. But I won't give you more than a couple of days next time.
Well, that's better than nothing, Dolph.
Never get to Dodge if we stop and tally every herd of cows we come across.
This is a bunch I wanted to see, Chester. We'll travel as the crow flies from here in. Come on.
Why was you so interested in that herd? We must have rode through it 10 times.
I was sort of interested in proving something to myself, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Now look up ahead there.
Oh, a couple of Dolph's men, I reckon.
Yeah, probably.
Or say, it's Tom and that fellow Blades.
Yeah.
Where's my old man, Marshal?
We left him at the ranch, Tom. We're going back to Dodge.
Empty-handed, huh?
Not quite.
What do you mean, not quite?
Well, Blades will tell you. I just looked over that bunch of stock back there.
Sure. We gathered them yesterday. Now we're going to do a little branding.
You better.
We'd better? You ain't bossing us, Marshal.
Just get them branded, Tom. All of them.
Of course we'll get them branded.
See that you do. Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir. I don't understand what you was driving at, Mr. Dillon.
That's the same herd those two were working the day we rode by here with Dolph, Chester.
Oh, say, now, I didn't notice that.
And you probably didn't notice about 20 calves in there that are still unbranded.
What do you mean?
Tom Vickers and his friend Blades are thieves, Chester. And probably murderers to boot.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, today, good engineers are needed in hundreds of varied fields. You can build a fine career as a trained engineer and at the same time help maintain America's scientific and engineering superiority. For information, write Box 40, Midtown Station, New York 18, New York. That's Box 40, Midtown Station, New York 18, New York. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
Chester, there you are, my boy. Where's Matt?
Oh, he'll be back in a minute, Doc. Sit down.
No, don't mind if I do. Say, he told me about Dolph Vickers' son last night.
You know, the only thing I can't figure, Doc, is why he don't tell Dolph.
Oh, he's got his reasons, I expect. But I didn't come here to gossip. Have either of you had supper yet?
I had early tonight. But Mr. Dillon probably go with you.
Yeah.
Good evening, Doc. You look hungry.
You look worried. Adolph Vickers, boy?
Yeah. Sooner or later, I'm going to have to arrest him, Doc. I've been trying to figure some way to do it without breaking the old man's heart.
Oh, I don't suppose there is any other way, Matt.
Well, if there is, I haven't thought of it.
Somebody out back, Mr. Dillon?
No, stay where you are, Chester. I'll see who it is. I'll be right with you, Doc.
Sure, Matt.
You're going to starve to death waiting for somebody to eat with around here, Doc.
Oh, why, fasting's good for Manchester. And a little of it wouldn't hurt you.
Oh. Seems to me I spent my entire youth fasting, Doc. I won't never make up for it.
Uh-oh. What's that?
I don't know, but I better go see. Mr. Dillon?
Get down, Chester.
Somebody shooting at you?
Quiet.
It's okay, Chester. They've gone.
Somebody was shooting at you.
Yeah. After they knocked on the door, they ran out behind that far shed there. Mighty poor shooting.
Well, ain't we going after them?
Now, they had horses hidden there. I heard them ride off.
Well, I'll go buy a couple from the rail.
No, let them go, Chester.
Hey, but Mr. Dillon, they tried to ambush you.
I know, but I'd prefer not to shoot them. Especially Tom Vickers.
Tom?
We'll ride out to the ranch tomorrow, Chester. Maybe we can bring him in without a fight. Anyway, it's worth a try. For Dolph's sake. Dolph? Anybody home?
Here comes somebody.
Oh. Hello, Marshal.
Hello, Dolph.
Chester.
Hello, Dolph.
Come on in. Come on in.
Thank you.
Where are you going, Tom? Ain't you going to say hello?
I got work to do.
What kind of manners is that?
There's no use running away, Tom. You wouldn't get far.
What?
Now, come on back and sit down, huh?
You do a lot of ordering around, don't you, Marshal?
Sometimes I do.
What's the matter between you, anyway?
Be better if you told him, Tom.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. Did you brand those calves the other day?
What calves?
Wait a minute, Dolph. Did you, Tom?
Of course we did.
You willing to ride out there with us and prove it?
I ain't riding nowhere.
I've had enough of this. You tell me what you're talking about.
Tom?
Maybe you better tell me, Marshal.
Well, Dolph, you remember the herd Tom and Blades were working the day we rode out here with you?
Of course I do.
Well, I saw that same herd on the way back to Dodge. There were still about 20 unbranded calves in it.
Say it out, Marshal.
I ran into Tom and Blades just beyond, and I told him to be sure and brand those calves.
Go on.
So they knew I was on to them.
On to what?
Dolph, I'm willing to bet everything I got that if we find that herd, those calves are either still unbranded or missing.
What makes you so sure?
Tom refuses to ride out there with us.
What you're saying is mighty serious, Marshal. I hope you won't regret it. Come on, Tom. We'll go see them calves.
No,
We're going out there, I said.
I ain't going.
You'll do what I tell you.
Not this time.
We're going if I have to knock you down and tie you onto your horse. And you know I'll do it.
Yeah, you would. Them calves ain't there.
Then where are they? 20 calves ain't hard to track, Tom.
Blades got 'em.
Got 'em where?
Up by Little Spring. You don't have to say it. I know Little Spring ain't on this ranch.
Go on.
There are 3 other men up there. You don't know 'em. They're holding over 100 head by now.
Tom.
You gonna charge your own son for stealing from you? Are you?
Tom, you and Blades killed that stranger to help you cover up all this, didn't you?
It's too bad we didn't kill you, Marshal.
What's that?
They tried to ambush me in Dodge last night, Dolph.
My own son. A murderer. And a thief. Tom, come into the other room with me. You'll excuse us, gentlemen.
He's going to help him get away, Mr. Dillon.
Not if I know Dolph, he isn't. I expect he just wants to talk to him alone before we take him to jail.
Yes, sir. You know, I feel a whole lot sorrier for Dolph than I do for the boy.
I guess should.
Mr. Dillon.
It's all right, Marshal.
Where's Tom?
I killed him. Here's my gun, Marshal.
I'm sorry you did it, Dolph.
I had to. Marshal, I'd like to bury him now.
We'll help you.
Nope. I'll bury my own dead. Then I'll ride into jail with you.
All right.
You'll get my calves back?
I'll pick up a posse when we get to Dodge.
The boy was my responsibility, Marshal. You understand that.
What you did was wrong, Dolph.
You can wait here in the cool of the house. I'll be back.
We'll wait.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Paul Dubov, Charles A. Baston, and John Daner. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow, don't miss The High Mountain, a hard-hitting documentary report on the progress and problems of 15 million Negro Americans. Tomorrow in the daytime on most of these same stations. Stay tuned now for Gangbusters, which follows in a few minutes over most of these same stations. George Walsh speaking. Saturday nights, Herb Schreiner shells out on Two for the Money over the CBS Radio Network. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hi, Matt. Sam said you were waiting to see me.
Yeah, I thought maybe I could buy you a beer, Kitty.
On a hot day like this, that'd go pretty good. You sit still, Matt. I'll get it.
All right.
Where's Chester?
Oh, he's hanging around down at Moss Grimmick's.
I brought a pitcher full for you, just in case.
Thank you.
Dog days, Matt. It's days like this I wish I was back in Kansas City.
Just as bad there.
Well, at least there's something happening to keep your mind off it.
Mr. Dillon, quick, come here.
Well, what is it, Chester?
There's an elephant out here in the street.
Oh, all right, Chester.
Elephant right here on the plaza.
I could use an elephant in the street today, man.
You already seen Mr. Dillon doing tricks and everything.
Chester, will you get in out of the sun?
He's gone.
You know, Chester sees things even on a good day.
Oh, hey, Matt, you in here?
Yeah, Doc, I'm in here.
Yeah. That sun's so bright out there, I can hardly see you, Matt.
Well, I'm in here, Doc. Now, what do you want?
Well, I thought as marshal around here, you'd be interested in knowing that there's a elephant out in the street.
Yeah, so I hear.
But it's true, Matt. It's really true.
Well, I can't stand it any longer, Matt.
Well, neither can I, Kitty. All right, Doc, what's it really all about?
You'll see, Matt. You'll see.
Oh.
Well, I'll be. By golly, you're right, Doc. There is an elephant out here.
Yeah, he's advertising the circus. There, see him, Mr. Dillon, right over there. See him? See him? See him there?
I see him.
Well, I can't hardly wait, Mr. Dillon. That man with Jenny there giving me this handbill.
Jenny?
Yeah, that's the elephant, Jenny.
Oh. Here, let me see the handbill. Bannock's Grand International Circus and Menagerie. Bannock.
The show's going to be here tomorrow, Mr. Dillon, 2 o'clock.
I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, but Mr. Dillon, what's the matter with him, Miss Kitty?
Hey, mister, I'd like to talk to you.
Me?
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's the law. Well, Jenny, salute the marshal. Trunk up. That's the girl.
Ah, that's very fine. Very good.
I'm Jim Conger, Marshal. Maybe you heard of me. I used to be billed as a human fly. I could climb anything, anywhere. But I got too old for it. Now I'm the best bull man there is.
Mr. Conger, are you with the Bannock show?
Yes, sir.
You're planning to play here in Dodge?
Yep, tomorrow. Parade at 10, show at 2. Of course, no tickets needed for the law.
You have to have a permit to play in Dodge, you know.
We know that, Marshal. You wasn't in your office when I came looking for one.
Mr. Conger, I'm responsible for the peace in Dodge City, and I'm not going to sign a permit for this circus to play here.
Well, why's that, Marshal?
You know as well as I do why. For what happened in Hayes City and a few other towns where that show is played. I don't want any riots here in Dodge.
Oh, you know about them things?
2 people were killed in Hayes, weren't they?
Well, I reckon so, but, Marshal, that don't say it happened here.
I can't take that chance. Now, you go on back to your boss and you tell him that I won't let you play Dodge.
Oh, I can't do that, Marshal.
Why not?
She wouldn't listen to me. She's a strong woman.
She?
Yeah. Maggie Bannock. She's my wife, Maggie is. She used to be known as Dainty Margarita, the strongest woman in the world. Well, Marshal, she could lift 5 men at one time when she was younger.
Look, Mr. Conger.
Well, I'd rather not have to tell her what you said.
All right, Mr. Conger, you show me where I can find Maggie Bannock, and I'll tell her.
You know, Mr. Dillon, when I was back in Texas and the weather got extra dry and it was hot and people begun getting on each other's touch bones more than usual, you know what happened?
No, what?
Well, sir, just when it seemed like everything else had gone wrong, the circus had come to town.
Oh? Chester, what are you trying to say?
Well, back in Texas, after the circus had came and went, everything was different.
It was?
Oh, yes, sir. Somehow it didn't seem near so hot nor so dry, and you even forgot what you was fighting with your friends about.
That's the way it worked in Texas, huh?
Yes, sir, it did.
Chester, I know it's been hot, and Dodge has been pretty dull. But this particular circus isn't going to help any.
Well, why?
Because there's trouble connected with this show.
What kind of trouble?
I don't really know, Chester, but 2 people got killed over in Hayes, and there's been trouble in other places.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there they are, down by the creek.
Oh, Mr. Dillon, just look at that string of wagon, will you, with it?
Uh-huh.
Hey, looks to me like one of them is stuck in the creek bed.
Now, come on, let's get down there. Hello, ma'am.
I'm Maggie Bannock, partner.
I'm Matt Dillon from Dodge City.
Glad to know you, Dillon. You look like that other team we've been needing to move this wagon. You'll oblige, won't you?
Oh, sure.
How about Falstaff there?
Chester? Sure. Come on, give us a hand, Chester.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Dillon, you see what's in that wagon?
Oh, don't let that lion worry you. That's old terrible Tom. He hasn't got a tooth in his head. Say, what are you, Dillon, a marshal?
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
Boys, we made the big time. I told you we would. Come on, Marshal. Let's get that poor old cat out of that water.
All right, ma'am. Come on, Chester.
All right, Lem. Work them horses now.
I got him, Maggie.
Come on, boys. Get your shoulders into it.
All right, now.
Whipple up, Lem. Here we go. Boys, I thought we could do it.
We can, ma'am. Chester, let me have that corner, huh?
Oh, that old lion sure is watching me.
Yeah, he'll be more help where you can't see him. Get over there. That's it. All right, Maggie. Here we go again.
Ah, come on
Well, I never thought I'd meet a Yankee marshal. But I guess you can't help being what you are. Thanks.
Maggie.
You aren't leaving Dodge, are you? We're going to put on a show there tomorrow.
Now, that's what I came to talk to you about.
Well, then talk.
Maggie, you can't bring your show to Dodge City.
Say, you are a big-time marshal, aren't you?
Your performance in Hayes left 2 people dead.
They came looking for trouble, and they got it, Marshal. Now get out of my way. I'm heading for Dodge.
Who started the trouble, Maggie?
I told you who started it.
Over in Kinsley, too? And Atchison?
Seems like trouble follows your show, Maggie. Now, why?
You got a big badge on you, Marshal. Why don't you figure it out for yourself?
Let's go, boys.
Maggie, you're not going to play dodge.
All right, Marshal. We won't play dodge. Does that make you feel better? Move out, lad.
All right. Seems like an awful determined lady, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Well, I guess you have to be to run a circus, Chester. All right, come on, let's get back to town.
Yes, sir. This way Mr. Dillon sees his parade. I swear he'll just have himself a fit on.
Chester? Hello, Chester. Where's Matt?
Miss Kitty, he slept in this morning, and I just ain't got the heart to wake him to this parade. I swear he's going to have a conniption fit when he sees that lady's planning to go ahead with her circus.
Well, that ought to wake him up if nothing else does.
Good morning, Kitty. And Chester, where's the killjoy this morning?
What, you mean Matt? Chester says he's still sleeping.
Sleeping with this parade going by under his nose? Oh, and ain't it fine, Doc? Ain't it just fine?
Oh, look at the three of you. You look like three grubby little kids.
Well, Mr. Dillon, I didn't know you was up.
When did it start, Chester?
Oh, about 15 minutes ago. Jenny just went by with a big sign on her back saying circus at 2 o'clock.
Why didn't you come and wake me up?
Well, I just don't know, Mr. Dillon.
You kind of go to pieces around a circus, don't you, Chester?
Well, most people do, Matt.
It looks to me like it didn't scare that circus owner too bad, Matt. And I don't mind admitting that I'm glad. I'd enjoy a little innocent entertainment for a change.
Innocent? Doc, if this circus takes place, all the entertainment you're going to get will be mending heads.
Oh, Matt. Look at all the people on the street. The word's spread all over the county. I bet people have come from miles around for this. Why would they make trouble?
I don't know, Kitty, but there must be something that sets them off. It's happened too many times.
Doc, look at that clown. All right, he's tumbling right under the heels of them horses.
Yeah, Chester, but look what's on the horses. Ever seen anything like that in pink tights before? Oh, my.
No wonder you like the circus, Doc.
Well, I do, and you should too. It's good red-blooded fun. Oh, look at those pink tights.
You man.
Doc, I have to admit there's something mighty fine about hearing the music and seeing those animals and the clowns.
Are you sure it's the clowns, Matt?
Look at that man, Mr. Dillon. He's standing on 4 horses at one time. I'm going to try that.
Hey, you have enough trouble with one horse.
Oh, well, I declare I feel like I could do it, Miss Kitty.
They are, Matt. You see, there's the magic of the circus. A country boy like Chester can suddenly ride 4 horses. And whether he ever does or not doesn't make any difference at all.
Yeah, sure, Doc.
Now, you're going to take that away from the hard-working people of this county?
Doc, I like a circus as much as anybody.
Well, then prove it. Don't try to stop it.
You're not changing my mind.
Oh, stubborn, that's what you are.
I may be.
Nah. The way I see it, Matt, you will have a riot on your hands if you do stop.
Mr. Dillon, look, coming around the corner. Miss Bannock riding a big white horse. Oh, look at there what she's got.
Yeah. She's carrying a Confederate flag.
So that's it. That's where the trouble starts.
Well, what are you going to do, Matt? Good morning, Marshal Dillon. It's a fine day for a circus, isn't it?
Hold up, Maggie. I want to talk to you. I said hold up.
Let go of that bridle, Marshal. There's no law says we can't have the circus outside the town limits.
That's not what's bothering me now, Maggie. It's that flag.
Oh, that even bothers the law, don't it?
That's not what I mean.
This flag is all I got left, Marshal. My sons died holding it high. Since then, I swore I'd hold it for them. No Yankee yet has told me I had to burn it.
Are you going to?
I'm not telling you to burn it. I'm just saying you shouldn't parade it through Kansas.
I do what I want, Marshal, whether it's Dodge City, Kansas, or Atlanta, Georgia. Let go of that bridle.
All right. But if you keep showing that flag, I can't be responsible for what happens to you or your men.
We take care of ourselves, Marshal. Come on.
What are you going to do about it, Mr. Dillon?
Hope I'm wrong, Chester. It's about all I can do right now.
Well, another hour and the circus will be starting, Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one thing in your favor, Matt.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Doc. What is it?
Yeah, we've been in the Long Branch almost an hour, and I don't think more than 10 or 12 men have been in for a drink.
Well, that'll help some.
Where's Chester?
Oh, I imagine he's watering the elephant by now.
Matt, why don't you deputize 10 or 15 men and take them out there to the circus? Stop the trouble before it starts.
Well, I thought of that, Kitty, but it won't work.
Well, why not?
Do I put guns in the hands of 15 Yankees or 15 Southerners?
This is it, boys. Last chance to wet your whistle before
Yeah,
the
I see.
circus. I'm ready. Hey, barkeep, how about some service here? We're in a hurry. We got something to do, ain't we, boys?
You stay here, Kitty. I'll talk to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, boys, look at here. The circus lover himself.
Baxter, I want to know why you're dressed that way.
This little old Confederate coat, Marshal. What do you care?
I've never seen you wear any part of your uniform before.
Ain't had reason to wear it since the war ended.
Then why today?
Ain't you heard? This is my passport to the circus. All us Johnny Rebs. Maggie lets us in free, long as we got a piece of the old uniform on.
A piece of uniform and a gun. Is that your ticket to the circus?
Marshal, you're making a big thing out of this. We just come in for some drink.
The Long Branch is closed, Baxter.
Since when?
Since just now. Your boys have had enough to drink.
Just drinking our way out to the circus, Marshal. You ain't going to try to kill that fun, too, are you?
And what is that supposed to mean?
Why, the whole town knows how you tried to keep the circus from playing. People are saying you're stepping outside your duties, Marshal. Ain't that right, boy?
Yeah. You saying it too, Baxter?
Yeah, I'm saying it, too. Only difference is I'm saying it this way.
Now, does anybody else want to try me?
Get him, boy. He's just another danged old Yankee.
Come on.
Yankee.
Now, the next man that makes a move, I'll shoot him in the leg. All right, start walking, all of you.
Walking? Where to?
Jail.
Marshal, you can't lock us up. We're going to the circus.
No, you're not. You're going to jail.
For what? We ain't done nothing.
Doc, these men look drunk to me. What do you think?
Never seen anything worse.
What are you talking about?
All right, you men. The doctor says you're drunk. Now start walking.
Hey, Jenny, you want a piece of this apple? There, you hear that, Jenny? That was my music from a climbing act back in the old days. Yes, sir, I'd go in there and climb that center pole faster than any man in the business. Oh, Jenny, you're the only woman I ever loved outside of Maggie. Here, have some more apple, huh? Come on.
Jim.
What? Oh, howdy, Marshal. Didn't know anyone was around. Suppose you heard me talking to Jenny here.
Yeah, I heard you, Jim.
You probably think I'm kind of crazy.
No, I don't, Jim. Look, I need your help. That crowd's getting mean in there, and I gotta slow them down.
I know, Marshal. You hang that flag off the top of that center pole in there, and they fight the war all over again. Maybe if Maggie had had sons in the war, she would have let it end proper like.
What? She told me her sons died defending that
flag. No, Marshal. We never had no children. We always wanted some. And when the war came along, Maggie went in as a nurse. She saw a lot of the boys die, and each one was just like her own. And she just never got over it.
Yeah, so that's it.
Look, what can I do, Marshal? This thing's got to stop. I tried to tell Maggie, but she just won't listen to me.
Well, I'll tell you what you can do, Jim. You can find me 6 men that think the way you do and have them meet me by the main tent right away. Now, do you men understand what I want you to do?
Yeah, they got it, Marshal. They cut the rope when you give the word. That crowd's getting meaner every minute.
Yeah. All right, then you men go on before it's too late.
What do you want me to do, Mr. Dillon?
You just follow me and do what I tell you.
Where are you going?
In there.
All right. I'll go too, Marshal.
Well, that's the start of it. Come on, Chester. All right, listen to me. Forward! Chester, fire a couple of rounds in the air. Now, everybody, settle down. Quiet now.
Marshal, you keep out of this. Them Yankees started the trouble.
Listen, everybody. I've got men stationed around outside this tent. If any man leaves his seat before the show's over, I'll have him cut the ropes and drop the tent.
Don't let him buffalo you. He wouldn't dare.
Maggie, I will if you make me.
It's that flag up there that's causing all this trouble. I'm going to bring it down.
No, Jim. You fall.
Mr. Dillon, look at him climb that pole.
Jim!
Jim!
Don't try it!
Jim, please! Please, Jim, you can't climb no more!
I'm doing it, Maggie. Look here, Maggie. I got it. I got your flag, Maggie. The war's over. Oh, he fell, Mr. Dillon.
Stand back, Chester. You take it easy, Jim. It's all right now.
Jim. Jim. Oh, my poor Jim. Why did you try?
Maggie, darling, I had to. You wouldn't let the war end.
But I will, Jim. Don't die. I will, I promise. I'll never put the flag up again, Jim.
Maggie, I'm sorry.
Maggie.
I lost the last of my boys, Marshal. Jim was the last of them. Would you lay him out gently?
Yes, ma'am. Chester.
And, Marshal, you can bury the flag with him.
Produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Tom Hanley, with editorial supervision by John Meston. CBS Radio is proud to announce that effective with today's programs, 7 new stations have joined the network. They are stations WKMH, Detroit, WKMF, Flint, WKHM, Jackson, WHLS, Port Huron, WLEW, Bad Axe, and WSGW, Saginaw, all in Michigan, and station WTOD in Toledo, Ohio. More listeners than ever in the Midwest are now able to enjoy the superior programming of CBS Radio. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
Latest news follows, then Mitch Miller on the CBS Radio Network.
city and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely. Hello, Kitty.
Oh, hello, Matt. Matt, this is Frank Wilkins. Emmett Wilkins' son.
How are you, Frank? I've known your pa for a long time.
I'm glad to meet you, Marshal.
Frank's come back here to live, Matt.
Yeah, it's fine. I know your pa will be pleased.
Oh, yes, sir.
I can sing louder, bite harder, and tell more lies than any man in this territory.
Who's that?
I heard him say his name's Bull Hogan.
Yeah, it seems he's a buffalo hunter. He just sold a load of hides and can't wait to get rid of his money.
Looks like his friend there's kind of anxious to help him.
Yeah.
I got $50. It says Bull is right.
Hey, bartender, I told you I want a bottle of the best. This stuff ain't got the strength of pine. Now, you fetch me a drink that'll scratch going down and thump when it hits bottom. Now, hop to it.
Bartender, when Bull says hop, you hop.
Yeah.
Hey, you! You put that gun back in your holster and you leave it there.
Who are you?
I'm the marshal here.
Yeah? Bull, look what's spoiling our party.
Oh, we don't mean no harm, Marshal. Have a drink.
You're going to pay for this damage, understand?
Well, sure I am. I've been out in the prairie 6 months, Marshal. I aim to have some fun tonight, that's all.
All right, go ahead. But leave a little of the town standing for the people who live here, will you?
Well, it's going to cramp my style some, but I'll try.
Okay, you do that.
Hey, Bull. The marshal's gone. Let's find us a couple of girls, huh?
No, not yet, Darwin. I'm going to listen to the music.
Hey. What? That's a real looker over there at that table, Bull.
Well, go get her.
I sure will.
Enjoy myself. I really want to.
Howdy. We're busy, mister.
Well, this chair ain't.
Now, look here.
What's your name?
Frank Wilkins. Oh, you go on back to your friend.
Not you, mister. You little lady. You know, you're pretty.
Beat it.
You heard her.
Mister, my friend Bull wants to talk to this little honeypot here.
Why'd he send a sidewinder like you? That blowhard can talk for himself.
Blowhard? Hey, Bull, come here.
Yeah, Darwin. Yeah, what do you want?
This fella called you a blowhard.
Is that right? Did you call me that?
Yeah, I called you.
What are you? Oh, now, don't go for that gun. It's just a friendly fight. I ain't mad at you. We got a difference of opinion, is all.
Hit him again, Bull.
Why, sure, but not here. Like the marshal said, no need to bust up the place. We'll go outside. Unless you're yellow.
Frank,
It's
don't...
all right, Miss Kitty. You wait here.
Come on, everybody. Me and this fellow's going to kick up some dust, huh? Loser! The loser buys the drink. Come on. Oh, no. Come on.
Over here, Bull.
Yeah.
All right, now stand back there. Give him some room.
Yeah, now. Yeah. You ready, mister?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Well, come on, fella. Get up.
He can't. You whipped him good,
Why, that wasn't hardly no fight at all. Oh, shucks, we can't wait around for him to buy the whiskey. I'll buy it. Drinks for everybody. Inside. Everybody inside now. Hey, gentlemen, come on here. Dump some water on that fella.
Sure, Paul. I'll take care of him. Real good care of him. Call me a sidewinder, huh?
Now, just listen a minute, if you will. I've got a little story to tell you. Well, it's not so little. It's sort of a tall tale. It's about a Navy hero. Alfred Bullrod Stormalong was his name. Oh, he was a legend, he was. Where he was born doesn't matter, but he was first heard of in Boston Harbor. That was when he signed on as a member of the crew of a ship called the Lady of the Sea. Now, old Stormalong stood 30 feet tall and had muscles in his arms big as powder kegs. And when the good captain got a look at him, he said to the rest of the crew, "Here's an able-bodied seaman for you." Then he entered Alfred Bullrod's name in the log as Stormalong, A.B. Somebody realized that the A.B. could also stand for able-bodied, and they sort of picked it up. And for a long time, seamen would put that A.B. after their own names, meaning able-bodied seamen. Yes, sir. Well, old Stormalong was a great sailor, he was. And it wasn't many a year before he captained his own ship. The courser it was, one of the bigged afloat. Why, it was so long from stem to stern, it took a man on horseback 24 hours to make the trip. The mast was hinged so to let the sun and the moon get by. Took a man a week to climb the rigging. Yes, sir. The courser was a big un. And Stormalong's skill as a sailing man became known throughout the 7 seas. One of his greatest feats was taking the courser through the English Channel. Seems the channel was only about 2 inches wider than his ship at high tide. But old Stormalong was up to the problem. You bet he was. He bought all the soap in Holland, and he and his men greased down the sides of the courser. Well, sir, it slipped through that old channel as slick as a whistle. Didn't damage it one bit. But so much of that soap rubbed off onto the English coast that to this day, the cliffs of Dover are white. Of course, you believe me, don't you? Say, it's nice being citizens of a country where you can laugh and talk about things free as a breeze, and write and read and worship, too. Yes, sir. Maybe you don't think about it much, but you should.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon, I've been looking all over for you.
Well, you found me, Chester. What is it?
Frank Wilkins. He's dead.
He's what?
Dead.
Well, I was sitting with him just a few minutes ago.
Yes, sir, but he's dead now.
Well, what happened?
Well, they told me he got into a fist fight with some buffalo hunter over at the Long Branch.
Bull Hogan?
Yes, sir, that's the name. He went outside, and that man plain beat Frank to death with his fist.
Wait a minute, Chester. Do you mean that all those people at the Long Branch stood and watched it and nobody stopped it?
Well, it don't make sense, but they must have saw it. You know how they are when there's a fight.
I'm going to have me a talk with those citizens.
Well, I already talked to some of them, Mr. Dillon. They swear up and down it was a fair fight.
Chester, in a fist fight, a man's beat long before he's beat to death. And anybody not crazy for blood knows that.
I can't understand it. But one thing's for sure. Frank's dead. Doc examined him and then had the body moved over to his office.
Is Bull Hogan still at the Long Branch?
No, sir, he ain't. He's gone.
Well, he won't get far. I'll see to that.
Delwyn? That you?
Yeah, it's me, boy.
got your horse hid in them trees. You better get going.
Delwyn, I come into Dodge City to have me a good time. This ain't no fun sneaking out here to the edge of town, hiding in the dark. Ain't having me no fun at all.
Well, it's better than being hung, ain't it? You killed that man.
Well, I didn't mean to.
That don't make no difference. He's dead. You're stronger than you think you are. I never seen a man hit so hard.
I can swing faster and hit harder than any other man in this territory.
Keep your voice down, Bull. Being strong won't do you no good at the end of a rope.
Well, it was a fair fight.
That don't matter. They aimed to hang you, Bull. You didn't see how they was all looking at you, cold-like. Why, if I hadn't have made you leave that saloon when I did, they'd have closed in on you then and there. I'm the only friend you got, Bull.
Delwyn, you ought to tell them that I didn't mean to do it.
That wouldn't do no good. Not now. Your only chance is to get out of town till they cool off. Now, come on. Lucky I remembered seeing that old sod hut upriver on my way in. It's a good place to hide.
You reckon I can find it?
You go just like I told you, and you find it. I don't want no thanks for this, Bull. I'm risking my neck to help you, but that's what friends are for. Stay here in town and see how the wind blows. Tomorrow I'll ride out and let you know.
Bring some grub and a bottle, huh?
Sure. Now get going.
I ain't never run away from nothing before in my whole life.
You ain't running away, Bull. You're being smart.
I ain't never tried that before, neither. I hope it works.
Chester, I've talked to every man who saw that fight, and they all agree it was no match. But while it lasted, it was fought fair. I guess I gotta take their word for it.
Yes, you sure do.
They were all surprised that Frank died from it, though.
Well, my, I'd be surprised if he hadn't. Getting knocked down that hard.
Yeah, cracking his skull on something when he fell.
There's only one thing, Mr. Jones. If it was such a fair fight, why did that cussed Bull Hogan light out so fast?
I don't know, Chester. I don't know.
Yonder's Miss Kitty.
Yeah.
Matt, did you find Bull Hogan?
He left town, Kitty. I'm gonna trail him in the morning.
Oh, Mr. Wilkins stopped in to see me.
Well, he don't blame you none for what happened, Miss Kitty.
Oh, no, Chester. He was just real broken up about his son. Matt, did you know he's offered $1,000 reward for Bull Hogan?
Yeah. I wish he hadn't.
Well, it's easy to see how he feels.
Matt, that Delwyn Casper's here.
Yeah. Hey, Casper. First, I want you to tell me where Bull Hogan is. And then I want you to get out of Dodge and don't come back.
I don't know where he is, Marshal. How would I know?
You were bragging about being his friend.
Me? I never laid eyes on Bull Hogan till tonight. I ain't no friend of his.
You left here together, didn't you?
But we went separate ways. Bull hightailed it right on out of town. Me, I just stepped out for a while because the climate here didn't seem healthy.
It hasn't changed.
Now, look, Marshal, I didn't do nothing tonight except go along with the crowd for a little fun. You got no cause to ride me.
You started that fight, Casper.
Well, I didn't finish it. Bull Hogan done that. There ought to be some way to prove I'm no friend of his.
Tell me where he went.
If I knew, I would. I sure would. I hear the father of that poor fella Bull killed has put up $1,000 reward for him. Is it true?
Yeah, it's true.
Marshal, could I clear myself if I helped you trail Bull?
You're going to be busy traveling, remember? Now, you get out of here, and if I see you again tonight, I'll lock you up. You'll be out of town at daybreak.
You're a hard man, Marshal. You ain't fair.
I said get up.
Well, you got rid of him, Matt.
Yeah, it was a pleasure, Kitty.
Casper just ain't no good at all. I sure would hate to be laying helpless somewhere and have him find me.
Well, that's a good way to put it, Chester.
The
United States Army, a gallant record of peacetime service.
1904, commercial business is transacted by radio for the first time through the United States Army Signal Corps station in Alaska. American industrial might is based on the technique of mass production, which began with the manufacture of rifles by the United States Army in the 1820s. Captain John Hall in 1819 designed a unique breech-loading rifle and began production at the Federal Armory in Harpers Ferry, Virginia. Captain Hall then designed and built machinery to mass-produce the rifle with all parts interchangeable, a revolutionary advance in manufacturing technology.
The United States Army, a gallant record of peacetime service.
Bull? Hey, Bull.
Is that you, Delwyn? You got here early.
Yeah. I see you found the hut.
There's nothing to it. You gave me real good directions, Delwyn. What's the news?
It don't look good for you, Bull. They got a $1,000 reward out.
No, it was a fair fight. It ain't like I done murder.
They think you did. It's the same thing.
Did you bring me something to eat?
No. I thought about it. I decided not to waste the money.
No, what do you mean, waste it? What's that gun for? No, Delwyn, you said you was my only friend.
I guess I was lying.
Mr. Dillon, I swear I just don't understand you today. First off, you run that Delwyn Casper out of town, then we meet him out here heading back to Dodge, and you tell him it's all right.
Well, he says he got Bull Hogan. He claims the reward.
Yeah, and you just look at him and nod, just say that money's all his right now. You think he really got Bull Hogan?
There's no doubt about it. All we got to do now is get him. Casper killed Frank, Chester.
What?
He probably clubbed him with a pistol. You know, it's something you said to me that started me thinking in that direction.
Me?
Yeah, you said that you'd sure hate to be helpless and have Casper find you. I'm sure now that that's what happened to Frank. The problem is to prove it.
There's that sod hut he talked about.
Yeah.
My goodness, there's Bull, too.
Bull Hogan, new shirt and all.
He's wearing a gun. He wasn't shot in the back.
No, but he might as well have been for all the chance he had.
Well, I'll ride on over to Sykes' place and borrow his shovel.
No, Chester, borrow a wagon instead. We're going to take him back to Dodge.
Here he is, Mr. Dillon. All the way over here, I couldn't get a word out of Chester except you want to see me.
That's right, Casper.
Well, do I get my reward?
I think you could say that.
Then you found Bull.
Yeah, we found him. We had quite a time bringing him in, though.
Bringing him in? He's the strongest, roughest man I ever tangled with. What are you trying to say, Marshal?
We got Bull here in jail. Doc gave him a powder to put him to sleep. He's in the first cell. Go see for yourself.
Well, but he's dead. I shot him.
Yeah, you shot him all right, only you didn't kill him.
Well, I did. I hit him right in the chest.
Well, that's what saved his life, Casper. Here, you ever seen one of these things before?
Yeah, it's one of them Indian charm bags, ain't it?
That's right. A leather pouch full of pebbles and sand and bones. Bull's a lonely, superstitious man. He was wearing this around his neck. And that's what stopped your bullet, Casper. See?
But he fell down. He was dead.
Doc says that a blow over the heart like that will stun a man cold, but it only lasts for a few minutes, and then he's as good as new.
You're lying to me. You're trying to trick me out of my reward.
No, you'll get what's coming to you, Casper. You know, Bull's got an idea that somebody clubbed Frank Wilkins with a pistol while he was knocked out. Well, I'm going to lock you in that cell with Bull and let the two of you talk it over.
Lock me in with him? Well, now, you can't do that.
Oh, why not? Neither one of you will have a gun. You'll just talk. What could happen to you?
We'll go wake him up now, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, Chester, go wake him up. All right, come on, Casper. You're going in there with him.
No, I'm not.
Oh? Well, then maybe you'd rather tell me about it, huh?
But I didn't do nothing. I ain't going in there.
Oh, yes, you are. And you're going to tell that to Bull Hogan face to face right now. Locked in.
No, I done it. I clubbed Wilkins with my pistol. It was me killed him.
You hear that, Chester?
Yes, sir.
All right, take his gun.
Gun's on it.
Now lock him up, Chester. Then we'll bury Bull.
Bury him? Then he is dead.
Yeah, he's dead. And you're going to be right behind him, Casper. I hope he's waiting for you.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were composed by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another story of the western frontier of America in the 1870s on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Made the modern way with Accuray. Smoother, cooler, best for you.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Oh, wait a minute. Chester? Chester.
Evening, Miss Kitty.
Well, you were going straight to the bar without even saying hello.
Well, I figured you was kindly busy.
I'm busy telling Andy here about Dodge. Andy, this is Chester Proudfoot. He's one of the people you ought to know. This is Andy Hill, Chester.
Pleased to meet you, Chester.
Well, sit down. Sit down.
Thank you.
Chester works for Marshal Dillon, Andy.
Well, that ought to be a good job. Oh, it's a fine job. If you like long hours and poor pay.
He spends quite a few of those long hours sitting around the depot waiting for the Santa Fe to come in, Andy.
Well, that's just so Mr. Dillon will know where I'm at if he wants me for anything. Miss Kitty.
Your name, Kitty?
I'm busy, mister.
They told me your name. Now I'm going to buy you a drink. Come on over to the bar.
Back to your hogs, mister. You're spoiling the air.
I'll have no talk from a woman of your kind.
All right, you get out of here, mister. Get out.
You putting me out? You ain't even armed.
Well, I'll find me a gun quick enough.
Hey, mister. How about me? I'm armed.
You're too young to be wearing a gun. Take it off.
You do it. You take it off.
I sure will.
From there.
You want to die, don't you?
No. I don't want anybody to die. Now, you get out of here.
I'm going to put a bullet in you.
You can't do it, mister. Don't try.
I'll show you.
I told him he couldn't do it.
Well, you killed him, Andy.
He was looking for a fight.
I don't even know who he is. I never seen him before.
But there's Matt.
Who? Marshal Dillon, Andy.
Oh.
Did you kill this man?
I did it.
It was self-defense, Matt. Andy had to shoot him.
That's the truth, Mr. Dillon. If that man was treating Miss Kitty awful bad and I didn't have no gun and Andy stood up to him.
Get some help and carry him out of here, Chester.
Yes, sir. A couple of you men give me a hand here.
Kitty, let's step over here.
Yeah.
You and Andy, is it?
Andy Hill, Marshal.
You should have seen it, Matt. That man had his gun almost out before Andy even started to draw.
So you're pretty fast, huh, Andy?
I'm alive.
Where you from?
I told you my name. It don't matter where I'm from.
What are you doing in Dodge?
Marshal, I come here looking for a job, an honest job.
He told me the same thing, Matt. I believe him.
Why would I be lying?
Well, the way Kitty described it, you're mighty handy with a gun for a man who's looking for an honest job.
All right, I'll move on. I wouldn't have a chance here with you against me.
Matt.
Don't worry about it, Miss Kitty. I'll make out someplace else.
Wait a minute, Andy.
Yeah?
Go over to the stage office. Ask for Jim Buck.
What for?
He's a driver. He's looking for a man to ride shotgun. Tell him I sent you.
Thanks, Marshal. I'll go over right away. So long.
You see, Matt? He did mean it.
Yeah, he wants a job, all right. But he's hiding something, Kitty. When a man hides something, it's usually bad.
But I got a feeling about him, Matt. I think he's all right.
Well, I hope so, Kitty. Won't be so good if I recommended an outlaw to protect the stage.
Put a smile in your smoking. It's as easy as ABC. Because Chesterfields made with Accuray are A.
Always milder.
B.
Better tasting.
C.
Cooler smoking.
Yes, a Chesterfield is always milder.
That's because Accuray controls your Chesterfield in the making.
gives it a more even distribution of fine tobaccos that burn more evenly, smoke much milder.
A Chesterfield is better tasting.
That's because an Accuray Chesterfield draws more easily, lets you enjoy all the wonderful flavor.
And a Chesterfield is cooler smoking.
14% more perfectly packed than cigarettes made without Accuray. You enjoy cooler smoking pleasure. No hot spots, no hard draw.
So the next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember,
an Accuray Chesterfield is A, always milder. B, better tasting. C, cooler smoking.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give them a try. Chesterfield's best for you. They satisfy.
I didn't see Andy again that night, but I ran into Jim Buck, and he told me that he'd hired him and that they were leaving for Hayes City the next morning. It was 2 days before they were due back, before I'd find out if I'd made a mistake or not. And I waited. In the evening they were due, I was over at the stage office. Of course, the stage was late, over an hour late, but it finally came. And Andy was up on the box next to Jim. They pulled up, and Jim jumped down and ran over to me.
Marshal, you arrest him.
Arrest who?
Andy Hill, that's who. If I hadn't heard how good he is with a gun, I'd have taken him myself. I'd have shot him dead.
Now, wait a minute, Jim. What's the trouble?
He's mad at me, Marshal. Mad at you? You ought to be tarred and feathered.
Why don't one of you tell me what this is all about?
We was held up, Marshal. Held up, by heaven, and this so-called shotgun man sat there like a owl on a rafter. Sat there and did nothing.
Is that true, Andy?
Why kill a man for nothing, Marshal?
For nothing?
The treasure box was empty and we carried no passengers this trip. He didn't get a thing.
You didn't know that box was empty till I told you afterward.
I knew it before we left Hayes City, Jim. I figured I ought to know what I was guarding, so I found out.
Sure. And for all I know, you was in cahoots with that bandit. Maybe you and him were partners.
There's no proof of that, Jim.
Well, I ain't hiring a man who won't fight. You're fired, Andy. I never want to see you again.
I'm sorry, Marshal. I guess I've disappointed you.
Because you didn't want to kill a man for nothing.
That's right.
There, wasn't any other reason, was there, Andy?
You think I was in on it, too.
I didn't say that.
Good night, Marshal.
Andy. Andy. Yeah, maybe I did make a mistake. I wasn't sure about Andy that night, but the next few days changed my mind again. He went all over town looking for a job. He tried everybody and everything, but nothing came of it. And finally, I heard that he got discouraged and quit trying. I had a long talk with Jim Buck, and at the end, he said he was sorry he'd lost his temper, but he still wouldn't rehire Andy. And that was that. Until one night about a week later, Doc and I were having a beer over at the Texas Trail.
From what I've seen of him, Matt, Andy's got a lot of pride.
Maybe too much pride, Doc.
No, he's young. He's feeling his blood. Oh, my, we were all like that once.
There's more to it than that.
Well, what?
I don't know, Doc. Andy doesn't talk much, especially to me.
Well, maybe he doesn't trust the law.
Well, most people around here don't.
Get away from him. Oh, now what?
It's Andy. He's drunk.
Who's that following him? Who is that, Matt?
I'm trying to think, Doc. I've seen his face. Maybe it was his picture.
I said I don't want to drink with you. No drink. Oh, there's going to be a fight, Matt.
Yeah, stick around, Doc. We may need you.
Man won't drink with
Take it any way you like.
Andy, I could kill you. You know, you're drunk.
Try it.
Hold it, Andy.
Stay out of this, Marshal.
He's right. You're too drunk to fight.
Am I? Watch me.
No. Hey. What'd you do that for, Marshal?
To keep you from killing him, Carrick.
Know my name?
I heard Andy say it, but I don't want to hear it again. And I don't want to see you again. You find your horse and you ride him out of town, Carrick, and you keep on riding him. Now, you get moving while you got a chance. Now, Chester.
You should have arrested him, Mr. Dillon. He started the whole trouble.
Yeah, maybe. But right now, get Andy's gun and take him to jail. He can sleep it off there.
Yes, sir, I will. Well, you didn't need me after all, man.
Doc, that's the first time I ever turned an outlaw loose.
What's that?
Carrick. I saw his picture the other day on some news circulars. The law in Oklahoma Territory. I'd like to have him back.
Well, then why didn't you arrest him?
Andy's wanted with him. There's no picture, but I remember the description now. Carrick for murder, Andy for robbery. They were partners.
You let a murderer go?
No, not exactly, Doc. Carrick needs Andy for a partner. That's why he came here. And that's why he'll come back.
If he comes back, you're going to have two outlaws to deal with.
Yeah, maybe. But it's Andy who's going to have to decide that. He's still got a choice to make, Doc. All I'm doing is giving him the chance to make it.
Why should you risk facing a pack of trouble to help a man you hardly know, man?
A man who hardly knew me went out of his way once, Doc. Maybe I'm kind of paying him back.
Oh. Well, I still say you must have a lot of faith in Andy.
No, not a lot, Doc. Just enough to take a gamble. The next morning, it looked like a bad gamble. Andy came out of his cell sullen and angry. And when I gave him his gun back, he took it and left without a word. Later, Chester reported that he'd ridden out of town. And it was several days before I heard of him again.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Andy Hill's back in town.
Oh?
Jim Buck told me.
Well, how does Jim Buck know?
He's standing out there on the boardwalk talking to him. I went up and said hello to him, and you know what Jim told me? He's gone and hired Andy to ride shotgun for him again.
He has?
Yes, he has. He was kindly laughing about it. He said Andy spent most of the morning arguing him into it. Said anybody who could talk that good and that long deserved a job. I guess he ain't mad at Andy no more, huh?
Chester, Jim's bringing a shipment of gold back from Hayes City next trip.
Oh. You're thinking maybe Andy knows about it. Him and Carrick both.
Yeah, maybe.
What's that?
It's a circular from Oklahoma with Carrick's picture on it and Andy's description.
Oh, what are you going to do with it?
I'll be back directly. Hello, Andy.
What do you want, Marshal?
Where's Jim Buck?
He went over to the stage office.
I hear you're riding shotgun for him again.
Any objections, Marshal?
Andy, if I had everything on my mind the way you have, I don't think I'd be friendly with the law either.
What do you mean by that?
Here, take a look at this. Now, wait a minute, Andy. I didn't come to arrest you, so don't make me kill you.
What?
I wanted you to see that circular. I didn't think you and Carrick knew it was out.
I don't understand you, Marshal.
It was Carrick who held up the stage last time when you were riding shotgun. Wasn't it?
It had nothing to do with me. I didn't know he was in the country.
But you didn't shoot because you didn't want to kill a man for nothing, especially a former partner, huh?
Okay, Marshal.
I think you're partners again, Andy. I think you got this one planned.
You won't take me alive, Marshal.
I told you I didn't come here to arrest you.
Why not?
Because I think a man who wants it deserves a chance, Andy. You haven't had yours. Not yet. Well, maybe I'm wrong giving it to you, but I'm going to do it.
What do you mean?
The stage goes to Hayes tomorrow. It'll be back Thursday. I'm going to be waiting for it, Andy. Waiting real hard.
Start smoking with a smile with Chesterfield. Smoother, cooler, milder Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Chesterfield's best for you. They satisfy.
Yes, put a smile in your smoking. It's as easy as ABC. Because Chesterfields made with Accuray are A.
Always milder.
B.
Better tasting.
C.
Cooler smoking.
Yes, a Chesterfield is always milder.
That's because Accuray controls your Chesterfield in the making. Gives it a more even distribution of fine tobaccos that burn more evenly, smoke much milder.
A Chesterfield is better tasting.
That's because an Accuray Chesterfield draws more easily. Lets you enjoy all the wonderful flavor.
And a Chesterfield is cooler smoking.
14% more perfectly packed than cigarettes made without Accuray. You enjoy cooler smoking pleasure. No hot spots. No hard draw.
So the next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember,
an Accuray Chesterfield is A. Always milder. B. Better tasting. C. Cooler smoking.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Chesterfield's best for you. They satisfy.
Stage should have been here an hour ago, Mr. Dillon. It's already dark.
That's often late, Chester.
Why did it have to be late this time?
Are you worried?
Yes, sir. And so are you.
Well, it's like putting your whole stake on one turn of the card.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
It made it. The stage made it.
Yeah, the stage did, Chester. But there's no shotgun messenger.
Oh, by golly, you're right. Where's Andy? Where's Andy, Jim? I don't know where he is. I ain't seen him since we got to Hayes.
You mean he quit, Jim?
I'd call it that.
Well, did he tell you he was quitting?
He told me nothing. He just disappeared. Serves me right for hiring him again. I got work to do. I guess he figured he'd get as far as Hayes without you after him, and then him and Carrick could run from there. What are you looking at?
That rider coming up the street, Chester.
Leading that pack horse?
Not a pack horse. There's a body tied across the saddle, and that's Andy leading it.
By golly, you're right. Now what's he gone and done?
Now, we'll ask him.
Hello, Marshal.
Hello, Andy.
That's Carrick I got there, Marshal.
You kill him?
I killed him. No witnesses. No way to prove who drew first.
Jim Buck told me you ran off up in Hayes City.
Jim might have got shot if I hadn't.
Oh?
Carrick was going to hold up the stage again, Marshal, and I decided not to let him do it. But I figured if I tried to fight him while I was sitting up there next to Jim, it'd go bad.
So you rode back to meet Carrick alone, huh?
Yeah. I left the night we got to Hayes. I found him and told him I was through for good. He got scared and went for his gun. But, like I say, I can't prove it was self-defense. Maybe I shouldn't have come back. Nobody's going to believe an outlaw.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Give Andy a hand with Carrick's body. I got some work to do.
Where are you going?
I'm going to write to the law in Oklahoma Territory. I'm going to let them know they can withdraw that wanted circular on Carrick.
But what about Andy and that robbery charge?
After I tell them how he brought in Carrick and how hard he's trying to go straight, I think they won't be too hard on him.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. If you want tomorrow's better cigarette today, next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. You'll notice how fresh and good Chesterfield's made with Accuray taste, how smooth they are, and how they satisfy. So buy Chesterfield today. Smoother, cooler, best for you.
You know, on the frontier, there were all kinds. Buffalo hunters, trail drivers, spoilers, saddle bums. And there were lawmen, good and bad. Well, our story next week concerns a lawman's death. Until then, good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Harry Bartell, Barney Phillips, and Lawrence Dobkin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Make today your big red letter day, your L&M red letter day. Superior taste and filter, it's the miracle tip. Make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M today. L&M's got everything.
Superior taste.
And superior filter.
Get L&M today.
This is it. L&M. Superior taste and filter. Superior taste from richer tobaccos. Tastier, light and mild. Superior filter. It's white, pure white. Added to L&M tobaccos, this miracle tip actually improves your enjoyment. Look for the big red letters. Smoke L&M, America's best.
L&M's got everything. Get L&M today.
Be sure and listen to another transcribed story of the Old West on Gunsmoke next week at this same time.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hey, Tipple, move that horse you're in over so I can get mine in there.
This hitch rack's pretty crowded, Ferris. Can't you tie up someplace else?
I said move him over.
Here, now, don't do that.
No?
You hit my horse again, I'll shoot you, Paris.
You won't do nothing.
What's the matter with you? You drunk?
You got a complaint about something, Tipple?
Yeah, Paris, I got a complaint.
Go ahead, Tipple, I'm waiting.
All right, hold it there, you men.
You stay out of this, Marshal.
Not likely.
Now, look here, Marshal. I know you're a friend of Tipple's, but I don't know as I like you're protecting him this hard.
I'm not protecting anybody, Paris. I'm stopping a gunfight. Now, you get moving.
I'll meet you any time, Paris.
You shut up.
We'll meet right enough. When you ain't got your nursemaid around.
Why'd you stop it, Matt? He had it coming to him.
You're pretty hot-tempered, aren't you, Ben?
Did you see what he done?
That's no reason to shoot a man, and you know it.
An ordinary man, no, but that Paris has been looking for trouble for a long time.
I know what he's like. But you keep away from him, Ben.
It's bound to happen, Matt, sooner or later, and I don't hide from no man. You know me well enough for that.
This doggone old river's awful high for this time of year, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
They must have been having some big rains up in Colorado.
Oh, now that's where I'd like to be. Up in them tall, cool mountains.
Yeah?
My, just think of laying on your back up there in the deep grass, drinking snow water and eating trout, and listening to all them pretty birds singing away.
We'll miss you, Chester.
Oh, I ain't going nowhere.
Hey, look on the bank there.
Some fellow fishing. He must have fell asleep.
He isn't asleep, Chester.
No, sir. I don't believe he is. Why, that's Frank Parrish, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Shot in the back.
Well, that's terrible. There's his pole. By golly, he was sitting here fishing and somebody sneaked up and shot him. Oh, that's a mean way to die.
Well, we'll get a wagon and carry him back to Dodge.
All right.
Get on, Chester.
What? I can't see nobody.
All right, come out of there. You can't get both of us. Come out or we'll start shooting.
Don't shoot, Marshal. I'm coming.
What?
Why, it's only a kid. It's Andy Spangler.
Andy, what are you doing out here?
Nothing, Marshal. I was going to go fishing, but I lost my line.
Why were you hiding in the brush there?
Him. I heard a shot some time ago, and I come looking around. I found him laying there. And I got scared when I heard you ride up, so I hid.
You didn't see anybody?
Oh, no, I didn't see nothing. Whoever did it was gone.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon.
What is it, Chester?
Well, the way Frank and Ben Tipple was carrying on, you don't suppose Ben could have did it, do you? I know he's a good friend of yours and all.
Never mind, Chester. Well, let's get back to town. Come on, Andy. You can ride behind me.
That whistling man, Bobby Haggart, really started something. Tonight, the Calypso Boys join in. Ready, amigos?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Hello, Ben.
Why, Matt. Come in. Oh, I was about to take a little nap. Now it's cooled off some.
Ben, you heard what happened to Frank Paris yesterday?
Yeah, I heard.
Well?
Are you asking me if I did it, Matt?
Most everybody in Dodge thinks you did.
And what do you think?
Well, I've been telling everybody I've known Ben Tipple a long time, and that he's hot-tempered, and that Frank Paris has been prodding him every chance he had. But the Paris didn't even have his gun out. Besides, he was shot in the back.
Mm-hmm. What are people saying to that?
They're saying you're a friend of mine. They think that's why I haven't arrested you.
Well, is it?
I'd go after my own brother if I thought he murdered a man, Ben.
Happened yesterday morning sometime, didn't it, Matt?
Yeah, that's right.
I got no alibi for then. I wasn't with nobody.
Yeah, that's too bad. It would have helped.
I might have shot Frank Paris someday, Matt, but never in the back.
I know that, Ben. But until I find out who did it, you better lay low.
Just look at this place, Matt.
Oh, what's wrong, Kitty?
Well, it may be the biggest saloon in Dodge, but it's sure the emptiest.
Oh, you're getting greedy, Kitty.
And it's about time. I'm sure not getting younger.
You're going to be able to retire before you're 30.
Why not?
Well, I'm glad somebody's getting rich around here. Law sure isn't.
No. But the law keeps busy.
What?
Joe Spangler and his pa. I think he's looking for you, Matt.
Oh.
Evening, Miss Kitty.
Evening.
I want to talk to you, Marshal.
Go ahead, Spangler.
I want to know why you ain't got Ben Tipple in jail.
Frank Paris was a friend of yours, wasn't he?
That don't matter.
And it doesn't matter that Ben Tipple's a friend of mine. He didn't do it, Spangler.
There's a lot of people who think he did, Marshal.
You have any proof?
Well, my boy Andy, I think he saw Tipple out there, and I'll get it out of him. I whipped him once already.
Look, Spangler, your boy'd have told me if he'd seen anybody. Why would he try to protect Ben Tipple?
Scared.
Scared of what?
You? What you might do to him if he talked?
Now, just a minute, Spangler.
Now, he's gonna talk before I'm through.
You get out of here. You're making me mad.
Well, no, I didn't aim to do that, Marshal. All I wanted is to get you to do your job before somebody has to do it for you.
Easy, Matt.
Yeah. I ought to take him apart.
Well, that wouldn't help.
It'd make me feel better.
You'll be all right. Soon as you find out who did kill Paris.
How am I going to find that out, Kitty? With all this going on, he's as safe as a bear in a hickory tree.
Well, looks to me like you're going to have a busy day today, man.
I am? Why, Doc?
Well, I don't know. Now, maybe it's because you did so little yesterday.
Do I owe you some money or something, Doc?
Oh, no. You're all paid up, but, you know, man, I've been thinking.
How much you want, Doc?
Oh, $10 to do it.
Yeah. Here you are.
Oh, well, thank you.
Sure, Doc. Just pay it back by Friday, that's all.
Oh, no, wait a minute. You think I was merely asking for a loan?
You have your own way of doing things, Doc.
So's he.
What?
Look, that filthy Spangler. He's cuffing his boy around again.
No, Pa, don't.
I've had about enough of his ways.
I warned you, boy. I warned you what you did.
No, Pa, I didn't mean to do it.
You won't learn, will you?
All right, that's enough, Spangler.
What? Yeah, you just get out of here, Marshal. You ain't interfering in this.
Let the boy go, Spangler.
Let him go.
I said that's enough. Andy, you stand over here. He won't hit you again.
I didn't mean to do it. I told him I didn't.
What did you do, Andy?
I lost his rifle. I borrowed it to go hunting, and I flew across the river, and I lost it.
I ought to kill you, Marshal.
Don't try it, Spangler. Now, come on, get on your feet.
What right you got coming between the man and his boy?
None, I guess, but I took it anyway.
That kid ought to be in jail stealing like he does.
He wasn't stealing.
It ain't none of your business, Marshal. And I ain't gonna talk to you about it. Andy, I'll see to you later.
You beat him again, and I'll throw you in jail.
He won't beat me because I ain't going home. Not ever.
Now, what'll your mother think, Andy?
I got no mother.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot, Andy.
And he hates me.
Look, Andy, if things get bad, you come see me, huh? Anytime. Will you do that?
Maybe.
And don't let your pa make you say anything that isn't true, Andy. You don't have to. You understand? Yeah. All right. Now, you just remember, you can come see me anytime.
Where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your favorite easy chair? Or out driving? Oh, there you are. In the kitchen. Say, you want to make whatever you're doing more enjoyable? Have a Chesterfield. Enjoy Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
This a pretty night, Mr. Dillon. Look at all them stars up there just a-shining away.
Yeah. And look at all those lights in the saloons just a-shining away.
You ain't much of a nature lover, are you?
Not while I got work to do, Chester.
What work?
Well, for the next few hours, I got to walk around and try to make sure nobody's going to get cheated or get too drunk or get killed, maybe.
You're right. Sometimes that can turn into work. Well, looky there. It's Andy. Now, what's he up to?
Marshal Dillon,
Yeah, what's the trouble, Andy?
they're in that alley right back there. Come on, hurry, come on.
Well, who's in the alley?
Paul and Ben Tipple. Paul's got him cornered.
What?
Paul's got the drop on him. He hid out in there and waited for him to come by.
But how do you know? What were you doing there?
I thought Paul was after me, but he's going to shoot Ben Tipple. I know he is.
Well, maybe I can stop him, Andy.
I hope so, but I don't know how.
All right, let's slow down here. You wait here with Chester, Andy. I'm going to go in there alone.
I'm sick of arguing with you, Tipple. Might as well admit it, and you know it.
I wouldn't have minded shooting Frank Parrish, but not in the back. Not even him.
I guess I'm going to have to kill you.
You'll die yourself if you pull that trigger, Spangler.
Marshal.
Now, you drop that gun.
No. He killed Frank Parrish, and I'm going to shoot him if I die for it myself.
Don't be a fool.
He's got my gun, Matt.
Just stand steady, Ben.
Marshal,
Get back, Andy.
I got to tell you something.
He slipped away from me, Mr. Dillon.
It's terribly important.
Help me keep an eye on Spangler, Chester.
Yes, sir.
All right, now, what is it, Andy? Hurry up.
Bend over, I got to whisper it.
What?
What's going on there?
Never mind. You got two men who'll shoot you now, Spangler, and you better not try nothing.
I'm getting mighty tired of this. What's that kid doing here anyway?
Well, he didn't come here to murder nobody like his pa did.
Ben Tipple's the murderer, not me.
No, he isn't, Spangler. Tipple didn't shoot Frank Parrish.
You said that before, Marshal.
Andy did it.
Andy?
He just told me.
What are you saying?
It was an accident. He saw something move, and he thought it was an animal, so he fired at it.
I don't believe it.
The day he took your rifle, when he found he'd shot Parrish, he got scared and threw the rifle into the river. You tell him, Andy.
It's true. I was too scared to tell anybody before.
All right. You heard him, Spangler. Now put up that gun.
I don't believe him. He's lying. You stay where you are, Marshal.
Put up your gun, I said.
Not hardly.
You killed him, Matt.
He almost killed me, Ben. Andy, I'm sorry about your paw. But you go with Chester now, huh?
He wasn't my pa.
What?
My real pa died a long time ago. My ma told me about it when she made me change my name.
Oh.
I guess that's why he never did like me much. Beat me all the time.
Yeah.
Marshal,
What, Andy?
when are you going to hang me?
Hang you?
For shooting Mr. Parrish.
Is that what you've been thinking?
I admitted doing it, didn't I?
It was an accident, Andy. Nobody's going to hang you. Ben.
What, Matt?
He's a mighty brave boy.
Yeah. Yeah, he sure is. Why, he spoke up just now to save my life, thinking he'd be hung for it, didn't he? Andy, how'd you like to come home with me? I got a place for a boy like you.
You mean that?
I sure do.
Marshal, you believe me? You think he means it?
Yeah, Andy. I think he means it.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
A cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You know, along the frontier, whether because of Indians, a gunman's bullet, or lack of water, death was always near at hand. But next week, it's a girl who causes the death of 4 men. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vic Perrin, Richard Beals, and Jack Crucian. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Live modern. Smoke L&M. Only with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos. No other cigarette, plain or filter, gives you the full, exciting flavor you get through the pure white Miracle Tip. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white Miracle Tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
All right, Max, you go ahead, then. Play that doggone double six. I know you got it.
Okay, Doc, that's how you want it. There it is.
Yes, I know it. Fine way for a couple of grown-up men to spend their time, playing dominoes.
Well, it's better than fighting that storm outside, anyway.
Maybe you're right at that. I wouldn't go out in that weather tonight if a plague were raging.
Sure play, Doc.
Or a dozen babies were about to be born.
Sure play, Doc. Quit stalling, will you? Come on, lay one down.
Don't rush me. Don't rush me. A man's got to think in this game, you know.
Not if he can count to 12, he doesn't.
See that wind. The worst blizzard in years, man.
Yeah, it still hasn't hit its peak. Oh, how's Kitty getting along, Doc?
Well, her throat's been sore, but just to touch the grip.
Oh.
I told her to stay in bed for another day or so.
Come on, play, will you, Doc? It's your play. It's your play, Doc. Doc.
Oh, I quit. That's the trouble. I never do have any luck playing in my own office.
I thought you said this game was a matter of thinking.
Shut the door, Jones.
Oh, Chester, close the door.
Found the door. Hold your horses, dog. Oh.
I didn't figure you'd step a foot outside that jail for the next 2 days. What's the matter?
Johnny got away.
Got away? You mean Clay Macklin?
Yes, sir.
Well, what happened?
Well, sir, I was picking some coffee, and he yelled out from his cell and asked could he have some. And when I took it to him...
He jumped you, huh?
Yes, sir, he jumped me,
Yeah.
that's all. I wouldn't have been so careless with nobody else. But he ain't never tried to get away before.
He jumped you, though.
I don't know why I tried it this time. You've got no case against him.
Clay Macklin's been rustling cattle for the last 2 years, Doc.
But you can't prove it, and you know it. Judge Bent will turn him loose the minute he's brought to trial.
Maybe, but he's going to stand trial anyway.
Well, what are you planning to do?
Go after him, of course.
In this weather?
It'll have to be in this weather, Doc. I don't know any way of changing it.
Go. Cussed saddle leathers get stripping boards in weather like this. Whoa.
You figure he's been gone about 3 hours, huh, Justin?
Pretty near that, Mr. Dillon. I'd have been locking that doggone cell till yet if Ben Elder hadn't seen Macklin riding out of town and finally got curious enough to come over to the jail.
Well, it took him long enough.
That's because he figured Macklin had been turned loose. Whoa. Everybody in town knows he will be sooner or later.
Maybe.
Marshal Dillon? Sound like old Judge Bent.
Yeah. Over here, Judge.
Well, why don't you turn that blame lantern up so a man can see his way around?
And I guess I've been saddling horses long enough not to need much light.
Even, Judge. Oh, hello there, Chester. Hey, Matt, what's this Doc tells me about you heading out on a wild goose chase?
I'm going to bring Clay Macklin back, that's all.
But why?
When a prisoner escapes, I go after him, Judge.
But what good will it do to go riding off blind into a storm like this and probably lose your life for nothing?
It's not that bad. Macklin was seen riding out of town southwest. The only thing in reach down that way is the Chick-Paw Cattle Company. They got 2 line cabins toward the Cimarron, and Macklin used to work for the Chick-Paw.
All right. And suppose you do find him holed up in one of those cabins. Suppose you are able to bring him back. You know I'm just going to have to turn him loose, don't you?
Well, that's your job, not mine, Judge.
Well, now, Matt, for the love of...
Look, I've had Macklin in jail for 2 weeks waiting trial, and every day I've had to listen to him brag how he'd get off scot-free, hear him sneer at the law, make a big joke out of it.
All right, Matt.
Tonight he's out to prove he doesn't even have to wait for the law to decide on his case. I don't like that, Judge. I happen to be a lawman. All right, Chester, if you're saddled up, let's start riding.
yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Live modern. Smoke modern. Smoke L&M. Enjoy full, exciting flavor through L&M's Pure White Miracle Tip. L&M draws easier. Tastes richer. Smokes cleaner. That's why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. So free up. Freshen up your taste. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live, live, live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
I just don't think I can go on much longer without resting up a little.
That cabin's bound to be pretty close around here. You better keep moving.
Yeah, but he might not even be there when we find it.
He'll be there, all right.
He wasn't in the first one.
More reason he'll be at this one. No place else to shelter. Wait a minute.
What?
Off to the left there, the snow cleared for a second. I thought I saw it.
Well, I sure do hope so.
Well, let's head over that way, huh?
It'll be dawn in another half hour.
Yeah, there it is. That's the cabin, all right. Come on.
You know what? Have this cabin.
Yeah, we got a lot colder before we got warmer. Only we haven't missed it.
You think Macklin's gonna put up a fight?
No. I think he'll figure about the way Doc and Judge Bent did. Only a couple of crazy men would come after him in a storm like this.
You know, I kind of agree with him, Mr. Dillon.
You still came along, though, didn't you?
Yeah, but I ain't too sure why.
Here, let's leave the horses here and go up on foot.
All right, sir.
He's here, all right. There's a horse standing in the lean-to there.
My fire is sure gonna feel mighty good, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, if he's got one. All right, I'll hit the door and go in fast, and you follow me in, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, hold it, Macklin. Don't try for it.
Well, the marshal.
Tie his hands, Chester.
Yes, sir. Turn around there, Macklin.
Well, you sure did catch me asleep. That's a fact.
Get your hand.
Probably saved having to kill you, Macklin.
Maybe. How's the weather out? You boys look kind of red-nosed. You been drinking, have you?
Ow. You're a real talky fella, ain't you?
I didn't figure you'd go to this much trouble just for nothing, Marshal.
I didn't think you would.
Hey, there's the makings for coffee over there, Mr. Dillon. Will it fix this some?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Better be careful, Chester. That's what got you into trouble last night. Making coffee.
Well, you don't never catch a fox the same way twice, Macklin. And one thing sure, you ain't gonna get none this time.
I drank a potful before I went to sleep. I kind of had it on you, boys. I got in ahead of the worst of the storm.
Chester. Ought to be a slab of bacon around somewhere, maybe some flour. Why don't you rustle us up something to eat while you're at it, huh?
Yeah, well, there's flour here, all right. Bacon's probably in one of them cans.
Speaking of rustling, Marshal...
Don't push your luck, Macklin.
Oh, well, now, you're one of them high-minded lawmen. You wouldn't mistreat a helpless prisoner.
I'd regret it afterwards, if that's what you mean.
By golly, I bet you would, that.
I found the bacon, Mr. Dillon.
No?
Yeah, 3-4 pound piece.
Well, don't cook all of it.
Well, maybe half.
There's 3 of us got to eat off that till this storm blows itself out.
maybe a week.
With any luck, Macklin, we'll be back in Dodge before midnight tonight.
What are you talking about?
I couldn't stand your company for a week. We're heading out as soon as we eat.
In this weather? Why, that's the craziest fool thing I ever heard.
Macklin.
What?
Why don't you shut up?
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Only the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip can bring all of L&M's full, exciting flavor through to you. And that's the big reason why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. Remember, L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live, live, live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Walk out, you spabbing Kobe. The fool you're going to find tonight's in Dodge.
Lead him close to you, Chester. He'll follow if you're breaking trail for him. Macklin, stay with us. Stop trying to drift off like that.
I ain't trying nothing. You'd untie my hands, maybe I could lead this fool horse straight.
You can lead him straight. Now get back over this way.
Breaking snow trail for a horse. I ought to be on his back with him breaking trail.
We wasted an hour trying that. Now, easy now. Here's the edge of the ice.
Back on the flat, it was the wind cutting us to pieces, and down here in the river bottom where there's a little shelter, the snow's 4 foot deep.
Wait a minute, Chester. Let me test that ice. This freeze came out pretty fast, and there's still live water underneath.
Sounds pretty solid, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it'll hold us, all right. Hey, Macklin, come back here. How many times I have to tell you to stay close?
Simmer down, Marshal. I've crossed as much ice in my time as you have.
Hey, he broke through. Let go of the reins, Macklin. If that horse goes in with you, he'll kick you to death. Now, let go. Chester, mount up. Then hand me one end of your lariat, huh?
What you going to do?
I'm going in after him.
No, you go into that water, you'll freeze to death.
His hands are tied, Chester.
Goodness, here.
Marshal, help me. Come here.
Help me.
Easy now.
Yeah.
Now, if we're not out of here in 30 seconds, we won't come out at all. Now, come on.
Mr. Dillon, hurry.
Steady, Macklin. I got hold of you.
I got a firm rope around the saddle horn. I can put you out right enough.
All right, Chester. Kick up your horse, but easier. You'll pull my arms off. All right, steady, Macklin.
Hang on, Mr. Dillon.
All right, a little more, Chester. Easy. Easy. Yeah. All right, that's it. All right, Chester. Let's get a fire going, huh? And a big one. Fast.
By jing, if it was left to my choosing, I'd sit right here by this fire till that gall-darn storm blows itself out.
You get pretty hungry in a couple of days, Chester.
I'm pretty hungry right now.
Well, I never saw the time when you weren't.
How you feeling, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I've seen better days. How are you making out, Macklin?
I ain't never going to take another bath as long as I live. Well, you're lucky to be alive. Sure. Who ain't?
Yeah, we better get ready to push on. They're only about a half hour out of Dodge. It won't be so bad.
You know, I just can't figure you, Marshal.
Oh?
I've knowed lawmen before. Crooked, most of them. But I ain't ever knowed one like you.
Is that so?
Hey, take this thing of coming after me in a storm like this. You didn't have to do that, did you?
Depends on how you look at it, I guess.
What do you mean?
I got a job to do, Macklin. Try to do it right. Besides, I guess I got a kind of respect for the law.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Well, I'd say the law is a set of rules to make things run smoother. Written out so everybody knows what they are and what the penalties are. And the rules hold for a lawman the same as for anybody else. Maybe even more so.
What rules are you talking about?
When a prisoner escapes, it's your job to go after him. Bring him back. That's one of them.
Even when they're going to turn me loose? And everybody knows it?
That's up to the court. It's got nothing to do with me.
It just don't make sense.
Not to you, maybe.
And I reckon you'll try to tell me there's some rule about you jumping into that water and dragging me out?
When a prisoner in custody is not able to look out for himself, it's up to the lawman to take care of him.
Well, I wouldn't have jumped in after you. I'd have cut out and run for it.
Yeah, I guess you would.
I ain't too sure that's why you done it, Marshal. Just because of some rule.
Well, you figure it your way.
Anyway, I'm much obliged for you hauling me out of there. Sure thought I was done for.
Come on, let's get started. I got a jail cell waiting for you.
I guess old Judge Ben's finally made up his mind, Mr. Dillon.
You don't show much respect for the court, Chester.
Yeah, there he goes, old.
Well, as you all know, I ain't one of them judges that deals in a lot of legal jabber. So I'll just say it out plain. Clay Macklin, stand up and face the court. Now, I puzzled this evidence over every which way, Macklin. And I tried to find some way to give you your just deserts. And me and every man in this courtroom knows you've been rustling cattle. Now, Judge, that ain't no way to talk. Get up. And like I said, you're nothing but a cow thief. But by golly, there just ain't enough evidence to stick you on it. It wouldn't do no good if I tried because some book judge up in Topeka would reverse me on it just as sure as shooting. Yeah, I'm sorry, Marshal Dillon. I know you went to a heap of trouble.
That's all right, Judge.
Well, all I can do is throw the case out. Dismiss.
Well, it's a crying shame, that's what it is.
Judge Bent did the only thing he could, Chester. It was just an outside chance anyway.
But everybody in town knows Macklin's guilty.
A man's innocent until he's proved guilty in a court of law, Chester, so Macklin's innocent.
Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, what is it, Macklin?
The judge let me off all right.
Yeah.
But there's something I want to say.
You can pick up your stuff at the jail whenever you want.
No, that ain't it, Marshal. Something. Well, I reckon you wouldn't believe me if I was to tell you.
Tell me what?
Well, you kind of give me some things to think about, Marshal.
Oh? What?
Saving my life the way you done. Them rules, all that.
So?
Well, I don't know for sure, but, well, maybe I won't be doing any more rustling, Marshal. Not that I ever did, mind you.
Oh, I see.
Well, I just want to say thank you. Guess I'll be leaving now.
boy.
Well, I declare. Well, I never. I guess this Macklin ain't all bad after all.
No man is, Chester.
No, sir.
Tell you what, just to prove it to you, I'm going to buy you a drink.
You are?
Uh-huh.
Rye with a little sugar in it?
Why not? Come on.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. America's Protestants, Catholics, and Jews are strengthening the bonds of brotherhood and friendship by helping the needy overseas. Through their houses of worship, these three faiths are sending voluntary relief to virtually every free country in the world. Hundreds of millions of pounds of goods, clothing, and medicine will go to victims of war, disaster, and famine in many parts of the world. More than 80% of American voluntary relief work for the hungry and needy overseas is conducted through the religious agencies of these three major faith groups. When you share with needy persons overseas through your house of worship, you are promoting the spirit of democracy that unites all peoples for peace and goodwill. You are keeping faith with the finest tradition and heritage of America. CBS Radio urges you to keep faith with those in need overseas by giving as much as you can through your faith. And now, William Conrad.
The makers of L&M wish to remind you that you can help Hungarian emergency relief by sending your contribution to the American Red Cross, CARE, or your church or synagogue.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Ben Wright. Harley Bear is Chester, and Howard McNear is Doc.
Join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and a smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
I'm that dry I could fair spit cotton, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, you can fill up at the Olive Braganza when we get back to Dodge, Chester.
Yes, sir. But right now, I'd settle for a drink of water.
You can't be that thirsty.
I'm about to stampede. You think there might be a spring in that clump of elder up ahead?
Yeah, there might.
I swear next time I'm going to carry a water bag.
And keep it wrapped in your pillow, I suppose, huh? You know, Chester, town life has made you mighty soft.
That's far enough for... He's got a rifle, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Who are you men?
We're looking for water. Is there a spring in there?
I said, who are you? What's your name?
Matt Dillon.
And I'm Chester Proudfoot.
You don't worry me. And I never heard of no Dillon.
Well, then you shouldn't mind if we got a little water.
Okay. But you'll have to drop them gun belts first, one at a time.
Sorry.
You heard me.
You can't shoot both of us, mister.
Who is it, Harp?
One of them's called Dillon.
Dillon? From Dodge?
You from Dodge?
Yeah.
That's what he says.
Well, bring him in here. He'll help us. He's a U.S. Marshal.
A marshal?
That's right, Harp. And instead of us standing here about to shoot each other, why don't you tell me why you need help?
I'm Joe Harp, Marshal.
Okay, Harp. Who's your friend?
Harry Speener.
I never heard of him either. What's the matter? Has he been shot or something?
I busted his leg.
Oh. Well, there's a doctor in Dodge.
I can't get him there alone.
Well, we'll help you. If you'll put that rifle down.
Well, okay. I found him lying out there on the prairie this morning. Horse throwed him, and I drug him into the shade here.
You mean you're not traveling with him?
No, I just stopped to help.
Are you really Marshal Dillon?
I am. But, I don't remember you.
I ain't never been to Dodge. I heard your name, though.
You live around here, Speener?
No, I've been working in a saloon down in Tascosa. Wanted to change, so I bought me a horse and rode north. But I shouldn't have come alone. I don't know nothing about horses. I hate 'em.
Well, we better get you into Dodge.
I suppose you aim to drag me to Dodge. Well, I've been drug as far as I'm gonna be.
Well, I had to get you out of the sun, Speener.
You was mighty rough about it.
Well, he saved your life, mister.
Why shouldn't he save my life?
Well, of all the ungrateful, mean-tempered people He's been like that all day, but I figure it's because his leg hurts him.
Of course it hurts.
I busted mine once. I know what it feels like. Poor fella.
You want to help get him into Dodge, Harp, or you want to keep going?
No, Marshal. I'd kind of like to see Dodge anyway.
Okay, then let's get busy. Luckily, Speener had broken only one bone in his leg, and after we rigged up a splint for it, we managed to get him mounted. It was night before we reached Dodge, but by the time he got there, he was too weak to complain. Anyway, I was more interested in Joe Harp, but all I could find out was that he was a cowboy, drifting aimlessly through the country like so many of his kind. He said he had a little money from his last job, and that's why he'd been so wary of strangers. And he seemed honest enough. As 6 weeks later, he was still in Dodge, gambling some, and making friends with most everybody in town. Doc and I were talking about him one day in the office.
Do you know what he did, Matt, about 3 or 4 weeks ago?
What, Doc?
Why, he came and offered to pay Speener's bill. He said the poor fellow wouldn't be able to work for some time. As long as he'd saved him, he felt he ought to help take care of him.
Oh, did you take his money?
I did not. Speener can pay me himself. And he'd better get to work soon, too, because he's already walking around without a cane.
I, take it you don't like Speener much, Doc.
Oh, do you?
Well, nobody does that I know of.
I don't believe he's even thanked Joe Harp for saving his life, man. Oh, well, mister.
Santa Fe just come in with the mail, Mr. Dillon. Hello, Doc.
Hello, Chester. Oh, see, that brown envelope looks official.
It is. You want to open it now, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I bet it might have my paycheck in it.
Here you are.
Thanks. No check. Just some new wanted circulars.
What is it?
Here, have a look, Chester.
Oh, my goodness. Look at that, Doc.
Huh? Let me see this. What is that? Wanted, dead or alive. Reward $500 for bank robbery and murder while escaping. Joseph Harp. Joseph Harp. Age 32, sandy hair. 6 feet tall, blue eyes.
That's him, all right.
Signed by the sheriff, city of Denver, Colorado Territory. You gonna arrest him, Matt?
Can't you pretend you didn't get it or something, Mr. Dillon?
You can stay here if you like, Chester.
Oh, no, sir. I didn't mean that.
All right, then you take the Alafraganza, the Longhorn, and the Oasis. I'll look in this boarding house at the edge of town, then I'll come back to the Texas Trail. Meet me there, if you see him first.
Yes, sir.
All right, get moving. Kitty.
You look like you've been eating cockleburrs, Matt.
I don't see Joe Harp around anywhere, Kitty.
He left. Why?
Has Chester got here yet?
No. Is there trouble of some kind, Matt?
I'm after Harp, Kitty. How long ago did he leave?
Just a little while ago. He was over there gambling, as usual, and then that Speener came running in and said something to him, and they both left.
Speener?
Somebody ought to take him out and bury him somewhere.
Well, I couldn't find him nowhere, Mr. Dillon. Hello, Miss Kitty.
Chester, what's this all about anyway?
Harp's wanted for murder.
For murder? Joe Harp?
That's just what Speener said when I told him. He just couldn't believe it.
You told Speener, Chester?
Why, yes, sir. I ran into him, and I...
Go get our horses, Chester. I'll pick up the rifles. And hurry. They've had time to get out of town already.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
I guess I just wasn't thinking when I told Speener about Joe Harp. I didn't know he was going to run off and warn him.
Next time I'll send you out with a potato rammed in your mouth.
Yes, sir. Oh, I feel so bad. I wish you would.
Oh, forget it, Chester. At least it shows Speener isn't as bad as we all thought. I guess he was just waiting for a chance to do Harp a real good turn.
Well, he sure did it.
Hold it up a minute.
Huh? Ho.
Look.
Hello! Why, it's Speener, Mr. Dillon. He's got his hands up.
Yeah. Come on. Get your rifle out, Chester, and keep your eyes open.
Yes, sir.
Don't shoot, Marshal. I ain't done nothing.
Where's Harp?
He's in that drawer behind me.
Any tricks and you'll die, Speener.
I ain't no outlaw. And Harp ain't gonna pull no tricks neither. You just follow me, Marshal.
I swear I don't understand this at all, Mr. Dillon.
Just follow him, Chester.
Yes, sir. There's his horse.
Yeah. And there he is.
Well, he's been hurt.
He sure has.
Oh. Well, there's your man, Marshal.
Did you do this, Spooner?
I tried to talk him into giving himself up, but he wouldn't listen. And then he tried to draw on me.
Spooner, I can tell from here the way he's lying that you shot him in the back.
What difference it make? He's an outlaw, ain't he?
Yeah. $500 worth of outlaw, Spooner. If you live to collect it.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, the Red Cross campaign for this year is nearing an end. Have you answered the call? Remember, this year, the Red Cross needs you as well as your contribution. Go to your local Red Cross chapter, and while you're there, join and serve. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
We buried Joe Harp on the prairie where he'd been killed, and then rode back to Dodge. That night, I wrote out a wire to the sheriff in Denver, claiming the reward for Harry Spooner. Then I showed it to Spooner and told him to keep it quiet, and also to stay out of my sight. And he did. About a week later, I had to send Chester to find him and bring him into the office.
Here he is, Mr. Dillon.
Come over here, Spooner.
I've been waiting like you said, Marshal. I ain't talked to nobody.
I had a wire from Denver this afternoon, Spooner. Everything's all right. The money will be here in another week or so.
Oh. I thought it'd come now.
There it is.
But I thought you said it wasn't here yet.
I'm paying you out of government funds.
Oh. Well, that's fine.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd mind very much how you got the money.
Now, Marshal, I only done my
Count
duty.
it, Spooner.
Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all here, Marshal.
Count it, I said.
Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You satisfied?
500, that's right.
Spooner, nobody knows about this yet. They think I killed Joe Harp. But before they learn who did and how it was done, I advise you to clear out of Dodge and stay out.
Why? I didn't do nothing
Tell
wrong.
me something, Spooner. Is Harp the first man you've killed?
Of course he is.
Well, there are men around here who've killed 10 or a dozen and think nothing of it. But I won't guarantee how they're going to take to your having killed one man.
They can't do nothing about it. It was plumb legal.
Yeah, it was legal.
I earned this money, and before I leave Dodge, I'm going to double it gambling. And there ain't nobody going to stop me.
Okay, Spooner. I warned you.
I'm going to get rich, Marshal. I'll show 'em. Real rich.
Get out of here.
I'm going.
Sit down, Matt.
Oh, thanks, Kitty.
Drink?
No, thanks.
Spooner was in.
Oh, is that so?
He left, though. They closed the game on him when he started bragging about how he got his money.
I kind of figured they might.
Why'd you keep it such a secret, Matt? What were you protecting him for, that milk-livered little sneak?
Now, the law doesn't separate people that way, Kitty. But now that he's been paid and he's been warned about what might happen, he's on his own.
Well, I hope somebody does shoot him. Just think, Matt, it was Joe Harp who saved his life.
I'd have caught Harp anyway, Kitty.
I know. Somehow that's different.
Yeah, that's a lot different. You know, Kitty, that's a pretty dress you're wearing.
Close your eyes, Matt.
What?
Close them. Go on.
Okay. What's this for?
Now, tell me what color this dress is.
Well, it's,
It's blue, Matt.
blue, sure. I was just about to say that it
I know. Speaking of colors, look what's coming.
What? Oh, it's Spooner. Well, nobody's shot him yet.
Never too late?
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah.
Marshal, I just tried to buy a drink over at the Alfregan.
And they wouldn't serve you. Good.
I'm not talking to you. Marshal, 2 men threatened to kill me right there at the bar.
Now, that's funny.
What do you mean?
Well, most men around here don't waste much time on threats.
Marshal, I demand protection. And I won't spend the night hiding in jail either.
Okay.
And you'll come with me?
No.
What?
I can't protect you any more than I have already, Spooner. But I'll tell you one thing. If you take off your gun, nobody can claim self-defense for shooting you, and I'll have to go after them. If that's any satisfaction for you.
Marshal, I'm a citizen, and I demand...
Get out of town, Spooner. Get out now.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
Could you lend me $1? I went broke last night.
Gambling, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right. Here you are, Chester.
Thank you.
Hey, wait a minute. You told me you swore off gambling a week ago. You even took an oath.
I did. I sure did.
Well, then how come you went broke gambling last night?
No, sir. I said I went broke, and you said gambling? And I said, yes, sir, but I didn't say I was gambling.
Chester, keep the dollar. Just go spend it somewhere.
Yes, sir, but you don't understand. You see, I've got it all figured out. I swore off gambling, all right, so what I do now is to hire a fella, and I give him the money, then he goes and sits in a game for me, you see.
Dillon.
Oh, hello, Clay.
Marshal, my horse come back.
What horse?
The one Spooner bought off me when he left town.
Well, Spooner's been gone 5 days, Clay.
I know. But my horse come back, Marshal. Alone.
Saddled?
Yes, sir. But it ain't my saddle. It's Spooner's.
That means somebody must have caught up with him, Mr. Dillon.
All right, we'll start looking for him.
I can tell you where to look, Marshal.
What?
That horse has got red mud all over his legs. And there's only one place I know where he'd get into red mud around here.
Now, that watering hole, Grande Springs, huh?
That's right, Marshal. Say, do I get to keep the horse now?
I don't know, Clay. I'll tell you when I get back.
You know, I just had a thought, Mr. Dillon.
What, Chester?
Well, Granby Springs is only 30 miles. Spooner must have made it easy the first morning he left.
So?
So, if he was killed there, how come nobody ain't found him and reported it yet?
I don't know, Chester. There it is, right over there. We'll soon find out.
Yes. That's him, Mr. Dillon. He sure looks dead.
Yeah.
I don't see no bullet hole.
No. Hey, he's still breathing, Chester. Go fill up your hat and throw some water on him, huh?
Yes, sir.
Spooner. Hey, Spooner. Spooner. Can you hear me? Oh, pour a little on his head, Chester. Maybe that'll do it.
That enough?
Marshal.
Yeah. What happened, Spooner? Well, what's the matter? What happened?
A horse kicked me in the belly.
busted me up inside. I hate horses.
Oh, when did this happen?
First day. I got off to get me a drink here. I hung on to the reins till yesterday. But I was too weak.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
There's fresh tracks all around here. Not just them made by that horse of his, neither.
Sure, there's fresh tracks. Why, 3 or 4 men been by here.
3 or 4 men?
They just sat and looked at me, Marshal. They didn't say nothing. Just sat and looked at me, and they rode off. Every one of them.
They seen who it was, Mr. Dillon. That's what.
Yeah.
It's too late now, Marshal. I'm gonna die.
We'll try to get you back, Speeder.
No. It's too...
He's dead, Chester.
Yes, sir. He wasn't as lucky as when he busted his leg, was he? But you'd think one of them riders might have helped him.
You know, except for us, I guess there isn't a man in the country who'd have helped him this time, Chester.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, James Nusser, and John Daner. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Later tonight, hear Herb Schreiner on 2 for the Money. Remember, 1 for the fun, 2 for the quiz. Hear 2 for the Money on most of these same stations later tonight. George Walsh speaking. Stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows in a few minutes over most of these same stations. For mystery mixed with merriment, join Mr. and Mrs. North Tuesday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.